Venom were so extreme that it was not listenable to all the metal fans, and thus started the extreme metal scene.
You just heard Witching Hour live from Eine, Kleine Nachtmusik from 1986. That was Venom. And this is the Requiem Metal Podcast. And I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is part 2 of our Venom series. This one is intimately looking at black metal. It's funny. We snuck in part 1 just to qualify for the 40th anniversary of this album that we'll be talking about in part 2.
Yes.
Even though we didn't really play anything from black metal on that. But, it's fine. We may have cheated the system a little bit just to sort of get what we needed out of it, but I don't think people really care. I think they're just happy to have Venom.
Yeah, it's still important no matter when it falls in the year.
So technically, this is now the 41st anniversary of black metal because we have, snuck into 2023 now at this point. But that's okay,
But just barely.
Just barely, yeah. And we heard from Tom G there, too, as a nice little intro. Obviously, we heard from Tom G in part 1. And nice little pull quote there from, the importance that Venom had for him and many other metal bands. I don't know about you, but I've gotten a ton of really, really, really positive feedback from part 1 thus far. Like there's just
I've seen a couple things on the Facebook group, I think, but that's
nice buzz on, Instagram, nice buzz on like Twitter, things like that.
Nobody said this is too fucking long. What do you do?
No. And I'll read some letters near the end from some people and stuff. But, a lot of people said it's a common thing we get with Requiem, I think, is I didn't know how to really, get into this band until you guys put everything kind of in context. And so thank you for being kind of the spirit guides for people's sort of journey through that. And I understand that because a lot of the times some of the bands that we've done episodes on, I didn't really know how to get into them until we had to actually do the research for the band and stuff like that, So, but this is cool. This is special. Mark and I are face to face for the first time in a while. We haven't done a live episode, and it's been a hot minute. Probably since maybe early summer, maybe or something like that, or sometime in summer was probably the last time we did face to face.
It's been, our schedules have been crazy, and
once school starts, I'm impossible to especially if you're busy on the weekends, but the weekends are the only time that I can like drive down to see you. So then we record a lot of episodes like after school in the evening, and that doesn't make sense for us to drive during the week and stuff. So
with the next big thing, like in a couple months, I'm gonna be moving up north. So we're definitely gonna have to figure out, really like plan out like, okay, we got 2 days. We're gonna I'm gonna come down here, you come up, whatever. We're gonna just like barrel
bring
through
my overnight stuff, and we're gonna. It'll be like the old days, when we used to put down like 2, 3. Sometimes
that's what I was telling Lisa too. She was like, is this gonna how's that gonna work? It's like we've always figured
we've
it out.
done it. It's just those episodes were shorter and less research, but we'll figure it out.
But we'll find a rhythm, and luckily it's I'm not gonna disclose exactly where it is because I don't need all the fans beating down the door or anything. But there's actually going to be fiber optic coming up there, supposedly in the spring or early summer. Yeah. So that should be unreal. That should be no problem at all. But I always prefer to do them in person if we can. It's just
it's a better energy,
crazy
better
year.
Rhythm, things like that. I mean, one of the things because I don't know if people know this, but when we do them Zoom, because the lag that happens from video, we don't do a video Zoom. Some people do video so. I can't actually see your face and vice versa. So I'm just predicting when to interrupt you and vice versa. Yeah. It's like, and we know each other pretty well that we can usually kind of almost, psychically kind of know when it's a good spot to sort of intersect in. But there are a couple awkward moments when I go back and listen through that. It's probably just because we're not seeing each other talk. And so we don't know when I'm pausing to do something else. And that's a good time for you to come in
or when we have guests and stuff too, that's even more tricky. Dicey because for some my internet connection just kind of sucks where I'm at now. I did with a publisher did a Zoom or Skype. I think it was a Zoom meeting. I don't know if Skype even is used anymore. But I would freeze a lot. They would freeze and the voice would slow down and speed up really fast again. And so all the interviews I've been doing now for any of the book related projects, I've just been using this phone app and just call people on the phone.
That's what I used for Athenar for Midnight, was a kind of phone app type thing.
Rev recorder.
I can't remember. I researched a couple. It was one where I basically got a free week because I knew I was only doing one phone interview, so I didn't want to pay for the service. Oh, was it really? Oh,
yeah. It's
you'll have to send that one to me because everyone else wanted.
This
to do
is
Zoom.
Rev Call Recorder. They try to get you to do extra stuff like have them transcribe interviews for you.
But as long as you don't.
Yeah, you just do a phone call, and when you call them, it sounds like you're calling from prison. This call is being recorded.
Yeah, cool.
And then when you're done, it just emails you an MP3 file of the whole thing.
Yeah,
so I've used it for a bunch of interviews. So
for down the road, you'll definitely have to.
Fidelity isn't as great as Zoom for for radio purposes or podcasting kind of stuff, but for
And I don't know, like, I know you've been editing a lot of the interviews. Did you notice like a sound lag with how Athanar from Midnight sounded compared to the other ones? Could you tell?
It was a little tinnier, but I think he was on. He had you on speakerphone.
He was in his car. Yeah, I remember, because he was waiting to go to see Armored Saint and Wasp. Yeah. And I was like, dude, because I missed that show. I was so jealous.
I know. So. I forgot it even came through.
Something was happening that night, something school related, and I just couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, it was like a Wednesday night or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, so, what you just heard there, obviously we played Witching Hour in part 1, and I guess if you're stumbling on this right now and you have not listened to part 1, I would highly recommend going and listening to part 1, unless for some ungodly reason you just hate Welcome to Hell and only like black metal, and then, hey, welcome to the podcast,
Well, yeah, even
no judgment.
Even if that's the case, like, just go back and listen to what the other guests, interviews and everybody had to say. It's probably, especially Mantas is... He's a great
all the feedback we got on Mantas was like extraordinary. People were like, wow, like, he's funny. He's this, he did such a great job. And we'll obviously be hearing a lot more from him and many others throughout the episode that we'll sort of get into. A couple new voices that we didn't hear in part 1 because we just didn't have room for them, so
it's been crazy.
I mean, it's funny that, like, before we recorded part 1, I thought of this as a 2-part thing, that we would cover black metal and Welcome in one episode and then everything else in part 2. And you kind of came to me, right before we recorded, said, like, we need to probably chop this into 2. And that episode still ended up being like just over 6 hours long. It's like 6:30 or something like that, or 6:20 or
yeah.
And that was only on one record. So I was like, holy shit. Yeah.
But it was, interviews. There's like 20-minute chunks of, interview. There's like the first like 16 minutes of Mantas talking. I was like, I don't want to cut any of this.
There's everything Mantas said was great. Just like let that guy kind of talk and stuff. But yeah, so you heard Witching Hour obviously in part 1, but I thought, like, we're not playing much live stuff in either, this part or part 3, because there's just really not room for it, or it's not super necessary. Venom were never known as being like, putting out like elite live records, but
this was their live Venom stuff, record I got.
This was the one, Eine, Kleine, Nachtmusik, which comes from a Mozart title for A Little Serenade or Night Music. That's kind of what it. But yeah, this is your first one.
This is my first one I got, and also I was looking it up to see how much I get an LP copy for, like a European import. They're not that much.
Really? Okay.
No, the shipping is what kills you, but they're like $45.
I mean, honestly,
I got the autographed CD when we saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the one you got signed. I'm trying to remember what I got.
Did
signed
you Cast in Stone sign, or like?
I think I did,
because that was pretty. Do you still have that?
I think so. I think it's upstairs. I think that's the version I have.
And if we had any kind of visual component to the episode, I still have the press kit of the Cast in Stone slides and all that stuff. So
I'll have to put the my photo with me and Kronos is actually in my classroom. Where
I've got a copy of it too.
Do you?
Yeah.
If you could send me that, I'll throw it up on the Patreon site and some of the other social media things.
There's one of both of us with Kronos, and then one of you with Kronos, and the one of me with like.
See, I don't have the one of both of us. I only have the one of me and Kronos, and then there's one of you and I eating Danny Filth's birthday cake.
I think I've got a handful of those.
Yeah, you should.
Of some of your photos that I was scanning for some reason.
Yeah,
because they're in with my metal, like in my like Neurosis slides and Boltoro slides, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely something to dig
I think there's
around.
one you and Tompa at the Gates picture in there still too, where the flash like blew out Chris's face, so he just looks like a ghost.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I remember that one.
So I think I have those are on that box. I'll get them back.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. That'd be sweet. But yeah, we just thought it was recorded side A, which I think is the better of the two, because it's basically 2 live shows on one thing. But the first side, which is where Witching Hour comes from, was from their show from October of 1985 at the Hammersmith Odeon, which is a show we'll talk more about in part 3 when we get into the infamous Venom live performances and their American tours that happen after black metal. But yeah, just thought it's kind of a nice connecting to part 1 to bring in Witching Hour. It's epic, like the beginning of that song is always.
Well, there's some pretty good. I don't know if I've listened to so much stuff and read so much stuff. I don't remember where any of my stuff comes from right now. But I know we have commentary from either us or interviews, people talking about that show.
That show, yeah, it definitely shows up for sure. But yeah, so before we kind of get into things, I guess just kind of catching people up. Obviously, we cycled through the demo era of Venom on part 1, the origins of the band, them kind of like forming together, and then obviously the explosion that Welcome to Hell sort of had, and that's kind of where we're gonna kind of pick up the mantle here. But yeah, besides kind of moving and house stuff, been doing any other kind of pop culture immersive sort of stuff lately? I've been watching lots of movies lately and TV shows, I guess, but that's about it. I've been
watching. I mean, we went through I think this is my third time watching Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, I've seen it like 4 or 5 times. Actually, when Chris was home, Chris from Decibel, who's a frequent guest for Christmas, we watched it in the movie theater.
Yeah, that was the second time I saw it, but it's good every time.
Holds up. Yeah.
But we've been going back and watching like some old Westerns and stuff. Amazon has some of the best old, like I watched, this is a while back, but like Thief with
James Caan.
James Caan.
Yeah, Michael Mann.
Fucking amazing movie.
It's a great film. I just got the Criterion of that recently.
I just went through and like everyone that would pop out underneath, like, oh, you might be interested in this. It's like, I've never watched any of these, and that's like right an hour and 22 minutes, hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah,
get in and out.
Thief is so good. That diner scene is like really powerful.
Mostly old shit. There's nothing really new. I don't think that I've watched The Northman again as well, which is fun.
I still need to set aside like I need like 2.5 hours where I come down here
Definitely
and watch it
on that.
So like I haven't like done it yet because I want to commit to
it's
like
on,
making us.
I think it's on Amazon.
Oh,
Prime.
I know it is. Yeah, I know it's streaming. I just have to like physically like do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I watched Body Double for the first time, that De Palma flick with Melanie Griffith.
Oh man, I think I saw that years ago, but I don't remember.
It's fucking great. And I can lend you my Blu-ray that just kind of came out recently.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But really fascinating, kind of like Thief in terms of some of the visual cues that it did. Like it might be the most De Palma of De Palma movies.
Did that come out after Carrie?
Oh yeah, this is 84. So this came out after like Blowout and some of that stuff.
It came out after
so you'd done Dress to Kill in 81.
Dress to Kill.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the culmination of that cycle of movies. Like Body Double's his most like Hitchcock, but it's also his most like exploitive. Like Melanie Griffith's a porn star in it. And so the main character like infiltrates the porn industry to sort of solve like a murder.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that.
You probably have.
Years ago.
And there's this great fucking sequence in it that's like surreal where he pretends that he's like an actor in a porn movie and gets hired, and it's all scored to Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. And that's what blew the song up. Came from Body Double.
No shit.
And it's this whole like really almost like a one shot where he's like walking through this like whole
a single take.
Surrealist sequence. It's almost like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like those really surrealist scenes from Gene Kelly, where Gene Kelly's like walking through all those like weird musicals.
Yeah.
It's that, but it culminates with him like having sex with Melanie Griffith in a porn movie. And the main guy is the doctor from Dream Warrior, which I'd never really seen him in almost anything else.
Oh, really?
That actor. He's like the main guy of Body Double.
So that's only a couple years after.
It's 2 years before Dream Warrior.
Before Dream Warriors, yeah. So I don't remember seeing him in anything else.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. But yeah, funny. It's really, really good. So Body Double I checked out. To check off my fill-in filmography poster, I had to watch Red Sonja, which was not very good.
It's not very good.
Doesn't hold up, but I'd never actually seen that. I'd seen the Conans.
Funny, but it's not. I mean, that and Conan the Destroyer are both turds.
Yeah, for sure.
Compared to like the first Conan movie, I think is like this mythic, perfect thing.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
You know, it's like a fucking Bible movie or something. You know, it's so good. But it's just like all the ideas are really clear too.
And then similarly, Lady Hawk. Did you ever see that movie?
Years ago, I remember being bored and not paying attention.
You know, it's actually pretty good. The things that soundtrack, the Alan Parsons Band does the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Which
and
is
Rutger
like
Hauer feels out of place in that movie too.
He's okay in it. I don't know. You probably would like it more.
I haven't seen it since probably like I was
Matthew
a teenager.
Broderick's out of place because he's essentially playing like Ferris Bueller before Ferris Bueller, and he's like kind of snarky, and it's like this doesn't really fit. But
is that?
But Michelle Pfeiffer's in it. I dig the premise of it, the sort of whole idea of
who directed that?
Richard Donner.
Oh, it's a okay. I'll give it another shot because I always love his shit.
Yeah, it's not his best thing, but and then horror movie wise, last weekend I watched House and Sorority Row, which I'd never actually seen.
The 80s movie?
Yeah, early 80s. It's like a woman that gets like the old lady gets like drowned in the pool, and like there's somebody hunting them all down at like a sorority party after that, and it seems like it's just kind of like whatever. Yeah. And then the final third of the movie is like fucking top-notch horror. It's like okay for like 2/3. It's pretty like standard.
Yeah.
But like there's kind of some like really cool ideas that happen in that. It was on Shudder, so I watched it last weekend. But
okay, I wonder if I've seen I mean I went.
You
through
probably saw that shit when you were young. Yeah.
We rented every fucking movie we could possibly Yeah, like $5 for $5 or whatever at the time.
But no, I like. I'm trying to think what else I've been recently watching. Hang 'em High. I think I told you we were talking about westerns. Fish Called Wanda. I had seen it when I was a kid, but I didn't understand it because I saw it when I was way too young.
I never saw it as an adult.
It's great.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, it's really clever. So
I've kind of have a little renaissance of John Cleese.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
Yeah.
I picked up a couple of his books.
And even Kevin Klein was good too.
Yeah,
he had a pretty good run.
I never liked Kevin Klein because he seemed like a dweeb, and I was more into like the alpha dudes or like guys that were really funny, and he was just kind of like a straight man.
Sure,
or like the kind of attractive guy compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
But so I didn't really have much to.
He's pretty fantastic in that. But
there's another recent horror movie we just watched. It was not terrible.
Oh, did you see Barbarian yet?
It's good.
I kind of loved it.
It's way better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to just be this thing where it's like, oh, it's going to be just like some guy that's a psycho. Like it did like the psycho switch, which was pretty cool. But it went stupid too. Like it went exploitive. I think this is the next like 10 years, we're going to see like a resurgence of like 70s exploitation movies.
I would imagine.
And they're sorely missing that stuff right now. Just dumb, really crazy concepts.
Yeah. Kind of grindhousey type stuff.
Yeah, there was another recent one I saw that I can't think which one it was now, but it was something that came out this last year that was like, a hip young. Ray Fiennes is in it.
Oh, The Menu.
The Menu.
I haven't seen it yet, but my students talk about it. I want to see it.
It's a little on the nose.
Yeah, it's all right.
But it has like social commentary without beating you over the head.
Sure.
And it's just fun and like over the top again. It's like,
I kind of like when
there's a couple of scenes where you're like, holy shit, that just fucking happened.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty fun. So I've been kind of in that whole realm of that because I'm teaching this pop culture class for college now that I've talked about, and for a long time, listeners, they knew I've talked about it in a couple episodes, but we just finished kind of like we watched Get Out for like social horror and stuff like that, and we've just done like a postmodern unit, and so I was teaching them all about like intertextuality and meta narrative and pastiche and all that. So we actually, I finally arrived 20 years into my teaching career watching Pulp Fiction in school, which is like probably a fireable offense in some ways, but like it's for a college class, and they all signed like parent slips to be able to watch this stuff.
Really like. Violence. There's some violence. There's language.
I think the rape scene's probably the thing like that's probably the most like that's probably the scene.
Not the N-words?
The GIMP sequence. In Armada, I don't know.
I think that stuff is
that stuff hasn't aged well. The like Quentin Tarantino's role in that movie is like cringy.
I've always thought that of everyone. Anytime he puts himself in a movie, it seems a little much. Like I think it would have been done in a better. Even From Dusk Till Dawn, which he didn't direct. It's like, dude, what are you in here for?
I know he's the worst part of that movie. But anyway, so it's been fun because I've been really having like really crazy conversations with like high school kids about like pretty kind of deep stuff and things. So they're gonna have to pick their own postmodern thing to watch on their own. And so I've been like scrambling to organize a bunch of movies into folders and stuff. And yeah, it's cool. It's fun.
Cool.
It keeps me interested. So. But yeah, so we are kind of setting the scene table-wise for black metal here with this first set of music. That's kind of what the goal is. And in between Welcome to Hell and black metal, a 7-inch was released called Bloodlust. And they also did Radio 1 sessions where you heard some early versions of songs that would later appear on black metal and other things. We actually ended part 1 with one of those Radio 1 session tunes, Nightmare. And so we'll hear Too Loud for the Crowd in this kind of next set of music as well. So basically, this is the calm before the storm, kind of getting us to black metal. So by the end of this first set of music that we're about to get into, you'll be at black metal with the esteemed teacher's pet, which we'll talk about that in a moment.
It's wonderful.
But yeah, so we've got this amazing single, Bloodlust, with an incredible B-side in Nomine Satanas. And I think it was Scott Carlson, maybe, or maybe it was Mortiz. The interviews all kind of bleed into my brain too, but they mentioned that this for them is their favorite like Venom recording ever.
I think it was Carlson
because it's like the perfect like. It's still got the raw vitality of Welcome, but it's produced a little sharper, like black metal. And for him, it's like the sweet spot. And I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love both songs. I mean, I think both songs are incredible.
I've never paid. I think because I've been listening to Venom probably since I would say 90. I was aware of them by like 92, 91, 92. Like actually listening with all black metal shit. But I didn't really I knew like, okay, here's, Countess Bathory, this and that, like Buried Alive. I knew what I kind of liked, but I never really listened to the albums. It was more covers of people doing it, re-recordings that they did of stuff.
Yeah.
So within the last 10 years or so, it's nice to actually you completely know that there's a completely aesthetic difference between the first record. It doesn't seem as stark as it was. Like now it's fucking night and day, like between those two records. But back then it just seemed like, oh, the production's a little better, but it got a little squeaky clean, a little more, there's more, I think, poppy, less, as Tom G say, radical elements. I think put front and forward, and like more humor. I don't think they seemed as dangerous on black metal. Yeah, to some degree, but I think they're both great records. But I have much more reverence now for Welcome to Hell after doing all this, and listening to it heavier, learning the stories behind it. That's kind of like that's the one. This one's great. I'm not diminishing that at all. But
do you think that fits kind of your aesthetic?
It totally does.
A little bit more. I mean, you've always been more drawn to that type of stuff.
I like stuff that's a little more raw.
Chris and I can do the polishing.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be. I like raw as well, and Chris does as well too. But it's kind of been I guess our MOs if someone was to try and
totally
do some of the differences there a little. But
like Chris is on this end mostly. He's more interested in that kind of, and he's always been a production guy too.
Yeah.
I'm less of it, but it's a feel, and I think you kind of fall right in the center.
Yeah, sort of Venn diagram it a little, It just kind of depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes.
And I like super overproduced stuff sometimes, but I don't know, the stuff that really gets me is more raw, a little off sometimes.
Well, which is probably the artist background too.
That and my own personal aesthetic with what I like to do.
Yeah.
I don't like really squeaky clean, perfect looking art either. I can't do it.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think of like a comic book kind of like I'm a huge
analogy. Sal Buscema guy.
Yeah. And most people I don't see he's meat and potatoes, but he's very simple.
He's got a Deadline style.
He's also a really good storyteller though.
He is. He's great. And he has a very specific scratchy look, but you look at his pages, you're like, this looks like he did this in fucking 25 minutes. I know. But there's no way I could do that.
Yeah.
But he was not as good as John, as his brother, as far as that, but he was like, holy shit, he was prolific with how many he did. So there's like that feel, because I think Buscema's incredible, and he's got that Frazetta vibe.
Yeah.
But Sal was always that underdog guy that a little hard, but he could do it like that. Do you remember that Green Goblin issue where he has to go back in and save Harry? It was like some of the best just meat and potatoes acting in that.
Yeah.
Nothing flashy about it, but he's just like a really good like a guy that's like a filmmaker that's been working since the 50s in the system.
Yeah.
And he can do anything,
And I can kind of appreciate that, having just gone through that Uncanny rerun, that some of the guys that used to be my favorites, they're still up there, but I appreciate some of the other guys too. You know, like Paul Smith, who did that kind of era, the sort of late 180s, 170s, Uncanny, right before.
Is he Bruce guy?
I can't remember if he was or not, but he kind of did it right before Romita Jr.'s run. And right before.
I love Romita Jr.
Yeah, and Romita Jr.'s stuff is great. But, it was sort of tough because you had Byrne, and Byrne was so iconic. And then you had Cockrum came back for a second run, which I love his second run too.
I didn't appreciate him at all when I was younger. I think he's great.
I think Cockrum is the equivalent for me of Sal Buscema for you. Cockrum's very meat and potatoes with a lot of his things, because you compare him to Jim Lee or John Byrne or Silvestri, or these guys are more stylized. And I love them growing up, or Art Adams, because their images about X-Men are iconic. But from a storytelling standpoint, I love what Cockrum brought to the table. He had
a certain style too that was just. It almost reminded me of something like Steve Bissett or some of those more underground guys.
Yeah. Well, and Cockrum's favorite character is my second or third favorite X-Men character, and so he worshipped at Nightcrawler.
Okay.
So and me getting really into Excalibur the last few years too, has made me appreciate how much I love not only Kitty Pryde but also Nightcrawler, and so I think that's raised a guy like Cockrum for me, in the esteem a little, but yeah, so I think, when you draw the sort of differences of the aesthetics of Welcome to Hell or black metal or something like that, to me, the Bloodlust EP is a perfect, it's the Venn diagram of all of that a little bit.
Yeah. I think if they could have had just a tiny more of that in the production of black metal, I mean, this is like splitting hairs. It's a really good record. It's an
Black Metal's
record.
Iconic, yes.
But you're just really like breaking it down into personal preference, kind of territory. Like
it's like sitting here like debating like between like Icon and Draconian. It's like, well, this has this little thing.
The impetus of it. This defined it.
Or this,
But that's the fun about all this, criticism of anything that you love is, just like the what ifs, the like little things that like, holy shit, that like changed my entire. I guess feel of this band. Maybe
the best like analogy for me of this era that's comparable is like Melissa and Don't Break the Oath.
Yeah.
Right? Like Melissa's raw and like there's like I can see that appeal, whereas there's a little bit more shine to like Don't Break the Oath. They're both like incredible, but like right? Like you could see how somebody could maybe be a Melissa person compared to like a Don't Break the Oath person if they wanted that raw.
Oh, I totally think so.
You know, and I'm probably more of a Melissa person at times because I don't know why. It was just strange because you would think I'd be more of a Don't Break the Oath because I like sometimes cleaner things, but I don't know. It's
and then there's the difference between King Diamond and Fate, which are negligible. It's mostly the lead guitar. That's really the main difference, but it's all the same type of arrangements and things. It's just like the character of that other guitar player coming through, like LaRoque or we just fucking saw him, Sherman.
Oh, Sherman, yeah.
Like those two guys have very like unique as far as like putting them side by side. They're like polar
it's almost like
each other.
You could almost, and I didn't expect to sort of draw this analogy, but you could almost like sort of say like Melissa kind of lines up pretty well with Welcome to Hell, Don't Break the Oath with black metal. In a lot of ways, like the early King solo stuff is like kind of the At War with Satan, where it's catchier, it's more
stripped down kind of.
It's a little, exactly. It's anthemic. Not as dark, more anthemic and things like that. And then there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just different. It's just like how a band kind of evolves a little bit.
Well, and the amount of, I know that I don't know how, like when this was not discussed after, like at a certain point, like Corthon would say that Venom had nothing to do with anything. If you listen to any of the guitar playing, especially on black metal,
I just don't buy it. Yeah,
it's like, dude, that riff, the way that Mantas was playing that, doing that like hammer-on thing, like, dude, I love Bathory to a certain point. Up until like I think Blood, Fire, Death. A little after that, like Hammerheart's okay, but it's not like stuff I really love. Like Blood, Fire, Death's the last record. I was like, this is just perfect.
Yeah, it's a perfect run up until that.
And I appreciate him doing like Blood on Ice has interesting moments.
Yeah, I like that record.
Even like Octagon, there's some interesting stuff here and there, but like, his core amount of, like you can't say that stuff's not influenced by I would say by Mantas mostly. His guitar approach, and especially like in coming up, and I guess that'll be we're not quite get there yet, but in Teacher's Pet. Like some of that, like
at the end of the set,
the punk kind of thing that's coming into that is totally something pulled into.
Yeah. So basically, what you got with these two songs, just to sort of kind of get them sort of set up, is Edwin Pouncey, who wrote for Sounds Magazine, made this the single of the week, Bloodlust, when it first came out. And here's what he had to say. I thought this was pretty fun. He said, "Bloodlust is almost too perfect. Hell brew, spew-laden magnum opus that leaves nothing to the imagination." Kind of fun. And it's kind of based on like this horror folklore about a vampire, Count Kronos, who's stalking and preying on victims and, your life-giving blood, as he screams in here. And, in particular, I think what works so well about Bloodlust is the sort of power of the guitars and the drums and how they sort of work together. This is a song that I hear as like a precursor to like Captor of Sin. It's got that same kind of energy that Slayer Captor of Sin does, where it's like on edge the whole time. Like Captor of Sin almost feels like it's going to go off the rails the whole time you're listening to it.
Yeah, especially the At the Gates version.
The At the Gates version is like, like crazy. And they actually created a video for Bloodlust. I think it was the first Venom video. It was live September 82 video is what it kind of came out.
Probably came out on a program or something. I was always wondering what the fuck, like seeing those old like Sabbath videos, like what were those for?
They would play them on certain TV shows sometimes.
Okay.
So there
like
was
some music program.
There were, but there was never a 24-hour music program like MTV before that. So there, because like Queen Bohemian Rhapsody is like an iconic video that they made in the 70s, right? And it's like, where did they play that? But in my like limited research, because I've looked into this for like history of rock kind of stuff sometimes, is there were, sometimes there'd be like a Friday night show in like England that would play like 2 hours of music videos or something like that. And same with America. And maybe it was only like big market stuff or maybe like local kind of things.
Well, even when in the 90s going to Harpo's, which is a Detroit venue,
they would
kind of
always
notorious.
play
They had the big screens up, and they'd play like Slayer videos and Pantera videos.
They played I always used to see Number of the Beast, Run to the Hills, and Egypt from fucking Merciful Fate. Those were like the three I always remember at Harpo's.
Yeah, Egypt was definitely on heavy rotation.
But so they existed before MTV, I guess. And I mean, this is in the era of MTV. Did Venom get on MTV? I have no fucking idea. Not in this era, probably. But
MTV Europe was a very different animal than it was more.
And I don't know if MTV Europe existed in 82.
I don't think it was until probably 86 or something.
Yeah. So, but I mean, there were a lot of British videos that were being shipped over to MTV. And in the early years of MTV, they didn't have much video. So they would play a lot of new album stuff, which is how like Def Leppard got their foot in the door. Because like MTV basically just had a whole bunch of, here's what I'll say. As much as I know this, all right, for whatever reason, there were a lot more British programs that were playing videos. And so the majority of what was available to early MTV was particularly like British new wave, British post-punk videos. And
was some of that stuff taken like from like Old Grey Whistle Test and some of that shit too?
It might have been, but Old Grey Whistle Test was mainly just live performance. So I don't think they were playing like
quote unquote live performances.
But like, so some of them might have been like, if there wasn't like any
like a segment they took out. Or something.
So it could be like that. But like, so that's one of the reasons why in America, if you go back to the early 80s, why like youth culture was so like Brit obsessed, because like that was being pumped into or like the first 2 years of MTV. And then
and previously, with the whole British invasion as well, like kind of primed the pump.
There was like an appeal there, but and then like your Pat Benetars and like Tom Petty's and a few like other like American artists really like got pretty hip to like MTV. Not everybody did, but a few did early on, and they took advantage of it. I mean, I think there's some artists that like wouldn't have like cascaded into what they were it not for those early MTV,
I think Petty especially, he's a weird character where his stuff sounds, it's kind of timeless when you hear it.
Yeah, it's like Bob Dylan kind of.
But I think the video stuff really pushed him to like bigger.
Smart. Yeah,
but it played well on the radio, but that just like, holy shit, all those like anything of him in like the late 80s, early 90s. It was every time you turn it on, he was on there.
Kim Basinger for Mary Jane's Last Dance. He had Johnny Depp for the one video in the in the mid 80s. He had the Alice in Wonderland whole video that was pretty iconic. So so there, like, again, I don't know where Venom fits into that. I doubt they had much of an impact from their music video, but there was a video created for Bloodlust, regardless.
Quickly going back to what you said about the Captor Sin kind of thing.
Yeah,
is that like examining the stuff a little closer than I had in the past. Abaddon's drums are terrible, but it makes everything that much better. Like if they had a great tight drummer, I don't think I'd care as much about the music. That's it. It puts everything on edge.
Yeah,
a little bit. And it feels like, and I've played drums off and on most of my adult life, and I've played with people that are really good keeping in time, like guitar players.
Yeah, and
I feel like Mantas is the guy, and Kronos keeping time, and he's kind of filling in wherever. But it adds this energy and kind of like. Like Abaddon's on the very low end, and then on the very high end of that vibe is Lombardo, where he completely controls everything. But there's this like chaoticness that's like
you can kind of hear that. I think where Abaddon's drum style had like maybe the most influence directly was like the German thrash, because like Creator and Sodom in particular had really sloppy drumming, and that was kind of part of the appeal, right? It was just like kind of like Ventor was like fucking out of time a little bit, or just always a little bit behind, or
but he kept getting a little bit better, but he was never like a metro. He was never like the atomic clock, like he wasn't like Gene or anything. But Ventor, like when we saw him, he's still in the fucking band. Which is great. I didn't recognize him because he was so like
only, I think, two
fat
guys,
old guy.
Right? I think. I don't know if anyone else is original besides those two.
No, it's those two guys, because then, it was like Frank and the other guys from that kind of classic era. But no, it's just been him and Ventor which is kind of crazy. Like this,
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Old drummer, still kicking ass.
But no, I think that's a really salient point. Is like Popoff talked in part one a little bit about how people didn't take Venom seriously because they were kind of sloppy, but I think they were some people that heard the sloppiness and took it seriously. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's because it's different, right? It is a different.
It's aesthetic.
A vibe. It's a vibe for sure.
Yeah, and like this, I don't think you can argue that the songs they're bad.
No,
they're catchy. They're like you listen to them a couple of times, they're stuck in your fucking head. All these pop sensibilities, they're just played raw.
Yeah,
and aggressive. And look at what they're a bunch of guys with no shirts on and spikes
and studs and stuff,
swords and all this kind of bullshit. They're supposed to be over the top and stupid.
It's cosplay, for sure.
Yeah.
And then the B-side is also pretty awesome. I don't have a lot to say about it, but Nomine Satanas is a cool tune that really probably doesn't get talked about enough. But, Satan's legions are rising. That's kind of like what this sort of, translates to. And I thought this one was cool because it had a real huge influence on like kind of doom. It has some doom elements to it as well as like the thrash and black metal kind of elements too. So, doesn't get the attention that Bloodlust gets, but it's still pretty fucking cool tune,
Yeah. Even that term, I think it kind of popularized that in extreme music.
Yes, absolutely.
It's probably pulled straight out of Crowley or Satanic Bible or something.
Yeah. So speaking of Popoff, this is, and Abaddon, this is kind of I think the last thing I'm going to read from this particular book, but it's, it kind of takes and summarizes where we left off in part 1 to sort of get us to where we're going here with part 2. But it's from Hit the Lights, The Birth of Thrash from Martin Popoff.
Have you ever taken a picture of these books to send to Popoff?
I have.
Okay, good.
He's posted it before and commented and stuff.
Because if anybody sees this thing, I mean, it looks like a serial killer or a lawyer has gone through and marked this book.
Yeah, this great. One. This got marked up when we were doing the not crucial, but the countdown to episode 200, the proto metal. Yeah, this was a really big one because when we did the 81 and 82 episodes.
So this is something like 100 years down the future, people find this shit. I hope they put it in a museum.
Yeah. I know. I don't do this with all the books, but this one I really did.
No, I started just marking my own books up too.
Yeah,
like, underlining stuff, and
I mean, I'm probably never gonna sell them. I mean, for as much as like I don't want to like ruin them, like that's why I try and use these little things because they pull off pretty easily, these little tabs. But it can be kind of
that's like what my mortgage was about, 5 inches thick with a bunch of those on it where I had to sign.
Yeah, where you had to sign. Yeah, exactly. But this is a interview. I don't know when the interview was conducted, but it's just a pull quote from Abaddon. And he says, the first thing I remember about Welcome to Hell was that we'd done a demo of 3 songs because Kronos worked in the studio. He was a tape op and he did some free weekend work or something, managed to get us some demo time. We did 3 songs and record company boss hated them. The head of Neat Records hated them. We got a massive review in a big magazine called Sounds. We got great reviews for this music, all of which, of course, we covered in part 1. Mm-hmm. We went in to do the single, which we paid for, and we're doing the single. And he says, why don't you just carry on and make an album? I was carrying drums upstairs and we were kind of like, shit, we hope we've got enough material. And any young band's career to be told, okay, you're going to make an album. This is it. We're on the road. Let's go. Welcome to Hell would have been a series of demos, but had Sounds not jumped up and down about our demos, then Welcome to Hell may have just sat as a cassette in somebody's cupboard. It wasn't down to us signing a massive deal. It wasn't down to Neat Records having any great introspection. It was just down to things happening at the right time. The guy who reviewed it was called Jeff Barton, who then started up Kerrang! Magazine. You get into music because you want to get somewhere, but things happen to Venom so quickly. You're carrying a bass drum upstairs to make a demo, then all of a sudden you're making an album. We're sitting and talking about what we would do to play live in a local church hall. Sorry, I think Abaddon talks kind of weird. When all of a sudden this promoter from Belgium turns up out of the blue and says he's got this gig in front of 6,000 people, and do we want to headline it? We assume that's what happened to bands. The second gig I ever played was in fucking New York City, and I've never been out of my hometown. The first gig was in Belgium. It was an indoor festival for 6,000 people. There were 2 other bands playing, a band called Pitcher and a band called Acid, both of which are pretty awesome bands, if people don't know. We were headlining that. All these people turned up, and they've got all Venom tattoos. The first single was out, the demo, but that was it. It was absolutely huge. As for what we were, well, we thought Black Sabbath was pretty dark, but they're not really kind of blasphemous. They've taken a good degree, but they're not pushing that little bit more. And Judas Priest were kind of great guitars and big motorbikes and everything, but it was kind of too camp, almost. I can still see where it fits in the heavy metal. It just didn't fit in with where we were going. somebody said, it was an interview, he said, I think Kerrang was out that week, and it had a cover of Bon Jovi on it. And the guy said, I don't get Venom. I don't understand Venom. He said, are you a heavy metal band? We went, well, fucking no. If Bon Jovi's heavy metal, how can we be heavy metal? It's so completely different. And he said, what are you? And the three of us, we went, well, we're black metal. We're speed metal. We're death metal. We're thrash metal. And he's like, whoa, wait. And he's writing all this down. It wasn't difficult to come up with all these kind of genres as a name because that's what we felt we were. And if you take a band like Pantera or Somebody Now or like Down or something like this, and you take a band like Dimmu Borgir, you say, well, they're three completely different bands, but you follow back like the arms of a tree and you don't get to Motorhead and Judas Priest, you get to Venom. And I've always thought that's where everything kind of splintered. So that was kind of the where we sort of were going with, all of this in kind of part one. I guess I wanted to talk now because we didn't really talk too much about it in part one. It'd be great to kind of talk about it now before we really get into black metal. But where do you rate Kronos in terms of metal vocalists all time and the impact? Like, when you start thinking about the influence of a guy like Kronos compared to
extreme metal
or just any, thrash, extreme.
I think him and Tom G. Warrior are probably right up there 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Not necessarily my favorite, but most impactful.
Yeah.
Tom G is more of a personal favorite of mine, and I think the more extreme end of stuff that I was into was informed from Celtic Frost for sure, but I wasn't aware of Venom then.
Yeah.
So it's like people that are really into, like, they got in at the Gates or they got in at Black Dahlia Murder. Like, they're both melodic death metal bands, but which started first? But I think they're right. He's definitely right up there, especially the way he. I don't know if I've never really seen or heard any Tom Araya interviews where he talks about anything about his craft at all.
I know,
but I feel like the way Kronos barked better than anybody until Tom Araya came out. As far as like how many words per second you could throw out, interesting like ways to phrase things that just sounded fucking weird and cool.
Yeah. Because Tom for me is like out. Would I call Tom Araya extreme vocalist? I don't know.
Yeah, he screams.
I guess he does. Yeah. But I think
compared to death metal,
is like death or something or black metal.
I think
stuff,
I think Venom, Celtic Frost, Slayer, those three bands.
That's the progenitors of everything.
Everything.
Yeah. But no, because the reason I was saying that is because Tom's like my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know if I prefer him to Tom G because I don't really put those two together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they're not.
They're kind of doing different things.
It's apples and oranges, but it's.
Araya's maybe the perfect blend of like right on the edge for me. He's my favorite, like right on the edge of like extremity kind of guy.
And
you can still hear what he's saying. You know?
And he still can like do the, he's got 1 foot in Judas Priest still with the, the screams and the earlier stuff. But the way he nobody sounds like him at all. Nobody, I can't think of anybody that's tried to mimic him. I don't think it's possible.
Well, he's about the most dark, foreboding vocalist that doesn't do death vocals. Like he's right. Like there's an intimidation with like what he does, like a sinisterness.
Well, it goes from him, and then right after that is Jeff from Possessed.
Yeah,
it kind of jumps that that thing. Which
although Jeff to me is almost like he's now has that like one leg and like the gruff, like he's kind of doing the early guttural stuff.
True,
a little, Yeah. So that's what I mean. He's like he's like right at the edge, Araya is. And then it's like once you go a little past that, now you're in Chuck or Jeff territory,
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, there's probably somebody we're missing in that evolution.
Yeah, I don't think Tom has really talked about as in high enough regard for his contribution to the whole thing. I know he's not credited with a whole lot of like music writing, but I'm sure that he's had ideas on how to phrase things.
I was
the
way
his voice is.
He probably is. It's probably left to him to like how to fit his vocals like in.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Carrie and Jeff had ideas like, "Oh, try this or try this," but
and the full like the Dio style full voice.
Yeah.
You could fucking hear the guy without a microphone.
Yeah. That's the thing.
But no, I think Kronos is he's right up there.
Sure.
I think the phrasing and that like the prototypical bark.
Sure.
Well, like nobody really did. Albert's mentioned that on one of the, I don't know if it's one of the,
I think it was the
Banger TV things or like Extreme Metal episode or something.
I think it was the Extreme Metal episode.
He makes mention of that, Kronos is kind of the first one to really kind of bark out.
Yeah.
it's still legible.
I was gonna say you can understand what he's saying. That's the crazy part about Kronos, right? Like, he's extreme, but like you can still hear everything he's kind of saying.
And there's a little bit of Jello Biafra in there too, a little punk.
There's definitely that vibe. Some Johnny Rotten Jello kind of stuff. So they did Decibel. Speaking of Albert, May of 2015, did the top 30 greatest extreme vocalists of all time, and Kronos came out at number 4. The people that beat him were King Diamond at 3, which I'm totally cool with. Peter Steele at 2.
Okay,
I'm cool with that. And of course, our good friend Tom G. Warrior at 1. So I think it's a pretty awesome top 5. Phil Anselmo at 5, which is maybe debatable. Corthon at 6. I might have put Corthon, swapped him out, but I guess in the 90s, Phil had a pretty dramatic. Like, you think of all the copycat bands that came off of like the style that Phil did, and it's like, okay, that had a metalcore.
And going back and I was watching this Gibson on YouTube. The guitar company has a channel where they interview like why can't I think of his name from Alice in Chains?
Lane or Jerry?
Jerry.
Yeah,
this is like last year or something. Yeah. But they interviewed Rex Brown. Mm-hmm. Never listened to an interview with him. Didn't really care. It came on. It was on YouTube and it came on like autoplay. And he's a pretty fucking smart guy. Like he's more musical than I would have expected. I just completely lost my train of thought of what the fuck I was talking about.
Phil, his vocals, maybe.
Oh, but just Phil in general. There's a lot of old footage of them looking back. How Phil was basically kind of like an acolyte of Rob Halford.
His highs are incredible,
and he was just like this kind of like teenage savant at the time in the band. And from him doing that to, even if it's not my personal taste, I can totally respect the going from that to like what they would do in like Walk, and then Far Beyond Driven.
Yeah. It's some deep guttural
shit. And some
of
the later stuff is almost death metal vocals, really.
I mean, I think I've said it before, because I know you and Chris were way off the Pantera trail by the time like Great Southern Trendkill came out. That record is like extreme. Like for its time, like that was.
It is for mainstream too,
and for being a band that had the cachet they had, for them to like go heavier, even it was like, okay, that takes some balls.
Is that the one that what debuted at number 1? Far Beyond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great Southern might have debuted pretty high, but I don't think it was 1.
But that's back when those lists meant something.
For sure.
Like that was moving
Jackson,
a lot of shit.
Yeah. That's that era.
So I get that. It's just not my taste at this
point.
For
sure. But he is, I mean, I've always loved the stuff he did with Down and things like that. Even if I kind of didn't, I was kind of bored with some of the music. I can respect what Phil's doing. But
sure.
But here's Adrian Bergrand. I think he used to write for Maniacs and maybe for the thing Popoff was involved in. Brave Words.
I think so. Yeah,
I think he's Canadian.
He just did the. I think he just did the review for the thing I just drew for Decibel this month. Yeah,
that's funny. But yeah, so he had this to say about Kronos. He says, singers have tinkered with vocal extremity long before heavy metal and punk. Alban Berg's groundbreaking 1922 opera Wozzeck was the first opera to feature an all-out scream. Blues singers Howlin' Wolf and Big Joe Turner developed coarse vocal styles to make themselves heard in crowded halls. Arthur Brown declared himself the god of hellfire with a mighty bellow. The legendary Stardust Cowboy shrieked like a madman on Paralyzed. John Lennon experimented with primal screams on Mother. Fascinatingly, it wasn't until 1981 that Conrad Kronos Lant became one of the first metal singers to adopt completely atonal vocal style on the landmark 1981 album Welcome to Hell. Like many young people in Britain, Kronos was disenchanted with what the first wave of heavy metal had become. Punk came along and kicked rock in the butt, and all the purples. The Zeppelins were dead on their feet, he says. We were left with a void of nothingness. The bands that tried to emerge from what was left in the rubble were the Iron Maidens, the Saxons, the Samsons, bands that really seemed to understand what heavy metal was supposed to be. The band that really got it the most, to me, was Motorhead. Something you can get your teeth into, bang your head to down the fucking road. I wanted to take that on board and evolve that. I didn't really have another singer that I could relate to. While his vocal style was innovative for heavy metal, it only happened because Kronos had the role thrust upon him. At first, it was very scary because I'd been thrown in the deep end. We had a recording session. I was the guitarist, then bass player, and the guitarist at the same time. I've written a song and I want to sing it. I said, why the fuck not? Do you think I'm a singer? I'm a bass player. I've never sang in my life. I had to just open my mouth and see what the fuck came out. My first attempts at singing were just trying to find what my voice was. Venom's first demo had the first song I ever sung, which was Live Like an Angel, and I was trying to hit these high notes, put Rob Halford in there, laughs. But I quickly realized I didn't have that vocal range. It did take a while to find my style that I was comfortable with, but really I had to dig deep and see who I was. I can't copy anybody because I have no range. So when you start singing, you find you don't sound like anyone else. It's kind of a blessing. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Live Like an Angel. That vocal line is so that's almost like the most complicated part of the song.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
that's the Araya like speed kind of part for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep. So then we're going to hear, we're going to start all this with King Fowley telling some really great stories. Then we're going to hear the Paratunes Bloodlust and In Nomine Satanas from the Bloodlust 7-inch. Then we'll hear from Voivod for the first time, Away, the drummer, and he's going to talk about the influence that Venom had, obviously, on them. Then we'll hear one of these Radio 1 sessions, Too Loud for the Crowd. I didn't really say much about that song. It's just kind of a nice little B-side.
It kind of reminds me of a Kiss song.
Yeah. It's kind of like just fun.
Fires you up. You know,
yeah, that's it. Thing. And then we're going to end with Teacher's Pet and the infamous Teacher's Pet. And
what year did Hot for Teacher come out?
84. We talked about that.
Okay, that's last
time. So this is going to kind of get there. I wrote... this is no Hot for Teacher. I said this is full, Pornhub fantasy, Penthouse Forum. And I said, as a teacher, take it away, Mark, because I'm not going to comment at all on this because I feel uncomfortable.
Of the time, it was like it validated like every kid's dream. You had that one teacher where you got like aroused for the first time. Well, I didn't.
Like I said, I'm sitting this conversation out.
Junior high science teacher is like.
I certainly had teachers
like
that
some fantasizing or something.
For sure.
But this is just, it's just that's all. It's that like teenage fantasizing going like. But the teacher's into it. Oh my God, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Teacher taught me masturbating under my desk at school.
It's I'll say it's got sleazy blues, killer Mantas guitar. Like, the riffs are great. It's a pretty wild song.
It's almost like I think it's almost arranged like a Queen song.
A little bit. Yeah.
It's pretty over the top.
So I thought before we go into this set, this will be the last thing I say, and then we can kind of hit the music. But this is from Dayal Patterson's book, The Black Metal Evolution of the Cult. And this is him kind of introducing kind of black metal. And I thought we've got a lot of stuff on black metal that we'll read in the next talk set, but I figure let's wet the whistle now. He says, spurred on by the positive feedback they were receiving, the trio set about building upon the foundations they had laid with Welcome to Hell, and a year later issued their second album, Black Metal, a milestone that managed to give give a name to an entire genre, with also contributing immensely to its development. To say that the band had, quote, matured would probably be stretching a point, but while the glorious anarchic feel of the debut album was relatively intact, the band had certainly refined things considerably. Kerrang's Malcolm Dome described the album as, quote, altogether more structured than its predecessor, and Gary Bushell commented in Sounds that, quote, compared to the DOA disaster area of their debut, this is almost considered. The difference in the two records stemmed largely from the fact that whereas black metal had been written and recorded as an album, Welcome to Hell was simply the demo tracks that the band had provided Neat following the release of their debut single. When Neat had suggested releasing the tracks as an album, the band were more than happy, but assumed they would be re-recording the numbers. Instead, the label issued them exactly as they were. In contrast, by the time black metal was recorded, the band had earned enough goodwill with the label to record it in a way that suited them, and the increased budget produced a tighter and far more powerful recording. The additional clout with the record label resulted in the band being given a week in the studio as opposed to 3 days they spent on Welcome to Hell. The extra time allowed them to build on the theatrical elements of their music, perhaps most notably with the memorable Buried Alive, an atmospheric, mid-paced, and surprisingly considered song. It was described by Malcolm Dome in his Kerrang review as, quote, undoubtedly the most frightening, effective horror rock song since the original Black Sabbath number. And I'll pause there because they're going to talk more about Buried Alive, and we'll get into that next set. But I at least wanted to introduce black metal a little bit before.
Yeah, I think that song really, especially when like Unanimated did a cover of it as well, and listen to it now like repeatedly, and it's that's not a hyperbolic statement by Dome.
That's a frightening tune.
It's great, yeah, and it kind of hits all those like everything I wanted as a kid is it right there. Imagine hearing that 8 years old or something.
I know.
Like, oh yeah,
scare the shit out of you. So, all All right, so here's what we got going on. We got King Fowley. He's going to do some, if you're not familiar with Deceased and King, if you don't follow him on social media, he's a storyteller. He's fun. Yes. He's actually working, he wrote a book that he makes reference to, too, and I want to track it down. Scott Carlson said it's a great book. But it's basically his like memoirs of like all his...
Who put it out?
It's a great question.
I didn't hear shit about it.
I know, so I need to find it. So.
Yeah, let me know if you...
But Bloodlust from Bloodlust 7-inch from 82, then the B-side in Nomine Satanas. Then we'll hear from Away from Voivod for the first time. Then Too Loud for the Crowd, the Radio 1 session. Then our first black metal tune, Teacher's Pet. Then we'll end with Mark Osegueda having kind of an interview with Jeremy Wagner.
Yeah.
on a jet plane.
On a jet plane.
A private
going
jet.
somewhere. Yeah. I'm not sure where, but it was nice to get that little...
It was
extra chunk
and
there.
Jeremy went to got a hold of Mark. They were hanging out, and Jeremy might be getting us something for part 3 too, with another kind of thrash legend. But Mark Osegueda, for people that don't know, is from Death Angel, so kind of part of that California thrash thing that was kind of going on. So get a lot of different perspectives. Canada, then you got from what kind of the
Bay Area,
where's Deceased, like Washington D.C., Virginia area, and then of course the Montreal and California. So lots of different perspectives here. So enjoy.
Well, my musical career began in 1980, of all things, with a band called Slack Tide, which was a friend of mine from school named Bill Ford. We were both KISS buddies in, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, and we were freaks for KISS. Well, he moved to Savannah, Georgia in 1980, and when he did, neither of us really played. We were the pool sticks in the pool table guys doing the KISS concerts in the basement, lip syncing a live 1, 2, whatever. And anyway, so he moved there and he said, "Hey man, we should really start a band." Because we talked about it when he lived in Arlington, Virginia, which is where I originally grew up at. And I said, "Well, dude, what are we going to do?" And he's like, "Well, man, you should learn something. You should learn a bass or something." And a friend of my mom's sister's husband used to roadie for Paul McCartney in Wings in the 70s. And he had a bass, a Hagstrom that Paul McCartney gave him that somehow ended up in my hands. Now, I don't have it to this day, but it was a Hagstrom bass that he used sometime in the 70s with Wings. Anyway, he gave it to me, and I tried to learn some bass. So when Bill left, we were into KISS, Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, Van Halen. When he calls me and wants me to learn some songs to come down there to Savannah, Georgia, to learn to play a show at his dad's, what do I want to call this, community, what's the word? It was like a golf course kind of place, like just a little, I don't know, a place where they got together, had drinks, and shot a little golf. They were upper class. He worked for Radio Shack. Anyway, not to get sidetracked, but anyway, so he comes to me and he's like, "Yeah, man, I want you to learn My Sharona from the Knack." And I'm like, "What? Okay. You May Be Right" from Billy Joel, which ends up being the first song I ever sang on stage. Love Gun, which was my thing. Trade Kept a Rollin' Aerosmith version, and Rock and Roll Fantasy from Bad Company. Okay, so I go down there and we actually play our first show. I did pick up the bass, 12-year-old, whatever I sounded like. Nobody recorded it. Mr. Radio Shack doesn't record it. Kind of crazy. But the pictures exist. Maybe you've seen them on Facebook. Maybe you haven't. Anyway, so I started playing then, 1980. Now, I was already wanting to go heavier. Like I had not discovered the magic of Black Sabbath yet, but I had discovered what I called radio metal, which would have again been Van Halen, your Ted Nugents, your Heartbreaker from Pat Benatar, even your Janes from Jefferson Starship were heavy, Barracuda Heart, etc. So I wanted to have this heavy thing. So I started getting into the heavier stuff, and then of course I got into my Sabbaths, and then my Maidens and all this were rolling. So I started buying a magazine called Kerrang, which was out of Britain. It was $2 at the record store. And I kept looking in there going, what's the craziest fucking shit in here? Well, it turns out the craziest fucking shit in there was this band called Venom. And I'm like, well, this is crazy shit. But where do I buy Venom? I'm in America. That must be only available in England. I'm 13 years old. So by the time I get a hold of this thing, it's the earliest of 1982. And 82. And my mom used to give me money to go up and spend money at the mall on the weekend. Well, here's the story. This is a good one. So I walked up, I took a bus up to the mall, got on the bus at the mall. I walked to the mall, got on the bus, went to the record store called Kent Mill Records in Falls Church. Went in there, I had $20, which is a lot of fucking money for that time in the early 80s. I saw Raven Wiped Out was sitting there for $3.99. I read about them as they were crazy fast, blah, blah, blah. And I saw, oh my God, Venom, Welcome to Hell. I bought them both. I took a bus halfway home, ran out of money, didn't have the transfer enough for that, walked it all the way home, got home, was just finding the magic of marijuana. Okay, I had maybe just a little bit of weed. So I went in my room, I smoked a little bit of weed. My mom, my family was out of town for the weekend. They were at the mountains. That's where she left me $20 to get to the weekend. Okay, anyway, so I put the Raven on first, and I fell in love with it. I was looking at the lyric sheet, and I was like, these guys are insanely fast. How could they possibly be this fast? Made it through that. Then I'm like, all right, smoked the rest of my weed, grabbed this record, started looking at it. I'm like, man, this is fucking creepy. I put it on. Sons of Satan came at me. It was like chainsaws fucking. It was just, and it was by now, it's 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Okay. And I'm like, oh my God. So I keeps going, all the songs. I'm like, this shit is crazy. I'm not even sure if I liked it. It was so intense on my little young ears, but I was like, it's definitely crazy. Witching Hour, just everything. And in the backwards of In League with Satan and all that. And I was freaked out. But the whole time I was doing this, I was in my little room and I kept looking over and I had the album cover against the wall. And I kept looking at that gold goat. And I started getting a little spooked out. And I was like, this shit is weird. So when the last tune came on, it was over. Everything got quiet in my room. And all of a sudden I was like, wow, this is crazy. So I left the record. This is weird as shit. I left the record in the corner and I got in my bed and I was just sitting there and I'm stoned. And I looked over and I'm like, man, I'm freaked out. All of a sudden I heard something in my attic, which was right above my room, right outside my fucking room. And I heard, and I opened my door. Right outside my doors where the attic stairs come down, they came down by themselves. So I have to get out there. I have to either push the steps back up and walk around it. But I just walked around those steps and looked up. And I wasn't expecting to see the devil or anything, but I was expecting somebody broke into my house, or maybe there is something with this fucking record. So I put the steps back up, went back in my room, sat there. Fucking in the morning, I woke up and I was sitting there and the fucking steps were had come down again. In the middle of the night when I left them, I'm like, fuck it, I'm just leaving them. In the morning, they were back up. Nobody was in my house. Now, it's one thing to fall gravity-wise. It's another thing for them to rise up on their own. I was scared out of my mind. Another thing I did before I went to bed was turn that goat record head backwards. When I woke up, that goat record head was back looking at me. No fucking shit. It was Sunday morning. I fucking remember it plain as day. I was in nothing but a pair of shorts, dude. I was so freaked out with the attic steps that I fucking ran. I didn't even go out of the fucking room. I fucking jumped down the porch on my second story. I was on the second floor and just walked the neighborhood until my mom came home from the mountains like 5 hours later. And when I came home, my mom said, hey, why are the fucking stairs in the attic down? Now, they were up when I left, so they came down again. And she's like, what, are you too fucking lazy to put them back up? And after that, I was freaked out. And I've always, to this day, I'm much older and I've been through a lot of shit in my day. I realized, it was just probably coincidence, goofy shit. But that's my introduction to Venom. Loved the fuck out of that record. Fell so in love with it and just fell hook, line, and sinker into that fucking heavy metal trappings, marijuana, Satan, girls, drugs, every fucking thing. And that was my introduction to Venom. The gateway band for me going to that stuff was still Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath became my band at the end of 1981. A friend of mine, Dan, we grew up together. We always went digging to his older brother's tapes collection, trying to find tapes we would dig. We'd go down there, but he almost always had just hippie shit, America, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, stuff like that, But he had Black Sabbath. And I said, let's put this Black Sabbath on. And we fucking hated it. And how we hated it was Planet Caravan was the song queued up on the Paranoid tape. Where like hippie shit, threw it in a corner. Well, in 81, we were going to go see AC/DC play. And my friend Marcel's, another friend of mine, his dad went to get his tickets, nothing but obstructed view tickets. I bought you Black Sabbath. We were like, Black Sabbath? What the fuck would we want to see Black Sabbath for? Around that same fucking time, the radio kept playing the song that I fucking loved. I was like, I don't know who this is, but this is the kind of shit I would want to fucking be involved with. Then one day they said, that was Black Sabbath. I'm like, that's Black Sabbath? And it was Heaven and Hell with Ronnie James Dio. Yeah. And I had never heard anything with them like that. So I went and investigated. I started stealing magazines from the 7-Eleven by my house. I'd skip school and go steal Circus and Cream magazine, et cetera, et cetera. And the next thing you know, fucking I'm falling in love with Black Sabbath. So I go to that concert. December 3rd, 1981 was the day I sold my soul, not to rock and roll, but to heavy metal. Because when he sat there and said, "Burn in hell with all of you," in the fucking heat of the concert, it was just me and Marcel. My first concert without my mom or my family there with me. We went to heavy metal hell. So that was my fucking introduction. But Black Sabbath was really lightweight compared to when I got to my Venoms, my Merciful Fates, and you know what it all became from there. I mean, I did a thing on an article in one of my fanzines years ago. Venom is nothing but Deep Purple listening to, lads. There's nothing, they're not the devil. There's no Knights and Secrets and Satan's Service with Kiss. None of that shit. There's just ignorant idiot people, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it was so unique as a kid because that Venom just really, I'd already been into horror movies and I'd seen all that kind of shit, The Exorcist and all that. So it was leading me there, but I wasn't going the satanic thing. I was just all in for, let's just be as outrageous and fucking over the top as we can fucking be, man. It was, the thing for me, and this is one of the things, like when people were starting to brag up Metallica, Kill 'Em All, fastest record ever, amazing. I was like, have you guys heard Venom? I was like, obviously they have, because Kirk's wearing a Venom pin on the back of the thing. I was like, Venom is the band. It's the go-to. This is before Slayer, all that. It's the go-to band. Whenever somebody, which we all started falling into speed, sake of speed, heaviest fucking band, like Venom. It was like Venom. I never said like Motorhead or like anything back then. It wasn't even Iron Maiden, Priest. It was, if you're going for the crazy, what do you got in your tape trading list that's like Venom? Then it was, I remember when Voivod came out, Canada's answer to Venom was the ad. Bulldozer came out, Italy's answer to Venom. Then Celtic Frost, Hellhammer came, and the ad said makes Venom sound like the Bee Gees, and because it was all about that. So they were the band that fucking were like, everything was about Venom, whether you liked them or not. There was people that giggled and laughed at how amateurish I was. Even the Kerrang, that which put them in every issue, they were in there somewhere because they were a fucking seller. Venom was. They were the go-to band, Then it expanded, and it was, they don't have. And then Metallica took off, and then Slayer. Well, they don't have the talent of Metallica. They don't have the actual speed of Slayer. But both of those bands were influenced by Venom. At some point there was a Venom, and it just was the band. Everything in tape trading after that was either they wanted to be Venom, or then they wanted to be Metallica, or they wanted to be Slayer. It was one of those top three were the ones that everybody was trying to be like. But Venom was before the other two, so yes, they were the one. I had heard Motorhead. The first time I heard Motorhead, I bought an album called Live and Heavy, and it was a compilation record, and it was White Line Fever. And I read about him, and I heard it. I was like, it's okay. It's kind of like ZZ Top. It wasn't that crazy. But then I remember we were up at my friend's house playing football at his apartments, and it was a car outside with a big old rack of cassettes, dubbed cassettes, and we just stole it out of the guy's car. And it was No Sleep Till Hammersmith dubbed on there. It was the Ramones in there. It was Discharge. It was all this shit, which got me to a lot of stuff real early on by luck. Saxon was in there, etc. So Motorhead, and all, I'd heard it, and Motorhead was intense for what it was. The vocals were like ugly and gnarly and all that, but when Venom came, it was like, whoa. So it was the band. We'd go to parties and people would be like, oh man, I remember this is my running joke with Metallica. I always thought they weren't very good. I've never been a fan. It just wasn't, I never thought they were heavy, fast, anything. Just didn't do it for me. We'd go to parties and we'd be playing our Hella Waits or something. And the girls would be like, oh, turn this off. Put on Metallica. At least it doesn't give me a headache. Play that Fade to Black song. And we'd be like, fuck you. We're playing fucking Venom. We'd put on fucking Heaven's on Fire, or one of the most sick songs they have. Sons of Satan was always a good one, So that was the one for like us, guys. There's a lot of masterpieces. Everybody, it seems like Witching Hour is the Paranoid of that album for them. If I had to pick one as the years go on and stuff, I would think, I don't know, what's in my one? I'm big on Schizo. I'm a big Schizo fan from that one. I love that one a lot. But it's all good. I mean, it's really just the whole record as just being played. And it's as the years went on and I got more involved and understood music more playing back now, it's really not even a full on heavy metal record. It's really a dirty rock and roll record with some heavy metal, trappings in it too. It's just so cool. It's so catchy. Yeah, it's awkward. The drumming's off in parts, and it's funny in some ways. It's and I don't mean I don't know how to explain. Odd is the word I'm looking for. It's the whole presentation is bizarre. The whole record is cool. I mean, even Mayhem with Mercy. it all works. It was the amateurishness of it. But it was also we don't give a fuck. This is us. This is how we are. It was, again, that fucking, everything is, we'll sing about whatever the fuck we want to sing about. If we want to talk about fucking jerking off to teachers or fucking, cutting off Jesus Christ's left hand or just any of it. It was just, it was so over the top and ridiculous. I mean, I know that's been probably said many times in these interviews, but they were just so over the top, so ridiculous. And you're like, man, this is fucking cool as shit, man. I can tell you this, and then not so much the earliest of Deceased, but a little later on, when I go for the, whatever you want to call it, the growl, the bark, whatever people call it these days, I just wanted to have a heavy voice. I was never trying to be the guy that's the muffled vocals of like your later death metal and stuff. I wanted every word to be able to be understood. So if you read the lyrics, you would hear me sing, growl, whatever you call it, say the lyrics. Okay. So by the time we got to Fearless on the Machines, which was 97, I was like, you know what? Like something like what Kronos used to do. I was like, well, he's fucking heavy, but every word is there. I didn't want to be, I didn't want to be that guy. I wanted to, sing the silent creature. And I remember when it came out, people were like, yeah, man, you're kind of singing like Kronos. I'm like, I guess maybe a little bit it is intentional. Maybe a little bit it's just coming out like that. And of course, with Silent Creature from that record, when we started writing it, I looked at Mike and I said, man, that intro sounds like Wasted Years from Iron Maiden, but the main verse sounds like the Seven Gates of Hell from Venom. And that kind of was what it was. I mean, as an amateur drummer starting out, I took the drums like out of the blue. I just said, I'm going to try it. I never was taught lessons, nothing. I'm punkish and different, awkward, left-handed, don't cross when I play. There was some of the Abaddon kind of connection because it was like, oh, I'm barely hanging on. The roller coaster's barely on the tracks, but it's right there. And of course, then I started precisioning up the best I could, blah, 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 blah. But that was all part of it too. And it was always like, you just got to fucking go for it, man. We got to go for it. That attack, not necessarily in the music, but in the making of the music was a big for us. And everybody in Deceased, huge Venom fans, huge. I mean, that's for us. I mean, that's where it started from all of us. Come on, turn it up.
I first jammed with Piggy at high school in 1980, and but by then we only knew like AC/DC and early Judas Priest, and it's the band really formed when Snake joined in January '83. And at this point, we were really influenced by the new wave of British heavy metal. But I would say the band we were listening the most to was Venom. We must have covered the first two albums, all the songs, just to forge a style. And so Venom was probably the biggest influence. Prior to Venom, it was Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Tank, all the great music coming from England at that time. Venom were a revolution in a sense. I thought they were the Black Sabbath of our generation. And of course, I knew the satanic lyrics were a gimmick. Mm-hmm. It was like, to me, they were like Kiss and they did everything so extreme. I remember every Friday night we were watching a video show on TV, and it's really where you could watch Twisted Sister or the Venom videos, like amongst all other stuff, and you had to wait 5 or 6 videos to see Run to the Hill, and Venom were just more extreme than everybody. And things were going really fast at this point, in the sense that in 1980 you had Iron Maiden and Judas Priest, but a year later you had Venom, Welcome to Hell. And maybe a year or two after, there were like tons of bands popping out influenced by Venom. So we happened to fit right in with that new emerging scene with the Bay Area thrash metal, and also the metal from Europe, Destruction, Creator. So we were really like part of a movement that was heavily influenced by Venom, which I would say with Discharge, were changing things a lot. But I think that the first band I heard that made me lean towards heavier music was Motorhead, for sure. Yeah, they were, I would say, they had like little interludes or intros of songs that were kind of creepy, and it made you travel to other places that were darker than the Dungeons and Dragons influenced metal I had heard before. Well, I think the first shows I saw prior to know Venom was Anvil. We were living up north in northern Quebec at this point, and Anvil came a few times, and to me they were the heaviest band around. And it was a little before Venom, actually. And I don't think they were influenced by Venom at all, but they definitely had a very strong influence on Voivod. And it's funny because they were playing like 7 days a week, 2 sets a night. And we were there. It was prior to Voivod. We were there sitting at the front at tables, and watching closely. And I think it was in 2010 we played Walkin' with Anvil. It was called Canadian Attack. And Lips remembered us sitting in front of the stage and everything, which was great. So to me, Exciter and Anvil were true heroes before I got to hear Venom. They were the main influence of Voivod, and the first review of War and Pain, they said we were worse than Venom, and we were so proud. And I had read an interview with Abaddon where he said that many bands were copying Venom, but Voivod was the most obvious. So when time came to play with them at the Ritz in New York in early '86, we were afraid that they would be mean to us, but they were nothing but really polite and nice to us, which was really, really cool. Well, at first, in the 70s, I was copying a lot of prog drummers, which progressive rock was really big in Quebec. So Christian Vander from Magma, Robert Wyatt from Soft Machine, Guy Evans from Van der Graaf, and Terry Bozzio from Zappa were my favorite drummers. But I discovered punk rock through the Sex Pistols, and then I started to copy punk drummers from the Damned, the Stranglers, and the Pistols, where I added more toms to my style. It became more tribal. But it's really in 1980 when I discovered the first Iron Maiden album that it was like a revolution and a spark where I copied Clive Burr a lot. He became my ultimate favorite drummer, along with Filthy Animal Taylor from Motorhead. And then Venom took everything to the extreme. To me, they were a punk band. They probably wouldn't agree with that, and I don't know. But they were so raw that you had to focus on the energy more than the technical side of their music. Although Piggy was a big fan of Mantas, and he thought Mantas was a great guitar player. I would say so. The blower bass sound was definitely influenced by Venom and Motorhead, I think. And Snake was influenced by Venom and Motorhead. I was influenced by Venom and Motorhead. Piggy was, so we sort of became a mixture of Motorhead and Venom, but we still kept our progressive rock approach to music, which we were a bit a part of the thrash metal scene that was going to explode eventually, although we fit right in. I loved the song Welcome to Hell, which we covered a lot. And to me, it just brings me back to my teenage room at my parents' place with the poster on the wall. And I would say for a year, I almost listened only to Welcome to Hell. It was, and I was watching the factory by the window, and everything seemed, it was a new decade, and things were, it was a Cold War, and things seemed to getting out of control. And it was a soundtrack for me to the early 80s. I will always remember these years. Oh, the speed they were playing at, really influenced everybody. And, in hardcore, you had like DRI that was they were going crazy with the speed. And in the metal scene, it was Venom. And so everybody at one point was trying to go faster than Venom until Slayer showed up. And then it became almost impossible to go faster than Slayer. Yeah. And also the atmosphere of the albums that was really dark, and the lyrics that, like I was saying, that brought you to very dark territories. And I even remember the drawings I was doing while listening to the band, and they were suddenly darker than what I had done in the 70s, I used to draw while listening to albums, and at first they were really influenced by Roger Dean, who did the Yes covers, and then but when I saw the first Iron Maiden album, it really how can I say, I went into the store, I saw the album, and amongst the other albums, it really stuck out, and I grabbed it before everybody could, and I was like, this is my new favorite band. I had no idea how they sounded like. And I started to draw more zombie-like characters that were a bit nuclear-like, because it was a Cold War. But when time came to do the War in Pain album, I had this in mind, that it had to attract the eye of the kid coming into the store, and it had to represent the music perfectly. So I sort of paid homage to the first Iron Maiden album for the War in Pain album cover. So yeah, I was always influenced by music to do my artwork. And later, when I discovered the Gothic scene, like Bauhaus, industrial scene, Neubauten, my art took another turn. So I was always influenced by I was always listening to music while drawing. So and Venom had a very strong influence on my art. Yes, to me, they almost seemed like pop art, but very dark. It was sort of minimal, but you couldn't help but seeing them in the store. And it was very intriguing. And you had to know what it sounded like, unfortunately, back then you couldn't listen to it online, or so you had to buy the album and give it a try. And so once in a while, you'd come home, and it was a hit or miss situation, and it was quite a situation because we had to hitchhike 500 kilometers to Montreal to buy these albums. And when we were going to see the early shows at the Spectrum in Montreal, like the Killers tour by Iron Maiden, the No Sleep Till Hammersmith tour by Motorhead, Girls' School, and so we'd go to a place called Rock en Stock, and they had all the new metal albums. And so we would, like, everyone would buy a different album. So we would, of course, we would go back home up north and tape it to each other, which is bootlegging. But hey, we didn't have much money as teenagers, I bought Holocaust, the first album. I think it was called Nightcomers, maybe not sure. And Piggy bought Welcome to Hell, and I traded it with him. Later, I kind of regretted getting rid of the Holocaust vinyl, but I was such a fan of Venom,
Jeremy Wagner with my very good friend Mark Osegueda of Death Angel, here to talk about Venom. For my pals, Mark Rudolph, Christopher Dick, everyone, Decibel Podcast, Rudolph Podcast, everyone involved. Mark, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You don't have a choice.
I don't.
You ain't getting out. We're at 45,000 feet, and you can't leave. You could.
I don't have no parachute. Yeah, right.
So, all right, just got a few questions for you for this special Venom piece. Starting with this. When the album Welcome to Hell came out as part of the new wave of British heavy metal, in your opinion, from what you remember, did that stand out right away to you?
Absolutely. First time I heard it at the Record Vault, a store in San Francisco that no longer exists. It was on Polk Street, and I remember I was shopping in there, and they had it playing over the speakers, and I was like, what in the hell is this? You know? And immediately it kind of caught on like rapid fire in that whole, I guess, pre-thrash or thrash community, like the beginning inklings of thrash, and just it stood out because it was evil, and it was truly evil and dark, and the production was still kind of, kind of lo-fi, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And it just gave it a much more dark feel than other things out there. And it wasn't just about rock and roll. It was about the devil, and that was just,
right.
In a very in-your-face kind of way. So it was scary in that regard, for sure.
Were you in a band then?
When that first came out, I'd yet to join Death Angel when I first heard it. But I was, I was, Death Angel existed when I first heard it, but I'd yet to join him. And I just remember that was, as soon as I heard that record, I bought and we didn't have the actual legitimate merchandise in San Francisco, but, stores like that, the Record Vault and underground record stores sold bootleg versions of the album cover. And as soon as I got the record for myself, I probably had it for like a week. Immediately I went back to that record store and bought the bootleg version of the Welcome to Hell shirt, of course, because it was kind of life-changing, to say the least. Yeah,
I didn't grow up where you did.
Yeah,
but I know the Record Vault because I see Cliff Burton wearing Record Vault shirt and Ron Quintana wearing Record Vault shirts and stuff. That's awesome. Well, the reason I asked you if you had been in a band at the time, because this is the first question in two parts, was with Welcome to Hell coming out and standing out, relevant to that, and where you come from, thrash.
Yep.
What was the impact Welcome to Hell and Venom had on early American thrash metal, on that scene that was just developing at that time?
I think a main influence for that was even topic matter. It went from songs weren't just written about heavy metal any longer. It made you want to write about the hell and the devil and whatnot. So it gave it that even more darker edge to it. Of course, we had Number of the Beast, but this was much more evil. Much more evil when this came out. And I think it gave people in thrash bands, I guess, it opened that gate for them to start writing about hell and Satan and whatnot. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's true.
It opened that door.
Yeah.
So back to you being in a band or bands. I know obviously you from Death Angel. I don't know if you had bands before that, but next question is, what direct impact, if any, did Venom have on bands you were in?
I mean, the direct impact they had,
maybe your bandmates or anything.
Yeah, for sure.
Or the band overall, or anything.
Venom had a big influence on us because at that point by the time I joined Death Angel, then black metal was out, and so we had Welcome to Hell, black metal. And of course, all that stuff seeps into your how you write, whether it's conscious or not. But a lot of it was just like we were more more less afraid, prone to, you know, veer towards darker lyrics. And that was kind of the main thing, because again, I can't say, and just like that, I can't say because it wasn't the technicality, that's for sure. No, but I mean, that's, you didn't listen to Venom to hear, you know, technical, you know, flash or whatnot. Right. It was just, there was a vibe, and there was an attitude towards it, or in it. And I think, you know, that's what transferred over to us. You wanted to make what you wrote about, if it was dark, believable. And, you know, Venom did that in a big way. You definitely, you know, feared what they wrote about. You definitely thought they, you know, had, you know, were in touch with the underworld in some way, shape, or form. Right. You know? Or were messengers from hell.
You just heard from Mark Osegueda from Death Angel there, being interviewed by Jeremy Wagner. Then we heard Teacher's Pet from Black Metal, Too Loud for the Crowd, the Radio 1 session, Away from Voivod. Then we heard the pair of tunes from the Bloodlust 7-inch, In Nomine Satanas and Bloodlust itself. And of course, we started with some storytelling from one King Fowley. I love the story about like him buying the Venom record and like the whole like haunting thing and stuff, like the stairs coming down and the different things. Yeah. I think even Scott Carlson made reference to it too. He's like, yeah, if you read that story in King's book about like the stairs. And so I think everybody has their own, you know, weird, I don't know. For me, it was Slayer. You know, for me, I felt like really listening to like Altars of Sacrifice, like something was wrong. Like something was like, I was playing with like a Ouija board. It was like that kind of weird, like what the fuck.
I think that I never had any musical kind of like nervous feelings like that.
Do you have it movies?
Movies.
Okay.
First Nightmare on Elm Street. I saw by myself. Like my parents were out at a dinner party or something. I was like, fuck, I can't even leave the room. Yeah. Turn all the lights in the house on, that kind of shit. But I've never had that with music, because the music, I didn't start listening to, I was so like, I think ingrained in horror and exploitation movies by the time I got into metal. Yeah. That kind of, you know, that was where I kind of got those scary moments.
What's interesting is you've heard my stories before that like, because my mom didn't like horror and wouldn't rent that stuff for me, I sort of went metal into horror.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. And then I became a horror fan like in my late teenage years, and then have just, you know, embraced it ever since.
Well, my dad didn't want to watch it. My mom thought it was stupid. So they would just leave the room and I would watch the most gory shit ever.
Yeah. See, my mom wouldn't rent it for me. Like
my mom would be out there and she'd, you know,
she was weird
blankets over her eyes or something, or if there's nudity, it would just, nobody'd say anything.
Which is why my babysitter would take me to Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. And then we like vowed to secrecy that we couldn't tell my mom that she had taken me to see it and stuff.
God, that first one though, I still remember like the scene, the, you know, bloody ceiling scene, of course, but the worst was the chick being dragged in the plastic bloody bag.
Scene. Yeah, the hallway.
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, or the scratching on the side of the house, like all that kind of shit. I was like, oh, this is all stuff that can be replicated in my day-to-day life.
Yeah, I think for me,
I was like 11 years old or something,
swinging, like singing the Freddy song, just like got under my skin in a way, because I was like, I don't know what this is.
You know, being 12 and seeing RoboCop in the theater, I was like, holy, this is like going to war.
Pretty visceral. Yeah. I think seeing Scarface at my grandma and grandpa's, like the chainsaw scene. My grandma like left the room, and she's like, should we be watching this? Like I was like 7. I was like, what am I watching right now?
I kind of wish. I think I had some of those moments, not scary, but like the big impactful moments. It was more like I felt like listening to classical music.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like big triumphant stuff or important things and epic things, but not like I wish I could have got more from metal outside of instead of just horror movies. But
yeah, I mean, I got it from like 80s hair metal, like sometimes like a Alone Again from Dokken, where like it would be like a ballad that was super musical, but like kind of felt like deeper than like your average ballad. I was like, oh, this is like, I'm feeling this. Yeah, there's something really powerful to this, you know.
When he played that live, he could not hit a single one of those notes. But man, it was fun to see.
It's very sad. Very sad. I know. But yeah, so we, you know, here we are. You know, we're finally at the 40th or 41st, if you want to be, you know, contrarian, anniversary of black metal, and we've kind of burst the seal with Teacher's Pet, and so it's no pun intended. Yeah. But here we are.
It's getting wet in here now.
Yeah, so, it's getting pretty wild. So, you know, again, there's a lot to sort of unpack here with, you know, what the context of black metal and stuff. So I'm gonna I'm going to kind of do my due diligence and share some kind of thoughts, and Mark's going to interrupt me whenever he needs to, or kind of make some sort of comments and different things like that. But the first place I want to kind of turn to is in part one, I read from this thing from Rockhammer, I guess, or whatever, the story of metal, 64 to 86, volume 1. And this is the section that they sort of did on Venom. And hang on, I lost my thought here. Oh, here we go. Black metal opens with a literal assault on the listener. There isn't even a run in the groove on the album. The first sound you hear is a horrible noise the second the needle hits the groove. If you're listening to the original vinyl, it does this anyway. It seemed that punk nihilism, the heavy industry of the area, a real desire to shock the listener out of complacency, and a vicious sense of mischief were coming together in a screeching sonic scree. It's kind of an interesting way of
I think that. Mischief's the key word in there. That's all Teacher's Pet's about.
Yeah, mischief.
Yeah,
for
being
sure.
contrarian, being like sticking your thumb in the eye of authority, or having authority be into you because you're a fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
jerking off under your
desk at school. It's like I mean, it's kind of like what we talked about with The Exorcist last episode. Like it's like stuff that was I can't think of the word that we used. Not cinema verite, but it's like stuff that was shocking. It was exploitative, I guess, but it was like there's a definite term that we use, and it's escaping me. But yeah, I think you're right on. The frontman cackles as he explains, quote, "That is literally a chainsaw cutting into metal. Abaddon used to work in a steel factory. I was saying to him, we really need to find this annoying sound to go at the start of the album. And he said, fucking hell, if you've ever heard metal grinding on metal, it's a sound that will go right through you. We took huge chunks of steel into the studio, put them into a vise, and away we went. It was a fucking incredible sound, menacing. But this was simply one of many strategies that he was using to make the record lively, unexpected, and unique. He took a more literal approach to spooking out the listener on the track Buried Alive. I came to the studio with all these buckets of mud, sand, and flour, and we put some microphones inside some cardboard boxes in a stairwell. Then we got all these spades and slowly started filling in the boxes with the mud and soil. There were a load of guys in the studio when we did the whole. We came into this world with nothing, and with nothing we shall depart bit. They were doing the crying and whimpering as if they were at a real funeral. And the funny thing was we had to do this a lot of times because no one was whimpering or crying. People were actually trying to hold back laughter. And when we came back to listen to the tape, the weird thing was that the actual laughter actually sounded like crying. And that's what you can hear.
That's funny.
That's pretty cool. Black metal as a genre would go on to mean many different things to many different people over the next 3 decades. But to Conrad Lant, it means exactly the same thing today as it did then. Quote, "It was our way of distinguishing our music from the run-of-the-mill heavy metal that was coming out back then. When people were telling me that rock was dead at the end of the 70s, I couldn't help but wish that most of it was because it was that fucking lame. Black metal was coined because I wanted to describe how different we were to other bands of the time, even how different we were to most heavy metal bands of the time." So kind of a little interesting kind of thing there. So
I'm sure definitely that's where Jeff Becerra took the death metal thing too, just to try to differentiate themselves from other people. But
that was it. Yeah. So this comes from Popoff. Hit the Lights, The Birth of Thrash, yet again. And this is Abaddon. All right. And he says, black metal is not a loud LP. You could hear the intensity and the angry intent, but it wasn't sonically very loud. The problem was money from our point of view, and from a record company's and the studio's point of view. We had to kind of work with what we had. That's no different than a million other bands who come along and start doing demos. They don't walk into places where you spend $2,000, $3,000 a day. The one thing about it that makes a song live or die, the one thing about it is oh my God, that doesn't make, okay, is it makes a song live or die. All right. The songs have to stand up by themselves. Okay, I get what you're saying.
You almost have to get into the cadence of the person talking.
Yeah, I know. And these guys have, if you can hear any amount of really great productions on band songs, when you listen to the song itself, it's a piece of shit. Maybe the playing might be more intricate playing in the world, or maybe the playing might be the most intricate playing in the world. I can't think of a more intricate guitar player in the world than Yngwie Malmsteen. But if he's not writing the songs, then he's finished. It's because he's not writing the songs. That was the thing about production on Venom earlier on, was that the song stood the test of time. The fact that the production wasn't up to standard was simply down to lack of knowledge on our behalf and lack of funding on the record company's behalf. The whole book was being written again because the people who were involved with music could see that we were different, whereas we thought we were just loud and obnoxious. I suppose every band sets out to be different, but with Venom, we did sound just like us. It was an insane thing, but it was just so different. It was just built out of aggression, not out of any musical integrity or anything. So it's kind of interesting, kind of, the circumstances, were kind of shaping things, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I think that's why these first two records are so kind of important to the whole like culmination of this entire scene. Like, it wasn't a planned thing. Like, they were kind of thrust into this thing and, young. And like, I think that's why those first two are so pivotal. And then, number 3 is not quite, it couldn't have been anything else other than what it is, really.
Sure. When we get to that in part 3, Mantas will talk about that, especially this title track, that was very much like Kronos' baby.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It's just like, I think that you're starting to be like kind of a separation between their writing and stuff. And
there's only so much you can carry on, especially back then, things didn't last very long as far as like Metallica didn't sound the same album to album.
Yeah.
Back then. Like to have this kind of high concept thing go on for more than a couple records for Venom, like how I get why they did what they did.
Yeah. Yep.
Like trying to move that satanic concept into something more grand and whatever.
But I think like it comes back down to what we talked about in the first set, which is that like, at the end of the day, no matter what, like Venom wrote good songs.
They were great songs.
And that's maybe the thing I didn't appreciate about them until we did this. Like I liked Venom, but I didn't really like, I think I always wanted Venom when I was younger to be like heavier because I thought the things that they're attached to are so much heavier.
You didn't understand the time at the time that was crazy.
And so like, throughout the years, I've come around to appreciating what Venom are, but I think I tended to, when I wanted songs like these kind of songs, I'm trying to think of how to put it. I guess like I got good songwriting and good catchy songs from like, your Angel Witches or your other no album bands because they were cleaner and easier to listen to.
Yeah.
It was harder for me to think about Venom doing similar types of songs, but it was just under this like gritty atmosphere, right? It was like kind of run through like
it's like the first Maiden record,
sandpaper,
but recorded from another room.
Yeah. So, so it's there, it's in the DNA. And maybe that's where, a lot of the feedback we got about part 1 is people not knowing really how to access Venom. And I think like to maybe younger generations, and I obviously consider myself not of the Venom generation. And I'm sure you consider the same.
That's their generation behind me.
It's tough, because your gateway is stuff that's heavier and you got to go back and like put those puzzle pieces together,
Yeah. Pre-internet, that was not an easy thing to do. Like you had to figuring out what was there was a stumbling block. Then how the fuck do I listen to this? How do I even find out who the lineup is?
Yeah, there's for sure that. But I also think like with Venom, that makes them stand out is their contemporaries at the time were writing cleaner songs.
Yeah.
And so like everything the other music of that time is easier to like access and like get into in a weird way, or at least appreciate from like the catchy songwriting standpoint. You're not looking for Venom for catchiness, but like if you look, you'll find it. It's just often you're not looking for them. You're looking for them because, these are the godfathers of black metal. And then you kind of get there and you're like, oh, that's it. Like, it's not as scary as I thought it would be,
It's not like discovering like, you just get De Mysterious, then you find Tormentor and you're like, fuck, this is insane. This is crazy.
Yeah.
But they're only a couple years apart. But yeah, you go from even Bathory, the first Bathory record back to Welcome to Hell. And you're like, this seems kind of quaint.
I was going to say.
That's why Priest didn't hit me until years later.
Yeah.
It seemed like, well, that's the heavy metal that I think is lame.
But I think like with the difference for me, and I won't speak for you, but the difference for me with like a Priest or a Scorpions or whatever is there was a musicality there.
Sure. Yeah.
And so like I could get into like the solos or like, whatever.
The
like
catchy
I could grab
something.
something there. Whereas like Venom's so simple, it's like tough because you're not going there for like the guitar solos, but they're also not as like quite as heavy as you think they maybe should be. They're not quite as scary as like Hellhammer or Bathory are.
Sonically, they're not as heavy as what stuff we'd already heard previously.
And so it's tough. So, but when you put it into context, then like the doorways start to open. You go, okay, like for this time, this is like
magical. I don't think I'd ever heard. Yeah, I might have heard like Anarchy in the UK or something at that point, but I didn't know a whole lot of that type of punk either. Yeah. To like what was the dividing line between heavy and then like extreme? It's very
absolutely
amorphous at this point.
So this comes from the history of Venom from the website, the Black Metal Gods, venomslegions.com, and this is an interview that Kronos did.
Printout.
Yeah, printout. Got a printout here.
You got
a lots of printouts. Mark can see the madness finally. It says the period of time leading up to the black metal era was quite infuriating for me. Why? Because I, as I said before, I was in the studio as an engineer with bands like White Spirit, Fist, and Raven, and they all thought they were the Dog's Bollocks. But I had found it odd that most of them were just trying to be like bands that already existed, and not many of them had much of their own originality. I actually got most of them signed as the label didn't have a clue about this type of music. I started working as A&R for Neat, and I'd go to the clubs around the Northeast and check out all the local up-and-coming rock and metal bands. I'd then advise Neat which bands I thought were possibly worth a single for the label. I'd also sit in on all the sessions so I could check out their potential or not. A lot of these bands were just local wannabe rock stars. They were getting their first taste of attention to test their merit, and unfortunately for some of them, it went to their heads. And this is when all the rivalry started. Some of them thought that they could treat people with disrespect. They all started stabbing each other in the backs, and it went way beyond a joke. The bullshit even came in Venom's direction with certain bands getting us banned from certain rehearsal rooms in the area. So I'd have to book the studios under different band names to get some rehearsal time until we finally ended up rehearsing at a church. It was the only place left who'd hire to us. I used to think, oh yeah, that's the thanks I get for helping you fuckers get a record out. But I don't really give a shit anymore. They had their chance to make a career in music, but they blew it. Now where are they? Their biggest enemy was themselves, bigoted attitudes and self-defeating principles. They were happy slogging up and down the country, hitting the clubs for 50 quid a night. But I was thinking on an international scale, even though I probably didn't know it at the time. I always thought the music and the songs were the main reason to be in a band. There had to be an energy that existed within the songs like nothing else, a new direction. I've been writing music and lyrics since I was young, and an order in which songs are recorded doesn't really matter. I could be writing songs for a new album and think, oh yeah, I've got that idea I came up with 5 years ago that I'll have to go at. So I guess, the book kind of gets into it too, the denim and leather a little bit, how Venom always sort of existed. It seems like on the outside of the Nawabum thing, and they just didn't gel with a lot of those other
and they didn't really like
Newcastle bands.
They didn't necessarily, some of their first shows, they booked themselves. They were like this cult of personality more than the other bands. I don't know if it was like, if there was any like resentment necessarily between other bands and Venom, but like that Venom didn't have to go through the slog of like, playing at the local, pub or whatever. They went straight to the Hammersmith Odeon.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So they talk about in the studio kind of putting some of this kind of together a little bit. He says, one day in the studio, the drummer was very late for the session. The guitarist and I were jamming through some new riffs, and I started to work the words out. One of our roadies came in the room and jumped behind the kit. We started to mess around with the ideas, and the song Countess Bathory was born. The drummer later came in, and we played the new song for him, and then he got behind the kit and tried to make up a new drum pattern. But the one the roadie had played worked best. He was furious that we ganged up on him and made him play the roadie's beats. He wanted to put his own stamp on the track, but none of his beats were working. He hated the song for ages. It's kind of funny. Mention of the old drummer brings up an itch that Kronos is willing to scratch. He said his role, and this is something Mantas also said, his role or lack of it in the songwriting process caused a lot of arguments in the band later on. You see, he never wrote anything, despite getting credits. It was always down to me and sometimes the guitarist to write the songs. Sometimes the guitarist part is where Kronos crosses the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that Kronos contributed like some, maybe not necessarily all the lyrics, but like vocal lines.
Sure. Yeah, and even Mantas acknowledges that.
But I think Mantas was coming more with fully formed songs than they would just kind of add their piece to it.
Yep. Yeah, he says, I would either just introduce a new song to everyone, or sometimes I'd go to the guitarist's house and share our ideas. He would show me his new songs and any spare riffs he had composed that he had wanted me to put lyrics to, and I would teach him the riffs for my songs, but the drummer was never there and never wrote any songs. So,
yeah, I think they said something basically equivalent to like, what was it? Like the, fuck are the guys with the swords? Three Musketeers kind of thing. Like they're young and they're like, we'll all just get, credit for all the songs.
All in together. Yeah, absolutely. I think the last thing I wanted to share before we kind of start to sort of set things up is the first song we're obviously going to hear is black metal. And this is what Martin Popoff had to say in his book called The Top 500 Heavy Metal Songs of All Time. And black metal came in at number 75, so pretty good ranking, right after Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner and You Shook Me All Night Long from AC/DC.
Oh.
And right before Bark at the Moon from Ozzy Osbourne.
Man, that's pretty good company.
Pretty good company for black metal.
Good on you, Martin.
And it says, this isn't Martin, this is like it is Martin, but it's all voting done by like hundreds and hundreds of different musicians and different people, and they composite a score. So it scored 567 points. So it was what this scored. Yeah. Black metal locks then veers for the duration after a short, pleasant recording of Abaddon chainsawing the studio door. That screeching sound you hear is contact with steel bolts. The track is seminal early double bass thrash, except the production values are so human and bass, it comes off as inappropriately quick-picked punk. A sentiment enforced by the happy bits of soccer, yabo, fish and chips melodies sprinkled throughout. Kronos does a nice job of laying out the band's shock, rock, and roll credo, unknowingly creating a huge, well-defined genre of metal that would heartily adopt its tosser, lack of comment more than a decade later, and make it serious church-burning business indeed. So, there you go. But, so that gets us into black metal. And what are your thoughts on this record? I know we kind of talked about it. Do you prefer Welcome to black metal, you think?
I don't know. Look, this is like full of some of the great songs. I think I prefer the production and energy a little bit more of Welcome, but
maybe this is better songs.
This is where all the songs that really hit with me, especially Buried Alive, Raise the Dead. Like that could have been a great EP as well,
for sure. Yeah,
which for years and years before, like I would just throw a record on and listen to it. I didn't realize that was two songs.
Oh yeah, because
the way together. It's almost like this kind of coda at the end, and then Raise the Dead kind of is almost. It seems like the spiritual successor of that.
It's altar sacrifice, Jesus saves.
It is.
They bleed right into each other.
Yeah. But also thematically, they kind of work as like this is this part, this is the other part. It's like a little 2-part opera or something. Yeah. It's kind of nuts.
Well, I think just from the very lyrics itself, there's sort of this like kind of call to arms on black metal, the song itself, that I think is really interesting. And you get that now. It's been around. It's been a cliche, but I don't know how many other bands were doing like a metal call to arms like this in this era. Black Sabbath really didn't. Priest did on British Steel, I think. With Metal Gods or some of that kind of stuff. They're starting to kind of do that. Certainly, AC/DC did.
Well, I think like Metal Gods though is also it's
like a sci-fi story, isn't it?
Yeah. So it can be seen because I didn't pay any attention to what the lyrics were outside of what I thought I heard. Yeah. And I thought it was just like a call to arms. It's about robots taking over.
Yeah.
So it's like, but Venom was never, this is totally that kind of like call to arms.
Well, because the lyrics go, black as the night metal we fight, power amps set to explode, energy screams magic and dreams, Satan records their first note, we chime the bell, chaos and hell, metal for maniacs pure, fast melting steel fortune on wheels, brain hemorrhage is the cure for black metal. Lay down your soul to the gods of rock and roll. And so again, it's like self-referential in a weird way, but yet it's also like inventing literally like a genre with this, and they didn't intend to do that. It just
it was more like them saying we're the best.
Yeah, we're fucking, this is black metal. This is its own sort of thing.
You think, what heavy metal is like, this is black metal. This is it, man.
And you got the iconic atmospheric opening with the chainsaw and different things like that, that launched 1,000 Dark Thrones and Mayhems with the sort of dissonance at the beginning. I mean, there wasn't a lot of metal bands doing dissonance. You had to go to like industrial music or like Velvet Underground or some of those kind of stuff.
Yeah, it didn't exist.
You didn't really get it in metal at this point. Metal was clean-ish,
Especially new album, it was fast, it was clean, it was precise.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is like them and Motorhead. Motorhead wasn't, they were raw, but they weren't dissonant.
They weren't artsy. And I'm not saying Venom are artsy. This is just like accidental artsy. You know what I mean? Like it's a happy accident.
And it's a higher concept. Motorhead is stripped down rock and roll. That's all they ever wanted to be. That's all they ever were.
Yep.
But yeah, Venom's definitely kind of they're definitely in a different realm for sure. They had really no contemporaries at this time.
Yeah. Yep. I mean,
you fake it till you don't really know what you're doing. You fucking fake it, man. If you fake it good enough, people are like, holy shit, man, that was incredible.
I know. And this,
I mean, like Tom's interview, him talking about hearing that for the first time, like how pivotal that is to like a young person's, like, if you're a musician, anything, like hearing something like that or watching something or reading something that just like completely changes your world.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen that much in people's lives.
No.
And it's pretty incredible how much that stuck with like Tom G's aesthetic his entire career to this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's still trying to make music that's like...
It's dark, emotional, brooding, evil in a way that's... His evil has changed.
Yeah, but it's like he wants to sort of challenge you and make you feel like on edge a little bit with some of the stuff he's doing.
With Triptychon, I would say abuse you.
Yeah.
Like pummel you.
Just pummel, yeah. It's sort of like... Almost like his version of like Funeral Doom, but it's not. Yeah. But it's like that same concept of just that like repetitive kind of...
The repetition, the blunt, like kind of blunt force trauma riffs.
And, yeah, lots of that for sure. And essentially it's this sort of like, it's also like a call to arms to like live for Satan's band, like to become part of like this evil movement of like evil music too.
Well, and I gotta imagine, well, as Mantas mentioned too, that like Kiss had a lot to do with their PR scheme.
Yeah, the Kiss Army. I mean, there was almost like a Venom Legion,
If you like, I know, like our buddy Chris has this irrational hatred of Kiss.
Yeah,
and says we've
worn them down over the last.
They have no value at all. I mean, he can probably get more in like Vinnie Vincent era stuff, but their swagger influenced so many people.
Yeah,
so many people. Just like what they looked like when I was a kid. I didn't really listen to Kiss, but I had Kiss T-shirts, and I saw Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park and had comics and that look. I was like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
And now like people seeing that, like, well, what can we do to do something like that?
Yeah. And you look at like how Venom looked with the fucking spikes and everything. And like Tom wanted to look that way. All the German thrash bands wanted to look that way.
Absolutely.
Slayer took from that, I mean, and once the doors open, it's never it's closed.
Manowar?
Yeah. Manowar. Right down into all the black metal guys. They're all dressing based on that. Sepultura. I mean, Sepultura got it from Destruction, but Destruction got it from fucking Venom.
And they couldn't afford to find bullet belts, so they had battery belts.
Battery belts.
Fucking love that story.
It's great. So then we go from black metal to Hell and Back, and I don't have a lot to say about that. We'll actually hear, speaking of German thrash, we'll hear from Tom Angelripper in between after black metal. And then we go, to Hell and Back, and I just said it's proto thrash crunch. Ride with Me. It's got that kind of thing, and a really fun solo for sure.
It's like a bridge song.
Yeah, that's it.
It's one of those songs where if like somebody had to go to the bathroom, like Mantas has to go to the bathroom, they could keep it going for a little while.
For sure.
It's one of those kind of songs. It's not like a pivotal song on the record, but it's fun.
But I think it's the bridge song to the pair of songs that we've sort of already talked about.
Yeah.
And that I'm going to kind of set things up here. So we're going to hear Buried Alive and Raised Dead. We'll talk about both of them, but I have some thoughts on both those from some esteemed colleagues. This is Dayal Patterson from Black Metal. He says, doing Buried Alive, we were able to push the boat out even further and get the engineer to do mad things. When we wanted to do the burial scene, I brought in a big bucket full of mud and some spades and cardboard boxes and said, we want to recreate the burial scene. So if we put the microphones inside the cardboard box and shovel the mud into the box, then the mud gets deeper and deeper. You'll hear the thud of the mud getting further away as the muck's coming on top of the coffin. And this guy's like, well, hell yeah, fucking great. The people in the studio were like, what the fuck's going on in here? You're turning the whole place upside down. But everybody was psyched. It was like, this album's going to be amazing. And indeed it was. Improved songwriting and musicianship, along with less noisy production, resulted in a tighter sound that allowed the songs to shine, while also exchanging some of the violence of the debut from the more foreboding atmosphere. I think that's a really good way of putting it, that there's more atmosphere on black metal, whereas it's more like visceral violence on Welcome to Hell.
I think so. I think the like what the UK was known for culturally, like from Dickens to Hammer Horror, was atmosphere.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they definitely leaned into that for this. And that song, like Buried Alive, is
for sure.
That's it, man.
Classic cuts such as the title track, Leave Me in Hell, Don't Burn the Witch, and the irresistible and much covered Countess Bathory provided killer riffs, memorable choruses, and spirited performances, even if the inspiration for the tunes turns out not to always have been quite as unholy as the fans might like to have imagined. Years later, when I met Dave Grohl of Nirvana and Foo Fighters, and later Probot, for whom Kronos provided guest vocals, I asked him, have you ever heard of the Magic Roundabout, the animated children's program? Because we wrote the song called Countess Bathory, which is a deadly serious Venom song, and the riff is the theme for the Magic Roundabout. You know, da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, and I asked, is this where you pinch the riff for the spirit of fucking whatever? Because it's exactly the same as the Countess Bathory riff, only backwards. He totally didn't get what I was talking about. Must be an English thing. One distinctly English moment that sticks out like a sore thumb on the album even today is Teacher's Pet, a bluesy number whose crass, tongue-in-cheek lyrics, which see the protagonist caught masturbating under the desk by their teacher, and chant of "Get your tits out for the lads," showed how the group's approach differed from many bands that would claim them as an inspiration. Quote, we came up with a serious band with serious titles, but at the end of the day, we're human beings, you know? We're entertainers. This isn't Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. This is a rock band. So having something like Teacher's Pet, it was the wink, you know, to show we were human. Like on the back of the first album where we had the message, if this album is warped, scratched, or defaced, please throw it away and buy a new one. This is pretty funny.
I mean, that's, you know, like you look at Kiss and then you hear Christine 16.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, there's like, there's a dissonance. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. This comes from the Metal Hammer article, which I don't know if we shared anything from. This is from a guy named Dom Lawson. It's from 2019, and it's called Venom's Black Metal, From Metal's Black Sheep to Forging a New Genre. And there's a couple little kind of things I think are interesting in this that sort of sets up the black metal record. He says, people might think we were living the high life, but it was shit, spits Kronos. Nobody understood our logo. Nobody understood the music. Nobody wanted anything to do with us because we weren't pretty and we didn't sing nice poppy songs. We weren't like Deep Purple or Iron Maiden or any of those nice little bands that you could play to your mom, you know? He says, for album number 2, Kronos felt slightly more measured. Approach was required. He said it was either release Welcome to Hell as it was or not get the album deal with Neat because we weren't going to give us any more studio time. But because the first album was doing okay and getting really good reviews in the mags and selling a lot more than any of the other bands on the fucking label, I was able to say to Neat, look, we need more than 3 days this time. They replied, right, you've got twice as much time. So it was 7 days. We recorded it all in 6 days and then mixed it down on the 7th, like a biblical thing. Having achieved notoriety in the UK and beyond with their rugged and militantly raw debut album, Venom could have easily repeated the trick. But even though black metal can hardly be accused of being sophisticated or multi-layered, it does capture the sound of a band relishing the opportunity to be bigger, badder, and more over the top than ever before. From the scabrous hiss that heralds the start of the opening title track, black metal was Venom exploring the possibilities of their own nefarious invention and giving it a name in the process. Quote, I'd been calling us power metal for years, and we'd been through all the others, thrash metal and all that. And then I thought, black metal, that's us. It summed up everything. Kronos grins. Here, I think he's going to tell a story here in a second. So I wrote the song Black Metal to deliberately be like, there you go. But I wanted there to be more to that album. I didn't want it to be another album of 3-minute bashes like Welcome to Hell. I wanted to show that we had other influences and theatrical ideas. Lodged prominently on black metal's first side, this was the era of vinyl and cassette, lest we forget, Buried Alive was the album's most adventurous piece, a grim, grinding horror story about a premature funeral embellished with DIY sound effects and Kronos doing his very best inspiration of a mumbling priest. I brought in mud, cardboard boxes, and a couple of spades, remembers Kronos. The stairs up the studio impulse were big stone steps going up 3 or 4 floors. 1 floor down from the control room, we put the box down, put a mic inside the box, and tipped all the mud on the stairs. Then we got the spade. The engineer Keith Nichols shouted go, and I started chucking the mud into the box. As primitive and improvised as it was, Buried Alive's creepy atmosphere remains one of black metal's key moments. The looming specter of death, thoughts of terror, and a faint hiss of mischievous blasphemy. It's almost a blueprint for the 90s black metal scene's entire aesthetic and ethos. Back in 82, however, Venom were really just dicking around. Quote, I did the vicar's voice, and then we needed some background mourning sounds because it sounded too bare. So we got everyone in, and we all stood around one microphone trying to make little whimpering, crying noises, but it sounded fucking stupid. So someone came up with the idea of sniggering and laughing instead. Like you're holding a laugh because you shouldn't be finding something funny, you know? So we did that instead, and it sounded fucking amazing. So the background noises are all of us fucking laughing. It's amazing how shit works, isn't it?
So I mean, I think Buried Alive informed a really big chunk of Mayhem's aesthetic.
Yeah.
Of what Euronymous was doing with those open notes and stuff. I think like that, the slower versions, because that's the stuff that always hit me. Like, the first time I heard Repulsion, the only thing that stood out was Black Breath because it was slower.
Yeah, you could like catch the riff.
Yeah, and as like a person who wasn't really like well versed at the time, like especially with Venom, like Buried Alive hit because it was like slow and atmospheric, and I could kind of like get everything right away.
Yep. I wrote about Buried Alive. I said, I'm alive but dead, awake but asleep. Like that whole idea of like, I mean, it's, to me, this is like an Alice Cooper song being taken to like the next extreme. It's sort of taking what Alice Cooper was doing, that horror, but this is like more unsettling in a weird way. Even than like I Love the Dead and some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean talking about it, my fingers, they bleed as he's trying to scratch through the box. Like there's much more of like kind of an evocative story when the Cooper stuff was kind of more like vaudevillian.
Yeah.
Vibe. The whole thing, but that stuff was
more
probably,
universal horror and
yeah, another 10 years before.
Yeah, 73, 72, some of that. Yep. And I mean, what's really interesting is I think you can also draw like a trajectory between the atmosphere. I know you said like black metal, but like I can hear some of this kind of like doomy, creepy, eerie stuff and like stuff like The Thing That Should Not Be from Metallica, or some of the slower Slayer songs, right, that have this eeriness to them.
Well, I think a lot
Spill the Blood
with Frost too.
Yeah,
like what they would go on to do, like more of like these big. I think just kind of like with the Into the Pandemonium. Like I think that's totally has like the trajectory is the same as what Venom did.
Yeah,
is like kind of push out but they're a little more arty
for sure
about the whole thing. But between the first couple Celtic Frost records, like they totally had the Venom trajectory, even into the stuff that nobody really cares about.
Yeah.
Cherry Orchards and, which I enjoy. But.
Yeah. I mean, we sing that whenever we're in Traverse City at the buying cherries and stuff like that, Yeah. And I mean, this is something interesting I found. I don't know how I remembered to even stumble upon this, but Decibel did a top 25 zombie metal songs of all time issue with Cannibal Corpse on it. Back in April of 2012.
That's a pretty svelte looking corpse grinder there.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good there. And so they did the top 25 zombie metal songs of all time. And they're in it. Number 8 is the sequel to Buried Alive, because Buried Alive leads directly into Raise the Dead.
Yeah.
And so they said this. They said Jay Bennett wrote this. It's number 8 on the countdown. Any guesses of what number 1 was?
For probably but Zombie Ritual?
Yeah, you got it. And then Eaten Alive from Repulsion, number 2.
Okay.
So Fearless Undead Machines, Deceased.
What about Autopsy? Is there anything
let's see. Slayer Live Undead's at 7. Autopsy's got to be in here.
I would think so. I hope so.
Got to find. Maybe they only did 1 per band. Oh, yeah. My Corpse Shall Rise from the Tomb Within EP.
That's a later on one.
Yeah. Interesting. But here's what Jay said about Raise the Dead. He said, though it sounds like Kronos and his Newcastle Goon Squad should probably be kicking some royalties down to Lemmy for this echo-soaked motor banger from 1982's iconic black metal slab, the sonic debt doesn't make Raise the Dead any less anthemic. In a stroke of inspired sequencing, it follows Buried Alive on side A. So, yeah, pretty fun. Yeah, in speaking about the influence that, this record and songs like Buried Dead and Raise the Dead and stuff like that had on like subgenres, certainly Raise the Dead, you could see that in the death metal with all the like talking about, zombies and things like that. But in that same Metal Hammer article, they get him kind of talking about the long-term influence of a record like black metal. And he says, everyone was sounding very different from each other. And that was exciting to me. He says, nowadays, when I look at bands like Dimmu Borgir, Immortal, and Behemoth, I love it because they've taken it to the point that we couldn't back then. Even if a lot of the music sounds the same to me. If we'd done any of that stuff back then, I think the government would have had us fucking silenced. Honestly, people would have thought it was the end of the world.
Yeah.
From direct descendants Hellhammer and Celtic Frost and the Norwegian scene of the early 90s to thousands of fervently pro-Lucifer contemporary bands, anyone and everyone that embraces metal's dark side owes a debt to black metal as its unforgettable rallying cry of lay down your soul to the gods of rock and roll. The classic Venom lineup would manage only 2 more albums before disintegrating amid booze, ravage, acrimony, and yes, they did later reform on more than one occasion, but they had already made the kind of juddering, unmissable impact that lasts forever. Quote, we knew we'd make something special. We'd made something special. The whole band were arrogant as fuck about that album. We felt that we'd put down the best record we could. I'm still really fucking proud of it. We are on a mission, heads down, and going at it like fucking lunatics. We wanted to shove the album down people's throats. When people said, wow, this is amazing, I remember thinking, yeah, of course it is. What the fuck did you expect? Pretty fun. So yeah, and we're going to be talking, not in this set, but really in the next set, about the legacy or impact that this record had on black metal itself.
You know, something with something I just kind of thought of was with black metal, where it had kind of like the double time drums, but like the halftime guitars.
Yeah.
Dismember.
Yeah.
Like there's so many of those kind of like things that would eventually kind of be perfected in death metal too, that I don't really remember hearing a whole lot in new album, to be honest. Like that kind of like double time drums and like slower.
There were like a couple moments on like a Maiden song where they'll do like the double time
but
thing.
Not like the whole songs around that. Like there's all these little things going back, and that's the, you know, half the fun of re-listening to the stuff in a, you know, more mature mindset with more understanding more of the stuff too, is like just how rich all this stuff continues to be 40 years later or whatever.
Well, I really feel like what we are doing in a nutshell, because I was trying to explain this to somebody I was recently been kind of talking to about like what we do on the podcast, is we're almost like metal anthropologists and archaeologists. That's kind of what Requiem's about. Like we're unearthing like the sort of bones of all of this and trying to like tell like a story, not just about what the thing is, but like the context of the thing, which would be the anthropology side.
Well, and how it makes us feel.
Yeah.
You know, like
that's we have the sociological part too.
We have we have historical, sociological. There's all these different like, you know, contexts of how
basically
we talk
social
about
sciences. That's all.
Yeah.
Our whole podcast is every social science.
It's the arts, and this is like if I could imagine what I thought, you know, the best version of PBS would be as a little kid, this is what it would be.
That's it.
Where we could talk about, you know, comic books and G.I. Joe, and, you know, we could talk about toys and movies and death metal, and, you know, bring in Velvet Underground every couple episodes, and like all this stuff is like that's all you could ever. It's like the best like stoner conversations you could ever want to have without being high.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, so we've I think we've set up black metal pretty well. So let's kind of get into it. We're gonna hear from Mantas, you know, some of his great storytelling that you remember from part 1 of Venom. Then we're gonna hear the eponymous black metal. Then we'll hear from Tom Angelripper from Sodom to Hell and Back. Then we'll hear from Ian Christe, author of Sound of the Beast, and also the guy who runs Bazillion Points, which
Publisher,
yep.
Yes.
Bazillion Points, which is what Denim and Leather, and I think some other books we've probably read from are published.
And some for the next episode as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll hear from Ian Christe again. Then we'll hear the pairing of Buried Alive and Raise the Dead, and then we'll close out with the aforementioned Tom G. Warrior talking a little bit about Venom. So lots of meat here. Enjoy.
It's a slow process for us, I think, because we were sort of in our own little bubble, if you like, and being brutally honest, you know, the bands that followed us immediately, you know, the Bathories and Hellhammers and all these, like, you could play any one of those bands right now for me and say, who's this? I would have no clue. Never listened to them. I have never heard a Bathory song in my life. I have no idea, you know, and partly because of one of the reasons was that I didn't want any of the newer thing that followed us to become an influence. I didn't want to sound like the people who were following us. You know, I had my influences, you know. Fucking Kiss, Judas Priest down there, fucking Motorhead, fucking, you know, the album Overkill. As I've been writing this book and I've been doing some analysis on some of the songs and the riffs and the way I play, that album had more of an influence on my early songwriting than I've ever given it credit for. And I was listening to it, and I was listening to some of the stuff that I've written. I was like, fucking hell. It's Fast Eddie. You know, that clanging down, that, you know, it's not punk. I was never into punk. You know, so I'll never say like, oh yeah, that was my punk. But I was never into fucking punk. I was aware of the Sex Pistols and the Clash. Didn't like either of them, and that was it. That was my punk knowledge, right? But Motorhead, you know, when I got that album, that Overkill album, and we used to play No Class, you know, which everybody knows essentially it's Lemmy's Tush, you know, but No Class contains a thing which I've used in multitude of Venom songs, and it's called a double stop, and it's essentially the fifth and the octave of a power chord. So it's two strings, two notes, and it's that down to down to down down to down to down down, right? Keep that tuning in your head. Down to down to down down to down 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 down. Welcome to hell. Down, 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 Die Hard, right? Down, 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 down. Leave me in hell. And I've discovered, I didn't even know I was doing it, but since writing and analysing everything and going, fucking hell, I didn't realise I did that so often. And even up to Ave, there's a track on there called, there's two tracks. There's Evil Dead and there's Forged in Hell. Got the same things. Same thing, it just seems to be a little bit of a trait of mine, but it's definitely come from Motorhead, from Fast Eddie. You know, even the solos, early Venom solos, I mean, I would never say I was a fucking lead guitarist, no, not in a million years, you know, but the early stuff, it was all Fast Eddie and Ace Frehley, you know, and I've always said, when it comes to that kind of stuff, I have got no desire to be able to play like fucking Yngwie Malmsteen or fucking Steve Vai or anybody like that. I haven't got the patience to sit down and practice that much. If I'm going to go in the studio for 8 hours, I'm not going to sit there and perfect one fucking scale. You know, it's like I go in the studio and that's my workshop. And all those pieces of wood that are around in the studio with the strings on, those fucking fiddles, they're my tools. And that's what I create with, you know? And I've always said, if I was handed a choice of two gifts, greatest guitarist the world has ever seen, greatest songwriter, I'll take the songwriter anytime, every day, you know? Because another thing, you know, if your song is lucky enough to get played on radio, right, a rock song or a metal song, but if they need and I've had to do this to Venom songs, like Venom Inc. songs, if they need a radio edit, the first thing that goes is the guitar solo. Yeah, because what's the most important part of any song? It's the vocals. Yeah. So no, it's for me, it's all about songs. I think it was that don't give a shit attitude. We definitely had that. I think it was like, you know, when we played Hammersmith Odeon in 1984, that was essentially our first British gig, and we had the audacity to go down there and check the fucking stage out to make sure it was big enough for us. You know, we'd never done a fucking show in our lives, and then going on stage there and seeing the fucking Mohicans, the skinheads, the fucking metal kids, all in the front row, all together. It was fucking brilliant, and I do think it was that fucking. I hesitate to say it, but that punk attitude where everything was DIY, everything was just turned up as loud as it would fucking go. You know, you're using too much treble on your guitar. What the fuck's treble? You know, it was that kind of fucking attitude. You know, it was like Spinal Tap. Everything goes to 11, you know? And I think it was the attitude that we had. Now, I did have a very interesting conversation with Glenn Danzig. Glenn had invited us as Venom Inc. to go and do the Blackest of the Black, his festival. So we went and we did that. And then he invited us along on his solo tour. He was doing, you know, Glenn Danzig fucking... And it was all big fucking shows in America. So, you know, it was great, you know. He's just a huge Venom fan. I didn't realise how big a Venom fan he was. So anyway, on the first show, a tour bus was parked outside. So I went, I'm going to go and say hello to Glenn. You know, I've never met the guy before in my life. You know, so knocks on the tour bus door, and this fucking guy who opens the door. He goes, hey, what do you want? I went, is Glenn around? And he went, who wants to know, man? And I went, Mantas from Venom. He went, oh, okay, 2 seconds. He walked in, fucking Glenn came bounding down the fucking, hey man, how you doing? He was lovely. He was a sweetheart, you know, a big hug and everything like that. We had this conversation and he said to me, he says, back in the 80s in New York, he says, your band saved my life on more than one occasion. I went, really? He says, yeah. He says, you know, long hair, everything like that. But if I had my Venom shirt on, the punks and the skins, yeah. I was like, all right, glad to have been of service. Yeah, man, without that Venom shirt, there was areas which were just no fucking go, man. I was like, wow. Even though I don't know a lot about it, right, and I don't claim to know a lot about it, but my opinion is the Misfits and that sort of punk thing, and, you know, well, dare I say the Green Day, Blink-182, all that kind of stuff, which was sort of American punk. Yeah, it seems to be a lot softer than what the Sex Pistols and the Clash were doing, you know? And I mean, even now, if you look back at the Sex Pistols and the Clash, I mean, it's as tame as fuck. You know, it's like, it was just shocking because it was back then. It's the same with Venom. We were only shocking because it was 1980. It's the same with The Exorcist, the movie. How many kids have said, fucking shit that? You know, not in 1973 it wasn't. Not when there was no CGI and there was none of this and fucking, you know, it was disturbing back then. And, you know, there's never been a film like it since, as far as I'm concerned, you know. And it's the same thing now. Would the Sex Pistols work now? Not a hope in hell. No. Yeah. Would Venom work now as they were? No, not a hope in hell. Because my opinion is the whole human race has become desensitized to everything. Because you turn on CNN, you turn on any news channel, and you'll see far more disturbing things which are happening on your doorstep, and it's real. It's man-made. Yeah. So a band coming out and shocking people these days, oh, fuck off. Yeah. You're just a band. You're playing guitar. There's a nutcase over there with a fucking machete. That's who I'm running away from. Some fucking band that looks like a bunch of fucking pandas. I'll just give you a bamboo leaf. There you go. Fuck off. Quite honestly, it still blows my fucking mind to think that, you know, that album with its, you know, essentially its simplicity. And, you know, even the album cover, it's a simple album cover, you know, the drawing, but it's impactful as well, you know, it does hit you. Song-wise, again, simple songs. And in the book I'm writing, there's a chapter called The Dreaded Second Album. Because how many times have you have a successful first album, right? Or an influential first album? In here, it's like, whoa, fuck, how do we follow that? You know? That never happened personally for me, right? Whether it was ignorance or fucking youthful arrogance or just fucking didn't give a shit, I don't know. All I did was I just continued with what I was doing. Like I said, Buried Alive and Raise the Dead, they were written before Welcome to Hell. You know, one of the songs which was debuted before the album, before black metal came out, was Leave Me in Hell. We played that in Popperinger in 1982, I think it was, and we played it live. I can still remember taking the music for that one into a school hall on the south side of the River Tyne. There was a school hall we were rehearsing in for a short time. I'm sure it was called Hebburn High School. And I can remember this day taking this new riff in, and it was Leave Me in Hell. And again, I took that riff in, and I took the music in, and Kronos had his little file with sketchpad lyrics or just lines or whatever, you know. And as I was playing da-da-dam, dam-da-dam-da-dam-da-dam, he went, Midnight, 666, and the song was born. It was as quick as that. There was no deliberation about it. There was no rearrangement. There was no, well, what if we put this part here or that part there, you know? And sometimes now with songwriting, I think it would be nice to get back to that naivety sometimes, you know, that simplicity. Whereas today, you know, writing the new Venom Inc. album, if I had wrote that riff today, I would have probably listened back to it and went, no, delete. You know? But looking at the impact, Roofy, what do you want to say? Huh? You got an opinion on black metal? looking back on it, it's like nobody could have predicted what's happened with that album, good or bad. Because, I mean, let's face it, there's been a lot of fucking stupid things which have happened in the name of black metal. It's ridiculous,
It's a masterpiece, definitely, And all the time when I listen to this album, also black metal, all the remembrance coming back, There was a lot of emotions around this album, And yes, I think it's still the heaviest album in the world, I think you couldn't make it heavier than this album, in my opinion. And it's still, I never stopped listening to this music, I remember when we've been in my own apartment, we listened to the heaviest music it's possible. We listened to punk music, and we listened to underrated bands, the first time my guitarist came was Anti-League and Exploited, stuff like this, or Discharge, the punk bands, And Venom was a mixture between heavy metal and punk music. And there was the perfect combination, you know, for two different music styles, you know. It was always, we had so many good times with these albums, you know. Yeah, there was so much punk riffs in it, you know. And but I think if you listen to the Venom records, the first ones, you know, the arrangement is perfect, you know. It's not so simple as the people say, you know. It's not music, you know, just noise, you know. They couldn't play their instruments. That's wrong, you know. If you listen to the arrangements and how they build a song and how they put a song together, you know, it's amazing, you know. It's very old school. I wish that more bands write songs like this. And Sodomist the band, we covered a lot of Venom songs, you know. On the last album, Genesis 19, we covered Leave Me in Hell. But it's not on the album, you just find it on YouTube, you know. Because we all, my guitarist Jörg is a big Venom fan, and also Frank Blackfire, you know. I think 1000 Days in Salem is great. So back in the night, we covered this song with Abaddon on the drums, you know. We always been in contact, you know. The first time I see Venom live was, I think, in 82, 83 in Belgium. It's a pop ring festival, you know. And then we met Venom the first time, it was 82 in Eindhoven, you know. And they get a signing session there, you know. That was amazing, you know. Also, if you go to Holland, you know, we got always some copies earlier than in Germany, you know. And I got some singles. I still have my 7-inch singles. I don't have sell it, you know. I still have it, you know. And I have some Bloodlust single, you know. I get in Holland. I went by motorcycle to Holland and get this copy of a 7-inch, you know. Everything, you know. It's amazing. Yeah, I think the vocals. You know. I think Kronos is one of the best vocalists in this genre, you know. If you talk about thrash metal or whatever, you know. I think the sound, you know, and I was so inspired because this are just a 3-piece band, you know, like Warhead in the beginning, or like a Tank from England, you know, and they make so much noise with one bass guitar, you know. That was always something I was really interested in, and I never talked to Kronos how he get a bass sound, you know, on this, especially on the first 2 records, you know, on the black metal, the bass sound is louder than the guitar, which I really like, you know. And nowadays when we start recording songs, you know, and I want to push the bass louder, and the producer said, no way, you know, it's just a bass guitar, you know. But I know you cannot replace a second guitar with a bass guitar. You can fill all the holes if you just have one guitarist, you know. The bass sound and the vocals, it's, in my opinion, it's the Venom trademark, you know. Then I saw the Venom the first time. I remember they had a tape with 2 video clips on it. There was Witching Hour and Bloodlust on a tape. Mm-hmm. And I paid in Holland for somebody who had an original copy, 200 marks for just 2 songs, you know. I paid the price to get it. You know? And I saw the first time Venom acting on stage, you know, on a video clip, you know, on a live set, you know. That was amazing, you know. That what I thought, I want to do exactly the same, different music, but the same, I can't describe, but the same stage acting, you know, the same performance on stage, you know. I think it's a little bit different to Welcome to Hell, in my opinion. But the productions, it's better, in my opinion, but the songs are great, you know. And I think I cannot compare the first 2 records. I think they are both the best one they ever released, you know. And a black metal, I remember I get the copy also from Scotty from a record store, you know. And I came back home, you know, and my father wasn't at home, you know. And I put this record on a record player from my father, which is a big hi-fi stereo sound, you know. And I was amazed about this sound, you know. And also the songs, you know, black metal, Countess, Bathory, Leave Me in Hell are the best Venom songs ever. And yes, this album, and that was the first time people talk about black metal, you know. But they knows about black metal. What is black metal, you know? And Venom this album was a trademark, and was this also the spark to the powder cut for the whole black metal scene nowadays. Mm-hmm. If you listen to Bathory, for example, it's I like Bathory, you know, but it's a Venom copy, different music, you know. We don't want to copy any other bands. Tom G told You know that Welcome to Hell was inspired him to make music. It's still one of his favorites albums. My top 10, there is the Venom album. You know?
Satanic queen, traveling at the speed of light, all things never seen. Arming up with Lucifer, Belial on my back. I have swam the lake of flames, walked forbidden tracks to hell and back to hell and back. Trance, president and godly birds, mutants fight in pain. I'm possessed by hell itself. I'm the man insane. To hell and back. To hell and back. With me, hell's my final home. If you wish to live for night, watch the demons roam. Holding high the Southern Cross, watch the mortals bleed. Drink the blood and feel my wrath, watch the mutants breathe. To hell and back. To hell.
It's Venom, you know. Venom, to me, it's the Ramones. It's not for me. My heart doesn't pound faster for the Blitzkrieg Bop. It's for In League with Satan, 1,000 Days in Sodom, Countess Bathory. It's not overly complicated, but it's effortlessly musical, just endlessly flowing, super fun and over the top, and really represents the gusto, wildness, and freedom and enthusiasm. That's why I turned to heavy metal anyway. That's what I want out of a metal band. I want Venom.
We are brought forth unto this world with nothing, and with nothing we depart. So I commend this body to the ground with loving remembrance. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes. Dust to dust.
is cold, but my heartbeat goes on and on and on. They lower me down into that hole in the ground. I scream out for help, but they hear not a sound. I tear at the lid, my fingers they bleed. Is this happening to me, or is it just a dream? Summon the dead, Baphomet's call. Blood on my hands. Let me
I have to say, everybody in Hellhammer at the time, we loved all black metal. We went to the record store like every day when we found out they would come out. We went every day and asked, "Did you receive it yet?" Everybody bought a copy. We ran home. We listened to it, and we loved it, and we loved the whole presentation and so on. But there was also a strange underlying feeling of realizing this band is now developing and becoming more professional, which, of course, seems to be a good thing. But I personally, to this day, slightly prefer Welcome to Hell because it's more raw. And I know Venom themselves are quite unhappy with that Welcome to Hell is so raw. I think for them, probably the ultimate early Venom album is Black Metal. But to me, Welcome to Hell, because of its radicalness, because of its closeness to the punk approach, is the more important album. Hellhammer was much more influenced by the first album than the second. But again, I have to say, we're talking about details. Of course, the first albums are an entity, and Black Metal was more of the same, slightly more accomplished, but they were still radical versus some of the later albums. They were still absolutely radical, and that even at the time that Black Metal was released, no other band could touch them. It was magical because due to the simple fact that at the time there was no internet, there was no Wikipedia, there was no YouTube. The only information one could gather as a diehard fan of Venom was what was on the back of the album, what was in the lyrics, and the few very brief articles that were to be found in Kerrang! Magazine. Everything else we had to piece together in our minds. And of course, in our minds, that band had taken on a magical, mystical shape. We took it very serious. During the first two albums, we believe they are really like that. They are Satanists, they mean it, and that makes them so radical. And so this magic element, this element of not knowing and thinking this band is so mysterious. This band is full of, it's an enigma, this band. Where did they learn to play this music? What gave them these ideas? You had to complete it in your head, and being similarly radical, all of us pictured something completely supernatural, I guess. And the second thing that I think is that why they became an influence on Bathory and Merciful Fate and us. And I think the second significant thing is that Venom were absolutely fearless. Everybody back then tried to have a really good production and tried to be proper and professional, and Venom didn't seem to give a toss about that. They wanted to be radical, and they did it. It was obvious from listening to that music in the context of the other music available at the time that they didn't give a shit about traditions and conventions. They were completely fearless. And I think that's one of the most significant influences. You have to understand that we're talking about young men, both Venom and all the followers. Young men full of testosterone, a bit of machoism, wanting to be recognized, wanting to prove that in spite of being young, we are men. We want to be heard, we want to be seen, we want to prove our place in the world. And Venom was just perfect for this juvenile attitude. Because to us, they were like, wow, look at them. They look evil and they're fearless and they go out there. And of course, all of us follow-up bands wanted to do the same. Venom were ahead of us by a year or two. But of course, there was other people around the globe who had a similar radical frame of mind. Mm-hmm. People of Slayer or people of Merciful Fate and so on. And once we all saw that gate, that it was possible to open that gate, I think we all drew inspiration from that. We're like, okay, they proved it's possible. They proved you can find a record company. They proved you can find a market. We want to do this too. It basically, for us all who were of a similar mindset, that there was a band who was a little ahead, because basically they were the flag bearers and we looked up to them. We're like, okay, we want to join them. I think Venom, more than any other band, also defined the point where heavy metal began to develop subsections. Until Venom, most of us and most of the metal fans that I knew, they listened to Motorhead but also maybe Foreigner and everything in between, AC/DC, and that was normal. You know, you could listen to a wide variety of metal from heavy to more commercial, and you're a metal fan. That's it. But then Venom came out, and a lot of metal fans didn't understand this or didn't like it. And you could also read it in a magazine that metal journalists who had a long history of listening to metal said, "Oh, this is not music, and this is shambles," and so on. And so that's really when it started to divide, and there became what later became like the black metal scene or the extreme metal scene, and you know, Venom were so extreme that it was not listenable to all the metal fans, and thus started the extreme metal scene that distanced itself from all the rest. They were really the root of that. When I listened to Venom's early albums, I'm instantly back in that place. This was so important that it's like ingrained in me. It's like a movie, and I can listen to the entire first album, and I'm right back. I smell the rehearsal room of Hellhammer, and I know exactly the darkness in the rehearsal room and how he made it look dark and evil. It's instantly there. And I love still the entire first album. And from the second album, probably my favorite songs are The Hell I'm Back, or Leave Me in Hell, and also Raise the Dead, even though I prefer the demo version of Raise the Dead because it's even more underground. I mean, there isn't really a bad song in the first two Venom albums.
That was Raise the Dead, Buried Alive, To Hell and Back, and of course, black metal to sort of get things started. And we just heard from Tom G. Warrior there. God, it's.
I got to ask you, how was it? Were you nervous talking to him at all?
I was the most nervous talking to Tom.
That's what I would, because he's kind of like one of my like all-time heroes.
It was weird because I was at Chris's house in North Carolina, and Chris was out in like the other room.
I didn't realize
and
that.
Like I had to go into like the side room in their house and like shut the door. And I was like, "Okay, guys, I'll be back in a little bit." Yeah. And I just didn't know how it was gonna go. And Tom's so, you know, like Swiss mentality is like German mentality. They're introverts, not extrovert type people. Whereas like, you know,
get behind that
I lived in Italy, so like I'm used to like more of the extrovert European kind of mentality a little bit. And so he's very measured and like careful, but like when he's excited,
respectful.
When he's excited, it's like you like can see it in his eyes, but it doesn't always like come out. But he was like, I could tell how happy he was to be having the conversation, but if you listen to his tone, he doesn't really like change his tone much.
Well, watching the video where he's talking, that's one like the clip that I pulled from the opening of the show, where he's like, you know, all extreme metal owes the debt to Venom. Like he's so emphatic, and like that's his like really like he kind of gets, you can see him get a little amped.
Yeah.
But when which we didn't put into the episode, but Jason's talking about, do you know about the book that you know, Mark from Decibel did about?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very aware of this. Where, you know, I've got him being kind of a sycophant to Geiger, and like there's a bit of a
and there's that scene where he's visited by Kronos in the dreams, right?
Well, I think
and all that.
Yeah,
cool.
I don't think he appreciated. I think at first before he had this kind of turnaround in the last couple of years where he has a little bit more of a sense of humor, I think he didn't know what to think of it.
Got it.
Because I was
gonna say, have you had correspondence with him about that?
Well, I had the book at Maryland Death Fest, and I was texting him back and forth or messaging through Facebook.
Yeah.
And we were going to meet up, and I was going to give him the book. And because before I'd already given it to Martin, and he thought it was a blast. You know, and then he sent me like an autograph copy of Monotheist and shit, and he had a good sense of humor about it. And when Tom said that, it was like a very diplomatic way of, yes, I'm very aware of this.
Yeah.
But it's like I've got a fucking tattoo of the Celtic Frost, you know, thing. Like I love that band more than anything. I don't know if I ever want to be in a room and talk with him
because you're just nervous of how he'll react.
Well, just that, like, what do I say to the guy?
Yeah, I know. It's very
like he means so much to me that in his music, immediately when I heard it as a kid, means so much to me. I don't know what the fuck I could say. So you did a great job interviewing.
I
could see your little. a little nervous, but it was
way
like
nervous.
Out of all of them, that was the one where I was like, man, that's the big one, man.
I did not,
because Mantas was so like,
Mantas I just let him talk. I didn't have to like guide him. He was super excited.
Yeah,
I could talk the talk a little bit with him, but like all I wanted is I just didn't want it to become like Chris Farley Saturday Night Live. That's all I wanted. I just didn't want to be like Paul McCartney. Like, remember?
Cool, man. Remember that?
Remember when you did that? That was cool. Yeah. So like, I was just very.
No, I think he was very I think he really respected what you were trying to get out of him too.
I hope so,
because I don't think anybody asks him that kind of shit.
That's what my hope was with all these interviews. Was like, okay.
They're usually talking about themselves, not
like,
about another
There's
band.
a chance to like nerd out about like your childhood a little bit. And like, you know how excited we get to talk about that stuff. That's what half this fucking podcast is.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's like something visceral for people. And I think that's what was so cool about this. I hope that comes out to the people listening to these episodes is these are people that are also fans of music. You know, they're popular musicians, but they're also like, they're fanboying over Venom. Right, the way we fanboy over, you know, Paradise Lost or Catatonia or something like that. Drink up for people.
Exactly.
So we haven't gotten any in there yet.
I don't think we got any.
Oh no, we did. I was made the icon draconian thing in one of the earlier sets.
With the first episode, we didn't get any Catatonia.
Somewhere. Okay. I'm sure it came up. Someone will let us know. You know,
new records are right. I don't know if you listened to it or not.
What's that? The new
Catatonia record.
I've listened to the new single. It's better than the first one they released. I think
it's okay, but I'm not going to buy it.
Really,
I'm still kind of.
I get it. But
I'm going to be. I like that host record.
I'm going to be the host record's great. I'm going to be the Catatonia. It's like anathema. I'm going to be the guy still buying like host and stuff like you were Paradise Lost. I'll try. I'll get there.
I just want just do something crazy out of left field, man.
I know. I really hope they do. So I feel like maybe their best ideas were in Bloodbath or something like the last 10, 15 years or something. You know what I mean? Like where maybe that's where like their extremity kind of went into.
Or not even, I don't even care about extremity. I want something to come out of left field.
Sure.
Like just do something fucking bonk. But it's, it's like, this is what they're making their money at. They're making a living at. Like, you don't, if you're a plumber, you don't go out and try to do like extreme plumbing that's on the verge of, people understanding it. Like you got a formula and people like what you do and this is what they expect. And I get it. I just would like something a little more out there.
I've liked some of the things that they've done, like when they've done like electronic like remixes and stuff. Like they did that whole trip hop version of a song from Great Cold Distance. And I loved it. It reminded me like Portishead, very dark. It's like, this could be like a avenue they could go into a little more, but I
just want a little more guitar.
Yeah,
I want some mournful guitar. That's what I always loved about them, and just the weird off-kilter vocals and stuff. But just give me a little more of that sad guitar.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I mean that would certainly scratch my itch. It's like I
don't need death metal.
They're like
vocals.
the people they're like that band I never want to quite give up on.
I never do, but I don't follow them very closely because it makes me angry.
They're like that whole like high school like girlfriend that I'm still like like a pining. Just come on, like maybe
still getting beaten by her husband, like who's the quarterback,
quarterback or something, something like that. But yeah,
whoever said, I don't remember who said that, but talking about like bands that you love so much, but it's like watching your high school girlfriend being beaten by her husband or something.
Yeah, or like date an asshole or something.
Yeah, like that totally like nailed. It sounds like a Jeff Wagnerism or something.
No, but I feel that way with like Opeth. Like I understand what Opeth's doing the last decade or whatever, and I'm fine with it if that's what they want to do. And it's very competent, it's very musical, it's very interesting. But like I'll never ever feel that way. The way I felt from like from Orchid through like Ghost Reveries or stuff, or Watershed even. But Watershed's
it. And as far as modern Opeth for me,
so it's a bummer. And I'll try because I'm always like Wagner. I'm always willing to like give Voivod their Angel Rat, and see where it goes, because it could be Angel Rat, or it could just be what like Catatonia has been doing. It's kind of just the same old. But no, I think out of all the interviews, I think you nailed it. I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't really talk too much about it, but I think that was the one I was like the nerve.
Yeah, I would have been sweating that one hard.
And it was like that was the first really one. Well. That was the crazy part. It's like that's where the whole thing started.
Because right around those Thanksgiving-ish.
Yeah, if I had done that like after I'd done some of these other ones, like I would have maybe been in form a little bit more. But I was just like, that was me. Like the gun went off at the race. It's like, okay, here we go. Like I gotta do this. And
there's a lot of. I mean, that's an important band for you as well.
And I also didn't know what this was going to look like yet. Like I had an idea of what I thought this could be, but I didn't know who we were going to get involved. So I didn't know how big this was going to get and like what the shape of the interviews needed to be. So that's why I tried to ask a lot of the same kind of standard questions, just so there was like some kind of format to it, maybe. I don't know. So I want to sort of start as we kind of get into the next kind of pretty vital sort of set list here, kind of to sort of wrap things up with black metal for the most part. And this comes from a book I shared, Andrew O'Neill. It's kind of a more history of heavy metal. It's got a humorous society.
I've actually listened to the audiobook of that.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
okay.
It's good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. And
it's more
it's tongue-in-cheek.
It doesn't go as deep as a lot of other stuff. It's more of kind of like a casual listener thing. It's just fine.
It's like kind of like funny stuff, like what he's going to say here, you know. But he says sonically they were more extreme than anything before them. Raw, loud, overblown, heavy. Their music was underpinned by a bulldozer bass sound, which came about by accident when Kronos was forced to take over on bass at short notice and played through his guitar rig. The guitars are harshly distorted, and vocally Kronos sounds like a pissed-off Lemmy, adding more aggression to his delivery than any metal vocalist before him. More ink into the furious growl of Cal from Discharge. Whereas other neat bands found the studio a limitation, for Venom it totally worked. From their first single, they drip with atmosphere. Black metal bands have ever since sought to find a lo-fi sound. It suits black metal. Atmosphere trumps sonic perfection. The follow-up album, Black Metal, spawned metal's first subgenre. Most of metal's micro niches get their names from music journalists and are named sometime after their conception. Black metal is much more clean-cut. On the 1st of November 1982, the album named Black Metal started the genre of black metal. Job done. Venom coined the term to distinguish themselves from the rest of heavy metal, which they saw as weak pop music. In a total reverse of the normal approach, Venom built a reputation by not gigging, stating that the normal club venues were too small for their stage show. They turned most offers down. Nonetheless, they toured America and Europe, claiming to be the biggest independent metal band in the world, which is a bit like claiming to be the biggest writer of comedic books on the history of heavy metal in the world. However, they also toured with some such credible support bands as Metallica and Slayer. And here's a little sub-story, he says. Okay. He says, Tom Araya from Slayer once pissed on Kronos' head. Decibel magazine reports the incident thus. Dave Lombardo says, quote, I remember Tom getting punched by Kronos. We were in the back of the bus drinking, and we just got totally hammered. Tom came in, hammered out of his mind, going, I got to take a piss. Where's the bathroom in this thing? And Kronos goes, right here in my mouth. And Tom took him literally. He pulled down his pants, whipped it out, and went to the bathroom on Kronos' hair. Kronos got up, grabbed Tom, and punched him in the face. They spent the rest of the night blaming each other, and Tom did the rest of the tour with a black eye. Kerry King says, I still can't believe Tom pissed on his head. So it's pretty funny there.
Well, I got to say, in speaking of, the biggest things and that doesn't matter, I'm probably the biggest metal caricaturist in the world.
I was going to say,
this is like something that means nothing.
Yeah.
It's like I'm the dentist that uses, sparkly toothpaste the most in the world, but, but it's our claim to fame,
Well, I think Requiem is the most in-depth historical metal podcast about underground metal. There's probably bigger metal podcasts with bigger listenerships than us, but I think nobody does what we do with a very specific set of things better than what we do.
But I still think
that's our claim.
We might have better listenership than some of these probably NPR podcasts and stuff where they have this huge production value and nobody 30 people listen to the thing. But
yeah, I agree.
And we have that's the great thing about the internet is this where you're able to cultivate an audience in the most niche of things, but it becomes like a positive thing, not like a echo chamber for shitty attitudes about things,
Well, and it's like, if you're playing to too wide of a crowd,
it's kind of boring.
Yeah. It's like too safe.
Yeah. There's only so many, the Jay Leno's versus David Letterman's. They're still pretty big, but they're still playing to the base crowd, but Letterman has a little bit of the edge, but it's still like, it's a totally different atmosphere. Like where we're at right now with, fucking YouTube, you could find 50 people to talk about anything that you think is like the most niche thing possible.
Yeah, for sure.
If you look up like Venom videos or Venom, like people talking about Venom on YouTube, you'd be there for 2 years watching all these videos.
That's why I hope we become like the essential of that. So like we can be like,
I think, 40-plus-year-old dudes and a handful of women that really like to listen to long-form podcasting. I think we're definitely up to... I honestly don't know if anybody's doing as long-form podcasting as we are.
No.
We're the most extreme long-form podcast.
Yes, of metal. I think the Laps fan does it for wrestling, but that's only...
Are they as long?
Oh, yeah, they're like 6-hour episodes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's where this all... So that's where I knew this was possible. I was like, people love this, so like we can get away with this, I guess. There's a place for it.
It's the interplay. I was talking with Lisa about this today, that it's not the... Like, neither one of us could do this show by ourselves. Mm-hmm. It's the interaction of the two of us that makes this...
Yeah, for sure.
People enjoy the interaction and... the personalities and stuff. It's not just one thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's what a lot of shows get wrong is people surprisingly enjoy listening to us talk about whatever we want to talk about.
Yeah.
Which is, my nerd dream come true.
Sure. Although Andreas got really frustrated with us in that brutality episode. But to be fair, Andreas, that was originally created as a Patreon show. So like we kind of ramble on loose. Yeah, that was not edited to be like a show for the mass audiences,
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's my...
But it was a criticism couched in I still love the show.
Yeah, for sure. He just wanted us to get to like this badass music.
Get to the fucking point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So... Andrew O'Neill goes on. He says, at the time, Venom were never taken seriously, but much more importantly, Venom did not take themselves seriously. They had a hedonistic attitude, encouraging the listeners to sign pacts with the devil so we can join their party. The song Teacher's Pet ends with a raucous chorus of Get Your Tits Out for the Lads, a traditional folk tune beloved of vicars and maiden aunts. Not everyone picked up on their self-consciousness. Hardcore punk band Black Flag supported Venom in New Jersey. Flag's frontman Henry Rollins ripped them apart in his tour diary, Get in the Van. Venom is weak. Everything about them is weak. They can't even play. They had a bunch of roadies to do everything. Weak, weak, weak. I would love to play with fucking heavy metal bands more often. It was fun crushing them. It's all lights and makeup. What a bullshit Venom. What bullshit. Venom suck. They are so full of shit. What a bad joke. They don't sweat and they probably don't even fuck.
He kind of missed the point.
Well, I think Henry in that era was like, that's when he was in his like intense like vegetarian state.
Well, yeah, and
I think now if you talk to Henry Rollins, he's probably a fan of Venom.
I think he has a little more sense of humor about it at this point. But yeah, he was straight out of like the Baskin-Robbins manager, mode. This very, ex-football player, very serious,
for sure.
Guy.
Well, and he adopted like Greg Ginn's kind of militant like. We'll suffer for our art, like all that. Like we don't need to eat meals. We'll just fucking play, that kind of thing.
We'll play.
And Venom
was scraps.
Like, no, we want to make a living off this.
Black Flag wanted to be the most real band ever, and Venom was trying to be the biggest, bunch of shysters ever.
He goes on. He says he did invoke Spinal Tap, saying, "quote I expect them to go into Sex Farm Woman at any second." Alas, with this comparison, the young Hank does himself a disservice because he has massively missed the point. Mm-hmm. Venom were so tongue-in-cheek that they nearly permanently damaged their cheeks. Although it suits Venom, this self-awareness didn't translate into the black metal that they inspired, which is largely a good thing, because the lack of sense of humor of the second wave of black metal is what makes it uniquely appealing. Yeah.
True.
Let's see.
That's part of it, for sure.
Venom are significant in several different ways. Their sonic extremity led to the splitting up of metal into subgenres. In their wake came speed metal, thrash metal, death metal, and most directly the subgenre they named themselves, black metal. Black metal's first wave is very much a retroactive classification. Venom coined the term to stand out from the rest of metal as a unique selling point. But much like heavy metal, the term wasn't taken up with enthusiasm by the originators of the sound. These categories didn't really get fixed until much later. Venom can be traced as a direct, explicit influence on everyone making dark, extreme metal in the early 80s. Metallica, Slayer, Possess, Voivod, and they passed the black metal torch to a band who would develop the black metal sound beyond recognition, Bathory. So, yeah.
Pass the torch. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice way of saying, like, they took the torch from Venom and then made it burn a little
just
hotter.
Kind of went with it. Yep, yeah, absolutely.
And the whole, one-man band thing.
Yeah, yeah. So Popoff talks about this in another book he has called The Top 500 Heavy Metal Albums of All Time. Last one was Heavy Metal Songs of All Time.
I think sometime we need to get him on here and talk about how many fucking books he's read.
He wants to do a show with us. He just says, just let me know.
Yeah.
I always got to pick the right thing because he's much more like...
Well, he's like 15 years older than us, I think.
For sure. He said he was 18 when Black Metal, or when Welcome to Hell came out.
82. Okay, so he's about 10 years older than me.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I think.
But still, he was clued in way earlier than I was, and he started writing, way earlier as well, or being that kind of thing. But
so, in terms of the top 500 heavy metal albums of all time, Black Metal came at number 50, which is pretty good. 1,223 points.
What was 49?
49 was Anthrax, Among the Living. Let's see.
That's good.
What's 48? Physical Graffiti, Led Zeppelin.
Wow.
Then 51 is Stained Class, Judas Priest, and then Dirt, Alice in Chains.
That's pretty good. So I'm glad Alice in Chains made it in there.
Yeah, pretty good company. But he said, like calling your band Metallica, calling your record black metal just might one day become a statement bigger than three hooligans with noisy toys. And that is what happened. Venom's second record becoming the corner horn, the Tri-City Trident, the pentagrammic party spot for a whole movement. Ground zero, like Black Sabbath's first album, but for a subbier subgenre than that of metal itself. And coming at number 50, it crowns kingly the rest of the cacophonous catalog, perhaps triumphing due to its occasional coughing up of an anthem, Countess Bathory. Yeah. Its slightly acceptable sound quality, maybe even because its follow-up At War with Satan had a title track that was too bloody long. In any event, as evidenced by our poll, Metallic Math, black metal dented a few heads and is a record now widely believed to be one of the 4 or 5 foundation stones of every form of extreme metal.
I totally agree with that 100%.
Yep. I'm trying to think. Here's a little thing from Kronos on Venom's legacy. It's probably stuff we've already heard, but it's real quick. He says, we were just an addition to heavy metal, weren't we? That's why it was fun. We didn't kill Motorhead. We didn't kill Judas Priest. I kind of figure if we hadn't done what we had done and created the explosion we created, I think bands like Motorhead and Judas Priest and the whole heavy metal thing in general would have pissed itself because it wasn't dangerous enough. It wasn't going anywhere. The sort of spandex and makeup thing was just really getting limp. Every now and again, there has to be an injection of filth into things just to make it different, It encompasses the whole scene of rock and roll, but it also introduces the elements that we feel Black Sabbath touched upon, but didn't really go there. A band like them would say, for example, the demons are chasing me, oh God help me, go God help me. Well, Venom says, we are those demons. Yeah, we heard that quote a few times.
Totally, or different versions of a similar kind of idea, for sure.
But I think, again, they're the filth. This is the filth. This is
what the 70s film industry, where the big bloated, all these epics and tragedy films and all this shit, and then we get, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, all this kind of shit comes in.
Wild Bunch,
and the young people come in and show bring some reality back to what we see on the screen, and not these big ridiculous sword and sandal movies that.
Yeah, and there's
no reality.
And things like that.
And the same with music at the time of, these big, huge bands that couldn't be touched, and then, punk rock comes in and just fucking decimates everything.
Well, and just like that, to draw a parallel with the film thing, that all came from Europe, right? That was like the French New Wave and what Bergman and Kurosawa were doing, and all that kind of coming into American film students, and kind of the British invasion, kind of kickstarting rock and roll part 2 in America, and stuff. So, give
showing
it to
us
the Europeans.
how great of stuff that we created that we didn't pay any attention to, and then it's filtered through somebody else and comes back and it's like, oh shit, this is amazing stuff.
Yep. So the people who we talked about this last episode of Welcome to Hell, but of course Mark Rudolph created cover. Speaking of caricatures,
black metal, yeah.
Yep, the top 100 black metal albums of all time for
Kronos and Korthon are both on the cover.
They are indeed, and this record made it to number 5. It made the top 5. Let's see the others. Let's see, Emperor and Nightside Eclipse 4, Blazing Northern Sky 3. Mayhem De Mysterious 2, and 1 is Under the Sign of the Black Mark, Bathory. Pretty good top 5 there.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who had this on their top 5 lists in terms of what was published, let's see, you had Sanrab from Gehenna, Carl from Ved's Buena Ende and Ara Noir, and then Sakis from Rotting Christ. All had it in their top 5, which is pretty dope. So, but here's what Adam Tepedelen had to say about the write-up for Venom Black Metal. He says, the problematic thing about black metal ending up at number 5 on Decibel's list of the top 100 black metal albums of all time is that no one really considers it a black metal album. It barely qualifies as proto-black metal musically, and most would lump it in with the Nawabum and thrash. But there is a thread, no matter how ephemeral, that from Venom to modern bands like Watain. Venom's ascension from the primordial metal goo of the Nawabum coincided with the splintering of heavy metal into an ever-growing number of subgenres. Loath to be lumped in with lightweights like Rat and Quiet Riot, bands and fans sought new ways of describing the darker, heavier emerging styles. Black metal was a kind of a rebellion to the term heavy metal, quote, which at the time was a general roundup of anybody playing anything heavier than mainstream pop. Original Venom drummer Tony Abaddon Bray says, quote, we said that if Bon Jovi were heavy metal, then we were not that. We were speed metal, black metal, death metal. The reporter nearly had to fit trying to write down all the subgenres that we were inventing on the spur of the moment in one outpouring of hate and vitriol, which is the beginning of that demonic black metal thread that has snaked its way through 3+ decades of sonic malevolence. Both black metal and its predecessor, Welcome to Hell, clearly were graphic visual precursors to the real black metal movement that emerged more fully formed later in the decade with bands like Bathory and Mayhem, who both reportedly took their names from Venom songs. Mm-hmm. But musically, there's little connection. Venom's early material could be best described as sloppy punk-influenced thrash, and it wasn't always particularly cult. There's a fucking 12-bar blues track out there, Teacher's Pet. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Original Venom guitarist Jeff Mantas Dunn admits, it was just us doing what we wanted to do and not sticking to the rules and having every song sort of genre specific. What we can give them full credit for, even if they were way less serious about it than Watain, is daring to sing so blatantly about dark topics, Satan, and putting fucking goat heads and pentagrams front and center on their album covers. Mantas agrees. I think the only connection is the subject matter. He says it's all that inspired the true first wave black metal bands. Black metal is a fantastic and groundbreaking album in many regards, but it's arguably not even really a black metal album.
I would agree.
Adam Tempadella in there, so pretty awesome. And then before we get into the music here in this set, I think the last thing that is worth kind of looking at is, of course, black metal itself, the CD, and I think Malcolm Dome did all the sort of write-ups for it, and he kind of covers the history of them.
When did this version come out that you got?
I think this is, let me see if it has a
date. The one from like
2009, Sanctuary put this one out. Yeah, I think it's got the bonus disc that's got the live DVD, The Seventh Date of Hell from Hammersmith Odeum DVD on it.
Because I've got Jesus, this was not that far long ago, but they reissued most of them on vinyl as well. That's when I went back and got a lot of that, all the early stuff, because I had it all on CD. But I don't recall a whole lot of liner notes or anything. So that might be the last like really good issue or version, I guess, that has a bunch of actual liners and context.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I mean, Malcolm Dome passed away a couple of years ago, so it's neat that he was able to kind of put this together. I think he wrote the same liner. He did liner notes for Welcome to Hell too, that I read last episode.
Yeah.
So he says, it starts with a quote from Kronos. He says, instead of the 3 days we had for the first album, we had a whole week for the second record. We were just so lazy having all that time available, laughs Kronos. These days, there are some bands who can't even sort out their drum sound in 7 days. The trio were still recording at the Neat Records studio and did so right up until 1986. There were no limos at their disposal. They were hiking their gear around on public transport. But the end result proved worth all the problems. Black metal has become a crucial album, not only inspiring an entire subgenre of metal, but also influencing many generations of bands through its combination of brutality, honest power, and the ability to crash raw sound against songs which were genuinely well crafted. While the album's legend and myth have grown apace over the years, the reality is that black metal is a formidable piece of work, and one of which Kronos is rightly proud. Quote, I remember walking down the street with Mantas and the master tapes under my arm. We just left the studio after the final day's mixing, and I was really proud of what we created. Everything about black metal was right. We had a strong set of songs running from start to finish. There were no fillers here. Some bands were happy to have 2 or 3 good tracks and just fill up the rest of the space with anything. But I'd grown up with Status Quo, Thin Lizzy, Rush, Sabbath, and bands like that. Ones who would always make sure that each song on the album was worthwhile. Also, the sound of the album was exactly right for that period. Sure, we used some effects, but only when they were necessary for atmosphere. We never went over the top. I have to say that this album is one of the proudest moments of my life. To see our album sleeve in the magazines next to Sabbath, Purple, and Kiss was incredible. Everything about it felt right. For the song Buried Alive, the band showed their ingenuity. I didn't want BBC type effects for the intro with cabbages being cut up to sound like earth shoveled onto a coffin. I wanted the real thing. So we brought in the cardboard box and loads of soil, put microphones in the box, and used garden spades to throw the mud onto the box. And Keith Nickel, our engineer, given a co-production credit on the record, was brilliant about it. We called him Woody Woodpecker because he was about 3 foot tall and had bright red ginger hair. He was able to find enough cable to run a load of microphones down the long stairs that led up the studio where we wanted to record the graveyard scenes. He'd go the extra mile to get what we wanted. The album itself got a very strong response from the metal community as it began to dawn on people that Venom were far more being than a one-off novelty. They were at the cutting edge, the future, and all the other neat bands stood in disbelief as Venom's popularity grew from strength to strength. Quote, I believe the timing was perfect for Venom. There were bands starting to emerge from other parts of the UK, whom some of the magazines were calling the next Black Sabbath, but I thought they sounded like too lame to be called the devil's music. I knew everyone would shit bricks when they heard In League with Satan. We weren't playing with the devil's music. We fucking meant it, and we were prepared to sell our souls. When the album sleeve I designed for Welcome to Hell had been so well received, I knew I had to come up with something even more striking for black metal. I worked on the Demon Head artwork for about a year before anyone saw it. There was no Photoshop in the early 80s. I stuck a big red sheet of cardboard on my wall and obsessed over it daily until I knew it was right. I had to bring them alive. I look back now on those times and they were amazing, says Kronos. It was fun, exciting, and the whole metal scene was evolving. To be a part of all that was incredible. I get questions about what it must have been like to be there, but honestly, we just got on with what we were doing. I never thought about how groundbreaking it was at all. Only now do I get a proper perspective over what was happening and how important it would all become. Could any band do today what we did back then? No chance, sadly, because all too many musicians today have no control or say over what they can and can't do. I've spoken to so many band members who say they would love to tour the Venom, but I know they don't make the decisions. They have no say in who tours with them. Someone else will tell them what they're doing. They've lost all control of their careers. We never had that and would never tolerate being told what to do. If we had just followed orders, then neither Metallica nor Slayer would ever have got to support us. The agents at the time wanted to use bigger names, but we insisted. I've always said that money doesn't buy talent. A bum on the street corner will beg for pennies while playing amazing music on some instrument. The musicians who are in touch with their fans, they know what bands would work best on the bill. So
it's interesting to hear these different from different perspectives or different interview segments talking about similar things, like the whole.
It's like echoes of echoes.
But you get a little bit of extra each time about they had to run all these fucking microphones on the thing. Like it's at the, on a surface level, it's like repetitive, but then if you're like pay attention, it's like, oh shit, okay.
There's like layers.
Yeah,
to me, like,
and that's history.
I love that story. Yeah, and I love that story of like the DIY thing because it reminds me of some of like the craziness you'd get with like practical effects and like horror movies and things, like all the different things they had to do to like get this to work or this blood to shoot out here. Yeah, and that's like how they do like Buried Alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think it's really.
I think it's interesting too. I think the only band in a large sense that's really come close to capturing any of what Venom did is Watain.
Yeah.
As far as like the theatricality of it, the whole like, thinking they're, dead serious about this thing, like pushing the whole thing forward in a larger scale. I'm sure there's small bands that do it that I'm not as well aware of, but like to be able to go to a venue who you see Radio Birdman at, to see Watain at, and it's fucking covered in guts and smells like shit. Like that, that's the last band I know that's kind of pushed the envelope far. But also write really good songs.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like,
it's not just about
Watain
being
was all
obnoxious.
Spectacle. It wouldn't have made it, but Watain writes some of the catchiest songs.
And when we first started seeing them, like they were, Dissection Part 2. Mm-hmm. Some of the catchiest, fucking most epic, fucking Waters of Ain. Like some of that shit is just like, holy shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like that ABBA,
that
element
Swedish
in there.
element, right? The DNA. Yeah, for sure. So we're going to hear from Dayal Patterson, the author of the black metal book that we've read from a few times to sort of get things started. And then we're going to get into some music. So what we're going to hear in this set is Lead Me to Hell. And that's going to kind of kick things off. And I said, I love the part where the main boogie riff slows down and then Abaddon and Kronos kind of like hit this like hard, they really like lock in at that point. And there's this sort of cool cascading riff and some bass slides, real emotive solo. Hail Satanic Majesties, I mean, this is like proto thrash stuff. This is very cool.
Is this the song that has Satanic Royalty in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Hail Satanic Majesties and Hail Satanic Royalties.
Yeah, which is
scream both.
There's, I don't know how many albums now that Midnight has taken things from, but
and that's why we're actually, after this song, we're going to hear from Athenar, kind of by, I think almost, I don't know if that was subconscious or actually thought about that.
I might have saw it in the corner, of my, but I was just thinking of that as well.
I think, that's where,
because he mentioned it in the I think in the first episode, he's talking about how they're the most recent, what is it? Mayhem for what's the last Midnight record called?
Oh, the one that was released this year. I can't remember offhand.
But it's another like play on Venom words.
Yep.
So
and then we go to a kind of an iconic tune, another song that uses that Fast Eddie kind of Motorhead riff, which is Sacrifice. Kronos' bass work is really cool in this. I like that it has like this almost inverted Nawabum style riff throughout it. It's like Venom's like perverse version of Nawabum. Like they don't do Nawabum right. They do it like really, inverted or strange,
Well, and that other, the other Kiss element outside of just the theatricality is the bass slides.
Oh, the Gene bass slides for sure. Yeah.
Kronos barely plays traditional bass, which I think just adds to everything.
Yeah. It's that sort of like, again, it's all inverted, right? It's like, they're like, for every zig, they're going to zag, and they just kind of like.
And like, if you've seen Venom play live, most of the time he's just punching the bass and he's not really playing anything. He's holding the note and hitting the thing. So it's like, it's more of a, it's performance art really when it comes down to it.
For sure. And, you got great lyrics, bring the chalice, raise the knife, sacrifice, things like that. And I think
and Bathory kind of did a song called the same thing, if I remember right.
They did. I think they did. And speaking of Bathory and like things that are more overtly black metal, I think in some of the speed riffing in the song, you hear early Mayhem and Darkthrone.
Totally.
It's like you can hear it in this, and there's a real fun, noisy, solo in this as well. That's really cool. Then we get Heaven's on Fire.
Another Kiss song.
Yeah, there you go.
Burn with me.
But this predates Kiss's Heaven's on Fire
by 10 years.
Oh yeah, because that's Revenge.
It's on Revenge.
Yeah, that's Revenge. Fast riff, huge thrash kind of styled song, really evil lyrics, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God? He's chained us up like a dog. That must have scared people, right? Like to hear shit like that. If you didn't really know.
Were the lyrics posted in the records originally?
I don't know. Hang on. They have images in this booklet of Venom that show
because I don't have any original Venom stuff at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine. Man, that's a really great question. I don't know if they have reviews that they're putting pictures of and stuff, but I don't see if they have any of like the record sleeves. That would have been something to ask Tom G, actually. Like, were you able to like read the lyrics In League with Satan? Like when you bought that 7-inch, did you know what they're actually saying? I imagine they might have.
It makes sense that they would.
Yeah,
it seems like
scare people even more.
It would, and it would kind of build it up more so you could, because some people at that point might not have been able to understand what he's barking out, but you could kind of, once you saw it, I saw it, what the fuck was on YouTube? It was these two, it wasn't the hip hop guys that you've watched, but this is like two other hip hop guys. There's like a black dude and a white dude, and they were listening to Hammer Smash Face.
Oh shit.
And the black guy was like, he's not saying any of this shit, because they were showing, there was somebody put up like a video of just the lyrics. He's like, he's not saying those words. And the other dude's like, no, listen, he's doing it. And they're like, holy shit.
Yeah, he's saying that stuff.
So I think they would have totally put the lyrics in to make it, that would have just like amplified everything.
Yeah, to add to the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But yeah, so beyond the lyrics, like, Kronos and Abaddon almost have this early hardcore vibe to some of the things that they're doing too. I mean, again, the punk Discharge kind of things going on.
Well, and like I even noticed a lot of, because like, I think Away in Voivod does a lot of like plasmatics and early like that like D beat almost better than anybody has ever done it before. Yeah. But I think that Abaddon was trying to do that D beat thing, but then Away like knew how to play better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because like, I know I asked Away, and we'll hear from him not in this set, but in the next set of music for the second time, about the influence that they had on like the bass playing in Voivod, which was incredibly, and even the drums. And he's clearly, so like, it's definitely there. So I think they're just better musicians who heard Venom were doing like, oh, we can do these things, but like,
then also sharper. New punk, and then kind of filtered it all through the whole thing. But
absolutely,
but it adds that kind of like rhythmic undulation that kind of keeps things going and keeping it interesting.
Sure. And then we'll end with one of the great legendary songs of all time, Countess Bathory. Now I'm curious, Mark, I don't know if I brought this up last episode or if you've heard this, but have you heard about the Nirvana legend with this song?
Did they do a cover of it?
No, this is the Smells Like Teen Spirit riff, is Countess Bathory. And Kurt is a huge fan. Like, he loved Venom. I mean, Buzzo, from Melvins was into Venom. So, like, that Venom had made its way into Seattle.
It's the same notes, but it's slightly...
It's got, like, some... I mean, it's the same... I mean, Smells Like Teen Spirit is also more than a feeling from Boston. So, like, it's just this iconic chord progression that's, like, I don't think Venom was, like, inventing it here. But
Grohl sounds more like Abaddon than whoever the Boston drummer is.
For sure, yeah. That's what I mean, yeah. So it's pretty wild, but I mean, it's got that anthemic quality that more than a feeling that smells like, these are songs you sing along to, and that can like change people's perspectives and then stuff.
I think with, the Celtic Frost seemed to have kind of perfected, but also Venom did it as well. As that, like the riff that like everybody played without knowing. It was like, that chord progression like was heavy metal.
Yes. And it becomes the undertone of like extreme metal kind of comes off.
So like nobody really created it, but people just refine it to a more like, Napalm would do a version of it and everybody else.
But I think the core to that Celtic Frost riff or Hellhammer riff or whatever, and even the Napalm, is that it's like simultaneously evil and scary, but also like fucking catchy. Mm-hmm. And that is like really the black metal MO. Death metal didn't have to be catchy. Like it could be like your Entombs or your Dismembers or whatever, but it could also just
Obituary.
Be like, but Obituary is also building off the Celtic Frost riff, right?
Absolutely.
But like, death metal could be confrontational. Same with grindcore, where like it was almost like unlistenable as like a badge of honor. And I don't mean unlistenable like, oh, you can't, but it just was not easy listening.
Confrontational.
And whereas black metal, it might be raw and it might be lo-fi, but like, when you kind of peel that surface back, a lot of that stuff is like hooky and catchy in a weird way.
So De-Mysterious, how fucking catchy is that? Even like, Chainsaw Guts Fuck and like, the
Death Crush is like a punk rock song.
Death Crush. It's all about being catchy. It's not about being evil at all, except the name and the way the vocals are screamed.
Vocals and stuff. Yeah,
but it's all about being catchy. I think that any band that's worth its salt is catchy.
Yep,
that's the whole point of fucking music. That's why I don't like Funeral Doom.
There's some riffs there. They're just like, it's almost like Funeral Doom is like,
it's an atmosphere.
It's like the trees in Lord of the Rings talking. It's just they're saying the same thing. They're playing catchy riffs, but they're just slowed down to the point where you can't find the groove.
I'm like when I go to the grocery store, it's like fucking Mad Max in a video game. I'm trying to like get in and out,
dodge people.
I don't have time
for like that. Zombies in the grocery store and shit like that. Yeah, where you're like, get out of my way, and they have not a care in the world, man.
Well, no self-conscious. Like I'm just gonna stare at this jar or whatever for 10 minutes, and I'm leaving my cart over there. This will be my one pet peeve I bring up about shopping carts, but people no longer push the shopping cart. They hang onto it by the side and they drag it around. So they take up the entire fucking.
That has not made its way fully north yet. I will say that. Oh my
God. So. Well, I don't see this in like, this not an inner cities thing. This is when
you like go to like Rochester or.
No, this is like this is a Royal Oak.
Oh, okay.
Hazel Park kind of thing. It's a white person thing.
Yeah.
There's nothing urban about it because there's no urban grocery stores.
Yeah.
But no, it's always this fucking dumbass guy in like a gym outfit. And he's dragging his thing, and he's got his whole huge cart when he could use the little cart for his produce.
Yeah.
He's carrying it by the side, and everybody's walking around him. Jeez. And he's on his phone or whatever else, and I'm just like,
I'm always really self-conscious about making sure that like I've pushed my cart as far to the edge as possible if I'm looking at something or whatever.
I think there's a certain Midwest Mount Pleasant vibe where we don't. I think it might come from Canadianness
That's true. We're pretty close to Canada up in Mount Pleasant.
We're courteous.
Yeah.
And if we bump into somebody, it's whoop, sorry. Which I never noticed that was a thing until I worked at Relapse in '96. I didn't realize I had an accent.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I say milk and pillow wrong and pop. What the fuck is pop? What's a party store?
Yeah.
You want some balloons? Like, yeah.
It is fun. There you go. You get.
But watch out for those. If you see guys doing that with their cart, just
bash their fucking cart.
Bitch slap them.
Yeah. Or just
play black metal for them. Yeah.
Scream Countess Bathory in their faces. God, yes. Yeah. And then we're going to hear some more storytelling from Mark from Death Angel, Osegueda, and Jeremy Wagner kind of talking about all this stuff. So you're in for a fun set here. We've got Dayal Patterson, Leave Me in Hell. Then we're going to hear from Athanar from Midnight once again. And then Sacrifice, Heaven's on Fire, Countess Bathory, and Mark from Death Angel. Enjoy.
Psy, who are funnily enough in London tonight, to play tomorrow, but they obviously Psy are massively inspired by Venom to the extent that they released whole albums just of Venom songs. And actually the first time Psy played in London, they only played Venom songs, kind of bizarrely. So Psy are obviously massively inspired by Venom, and that's an interesting one because Psy couldn't be more different really as a metal band than Venom. You know, they've gone off in all sorts of different directions. But I know Mirai would still put Venom in his top 10. So, you know, he's a classically trained musician, or at least, you know, he's harnessed, you know, parts of classical music, parts of various other genres. So it's kind of interesting that he's still, even as this very technical musician and composer, he's still able to take something from Venom. But the biggest Venom fan I know is actually Mortis. Huge collection of Venom records. And I mean, I've been with him in record stores and he's looking for Venom, and you know, he's probably got the biggest collection of Venom vinyl that I'm aware of. And again, it's interesting because Venom, I mean, there's nothing in Venom, obviously, in Mortis's music, but then again, it's about atmosphere and, you know, so, but I think sometimes, of course, there are bands that took more direct, that sound more like Venom, you know, like more retro thrash or whatever. But I think there's something a little bit broader you can take and be inspired, but rather than just copying. I mean, it's cool that there's bands that still sound like Venom, but maybe it's more interesting that there's bands who can take something from it and then maybe take the spirit of it and channel it into different directions. You know, Slayer and Metallica obviously were really into Venom, and they went into. I mean, those are two massive bands who were quite, by the end, have become very stylistically different. So. I think that's almost more. But I mean, as I say, it is quite interesting that there's young kids making bands who sound like these older bands. But metal's always had that thing where you can sort of reproduce what people did in the past in tribute, or you can take inspiration in a more sort of abstract way and then create something new. And I'd like to think, I think a lot of bands did that with Venom. It's a bit of a cop-out, but I feel like with those first two records, it's about the record as much as it's... they're not albums I would listen to one song by. You know, they're sort of... partly, I mean, they're not super long, so it's sort of... I find once I put it on, I can't just play one track by those albums. You know? It sounds a bit cliche, but they sort of... they suck you in a bit. And I think they're quite... they're quite immersive in a way. Well, they do sort of, in the same way that the later black metal albums maybe more consciously tried to be, they sort of create a world which you can get drawn into in a way which is perhaps different than a Metallica record or something. That there is a little, I mean, nothing against Metallica, but Metallica, I would say it's more like, here's a collection of songs and this is a good song, you know, Ride the Lightning, let's play that song, you know. But I think that partly to do with the production, but I think those, you know, I think Welcome to Hell, it's more like an experience that you sort of need to have in its in its completeness in a way. And it's almost, you need to adjust your ears because it's such a different, not so much now because, you know, there's so many different types of metal now and so many different productions, and we've become more used to quote unquote bad productions, rough productions, raw productions. But especially in the 80s, I imagine, and definitely still in the 90s when I was listening to that stuff for the first time, you kind of had to, and I think even now to some extent, you still have to sort of recalibrate a little bit because it's so far from the way metal sounds now, you know, with digital productions, and it's really hard to, you could reproduce it, but there's something about that. I mean, the first album is essentially a demo, and it does sound like a demo. Yeah. But I guess you know, I think there's nothing wrong with sounding like a demo. You know, that's not a bad thing. And yeah, so it's a bit of a cop out, but I'd say all the songs or none of them. It's sort of, it's just an important as a barrage of sort of, you know, as a barrage of body blows, and you sort of need to soak them all up, you know. Yeah, and it's all in the same spirit. It's not. I don't think. I mean, Teacher's Pet lyrically is obviously something kind of separate from what else is going on, but musically, it's all quite sort of from the same place. You know, it's there's nothing that stands out and sounds. It clearly isn't. It's not an album that's been recorded over different years with different, you know, different moods. It's just a sort of spilling out of a particular spirit, I guess. I've asked myself that. I guess I would have to, you know, I guess the core of it is good songwriting. I mean, that's, I think, you know, for any music to last with you, and to, you know, for you to be able to grow and discover new things and still come back to it, I think it has to come down to good songwriting. But it's also the ambience, and I think that album has a very kind of distinct ambience, almost as much as, you know, we talk a lot about atmosphere in black metal, and, you know, in the last 5-10 years, people even call atmospheric black metal sort of, it's become a subgenre, which to me I always find a bit strange because I think all black metal by definition should be atmospheric. But a lot of these bands and a lot of these albums, they strive to be atmospheric, and they add elements all throughout which are about building atmosphere. And I think what's interesting with Venom is you do have things like Buried Alive, where you have, you know, they're telling, there's a narrative there, and there's, you know, there's sound effects. So it's not like they're sort of, it's not like they weren't aware of that, but somehow they can play quite a straight rock stroke metal song, and it's still atmospheric without having the trappings, the more obvious trappings of atmosphere. They're able, that album is soaked in atmosphere. And yet it's really catchy, you know. Countess Bathory is a good example. Countess Bathory is just a classic. It's a classic metal song, you know. It's a classic song. We can just strip it down to that. Great riff, great chorus, and yet there's something there about it which is, I wouldn't say unsettling, but, you know, macabre, atmospheric, you know, melancholy maybe. There's something in there, and I think that's the interesting thing with in a way, these are just rough and ready, fairly basic metal stroke rock songs, and yet they're elevated to something more by the energy within them and the sort of sinisterness about them, this atmosphere. So I suppose I think that's why it's lasted so well, because the songs at their core are great songs, but it also has something, it has the, you know, the aura that a classic record needs. I think he's definitely mellowed over the years. You know, I think originally he was kind of maybe baffled by the connection, because I suppose you have to, you know, it's about context, a lot of it. And I don't think Kronos is somebody who's striving to be up to date with the latest metal bands. I think that's fair to say. And in the early 90s, when you had all the stuff coming out of Norway, Krang were running these kind of expose type stories, and they were kind of one of the press groups that would present this as saying, look, this is to do with you. So it's kind of natural that these guys are a bit older, and we're not practicing, they weren't involved in that sort of criminality or that approach to occultism. It's not surprising that they would say, well, this isn't really what we were about. And they initially, you can see in the interviews in the 90s, they're really trying to distance themselves from it. I think by the late 90s, they were a little bit more open to it. And actually, Kronos appeared with his cousin. His cousin is in the band Enthroned, which is, I guess, one of the more successful black metal bands of the 90s. Mm-hmm. And so he appeared with them, and he appeared on the Cradle of Filth's Dusk and Her Embrace. So I think at that point, he was starting to accept it more. When I interviewed him the first time, I guess it was 2007, and I interviewed him again in 2009. And at that time, his stance was that he didn't know why they called it black metal. He felt they should have given it their own name, like Norse metal or something. He felt they created something amazing, but his position has always been like that Venom was black metal, speed metal. It was all these things, and they've kind of taken a little piece of that and which is fair enough. That's a kind of fair enough perspective. And then the last time I met him, which I think was 3 or 4 before lockdown, so I guess 3 or 4 years ago. And I actually gave him a copy of the black metal book because for some reason I never gave him a copy, or he never received a copy, I think maybe. But anyway, he at that point he was a little bit more. I think I felt like over the years each time he's a little bit more mellow, but towards the idea of black metal. But I don't think he really sees Venom in it, and it's probably a bit weird for him because he or the band came up with the name black metal, and that was kind of their thing, and then it became a genre. So I suppose if that happens, you might look at the genre and say, well, I don't see myself in it that much. Yet they're using my name in a way. So it's probably like that. I would say that Mantas is much more into current bands, and he's he's sort of more connected to the metal scene. But again, his none of them have gone into that. If you compare it to, say, Tom Warrior from Celtic Frost, he really initially, I think, was also alienated. Didn't really relate to black metal, but eventually he delved into it, and he sort of became quite an important figure within contemporary black metal. To the extent that he's working with bands like 1349, he's creating. He's quite happy with the black metal tag, and he's it feels like he's part of the black metal scene. I think all the members of Venom, they were never in any scene. You couldn't really even say. I mean, I remember one of them. I can't remember who it was, but one of the three of them, when I spoke to them, said, like, did you ever feel like you were part of the black metal scene, or was it more the new wave of British? And he was like, no, all those new wave of British heavy metal bands hated us. We didn't feel part of that either. And I suppose that's what makes Venom kind of interesting, is that they were not sort of, they were never in any scene. They just did their thing. And I mean, I don't even know if they would, all the thrash bands that, kind of took them, played with them in America, and took their sound to greater commercial heights. But I'm not sure even if Venom would consider themselves thrash, or would see that much in common with the thrash bands. So I think that initial reluctance to be associated with black metal was simply due to all the hysteria. There was a lot of hysteria in the UK at that time. There was a minor outbreak of kind of crime, sort of criminal acts in churches and all that sort of stuff. And I think it was quite normal. They wanted to just sort of distance themselves from that. But I think they accept now and understand how important they are to black metal. But I can't imagine any of them go home and listen to black metal on the end of a hard day. I think that's unlikely.
mercilessly. Light 'em up loud. Make 'em burn. Satan rides the skies, look up Lucia's eyes. Disguises and the stars, keep an eye on endless wars. Do you believe in God? He's chained up like a dog, and every hour he screams, Satan rules supreme. Oh, heaven's on fire, there ain't nothing you can do. Heaven's on fire, when you die you'll go there too. We're gonna burn this place to the ground. Welcoming the virgin's fan, live a noble life. In the gospel known to all, the Count's infernal wife. She invites the presence with endless lavish foods. But when evening spreads its wings, you're in of their blood. Countess, Bathory. Countess, Bathory. All day long the virgins sit and feast on endless meals. Countess laughs and sips her wine as kind of crack and pale. But when nighttime fills the air, one must pay the price. The Countess takes her midnight bath with blood that once gave life. Countess, Bathory. Countess, Bathory. Living in her self-styled hell, the Countess dressed in black. Light so distant, death so near, no blood to turn right back. The castle walls are closing in, she's crippled now with age. Welcome death with open arms, her reaper turns the page. Countess, Bathory. Countess, Bathory.
black metal came out, if you think back to that time, do you feel like Venom upped the ante more in terms of darker themes and scarier sounds? And if so, did anything stand out to you, if you can remember?
Well, when black metal came out, I mean, the first thing, the album cover, it just screams at you, just like the first one, like Welcome to Hell. That's scary then for that time. And then black metal came out, and that album cover again is still just so it grabs your eye in a big way. And then the topics, the production didn't improve much more, which
no,
which which kept it consistent. And it was just so, again, they kept with that consistency of darkness. Other than, I love the whole album, and I'd say the only one that was just kind of a little too kitschy might have been, for me, was kind of Teacher's Pet, might have been a little too kitschy, but I get it, because it's definitely not about, Satan or anything, and I guess it's kind of about, rebellion in its own regard, because, you're getting with the teacher, but I think that's where it lacked the consistency that maybe Welcome to Hell did. But all in all, I think black metal's a great album that blew open doors for, those first two records definitely blew open doors for a scene that would eventually become black metal or death metal, for sure.
Right. And on that note, actually, and I didn't know this, I'm just reading these questions. Looks like black metal's turning 40 years old. So with that, you kind of answered some of this. What's the legacy of black metal 40 years later, if any, and any favorite songs? I know you mentioned the kitschy song. And like when and I'm not trying to insert myself into the interview, but black metal, like before it became a fucking genre for me, like knowing black metal, death metal, of course, black metal, the term, that's the first time you heard it, dude.
Absolutely.
Before there was ever a genre, as far as I know. So to that end, 40 years later, black metal, again, did it up the ante? What legacy does that album have 40 years on? And do you have any favorite songs?
Well, for sure. I mean, they even black metal bands and death metal bands cite that record as an influence, and of course, I'd say, I mean, one of my favorites right off the bat is the title track, Lay Down Your Soul to the God's Rock and Roll.
Yes.
And it's true. Oh, black metal, and it is. It was believable, and that's what I got to say. Just like that song alone, just you could see they were onto something different, and it was definitely the darkest side of new wave of British heavy metal.
Right on.
The darkest, and that alone is intriguing, and they inspired, the black metal movement, the death metal movement, definitely the black metal movement, but also their imagery, definitely, it was taken, the black metal bands to this day still take so much imagery from Venom and from that era, for sure, in a big way. So it's, I mean, the 40 years later, it's still very, very relevant, and you could see contemporary black metal bands paying homage to them every time they go on stage, just by their imagery and song topics.
So you talk about the influence of Venom on black and death metal bands. However, this is going back to thrash, right?
Yeah.
So, remember the old days? You see James in a Venom shirt, and I think Metallica, they toured with Venom around Kill 'Em All, maybe in Europe, I think, or here in the States, 7 Dates of Hell, or something like that. I remember. I know I got a poster of it. And then, of course, the Ultimate Revenge tour, they got Thrash King, Slayer, and Exodus.
So to
that end, going back to, seems like they've influenced everyone. Death metal, black metal, contemporary. But what the journalists here want to know is why you think that record, black metal again, was so influential to early thrash. Was there a magic ingredient? Because thrash pre, the evolution, you got thrash, death metal, black metal. That's kind of how it went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think thrash was like the first extreme form of metal, if you will, almost, you know?
For sure.
So, and Venom, like with black metal, the album, do you feel that had an influence in any respect?
I do, because it was fast, too. There was fast riffing and there was fast drumming. I'm not going to say again, not to take away, but it wasn't the most, it wasn't like you went to listen to them to hear a thrash version of Rush. You know what I mean? It still had that rebellion and that fast riffing and fast drumming and it was catchy. It was catchy. There were hooks. There were fucking hooks. And that thing about that is, in thrash, especially the early days of thrash, there were a lot of hooks. And for, a thrash band, a lot of the stuff that they learned to play how they learned to play was, imitating or learning songs from new wave of British heavy metal bands. And they could, and then they write their own riffs kind of based on that. But how they learned how to play guitar, of course, they started with AC/DC and whatnot, but then they got more proficient and learned, to cover new wave of British heavy metal bands. And the thing about Venom, again, was the attitude. Because one thing, when you did know how to play guitar, if you were playing guitar and you wanted to, cover a Venom song, the riffs didn't take forever to learn. You know what I mean?
Right.
Compared to a lot of, say, other ones. But the attitude was full-blown there, and the subject matter was scary.
Yeah.
Again.
I remember, off topic here, on topic, off topic, not to digress, but I remember doing, I did a recent project where I was reading some old Slayer interviews.
Yeah.
And it was like early Slayer, and they had toured with, again, like Ultimate Revenge and stuff. I remember, not exact quotes, but kind of the gist. I remember it was like in a fanzine or something. They asked, "What do you guys think of Venom?" And Kerry King said something like, on stage, they're a bunch of fucking buffoons, but they're really nice guys. And like Jeff was like, they fucking suck, but still like them. It's that attitude, something like that.
Yeah.
Again, not exact quotes, but that it was like that. They had that attitude, like you're talking about,
for sure.
And they did have some catchy shit.
That was Mark Osegueda from Death Angels, kind of talking there about Venom. Then we heard Countess Bathory, Heaven's on Fire, Sacrifice. We had Athanar from Midnight. Then we started with Lead Me to Hell before we heard from Dayal Patterson, author of the Black Metal book. So basically, I think where we want to go as we kind of wrap up, there's really 2 songs left on Black Metal. And then we're going to hear, speaking of 7 inches that were kind of released, they always did kind of a famous one. It feels like in between each record. Mm-hmm. The Die Hard 7 inch we'll kind of get into a little bit before we kind of say our goodbyes and stuff. But I think what we want to talk about is the legacy of these records, these 2 records on, different genres and things like that. And I think kind of weigh also how much of a legacy did this have on black metal? I think that's kind of up for debate, and I want to hear from some of the people themselves kind of talking a little bit about that. So this first one comes from the Story of Metal book or issue, I guess, a special issue. And it says, but of course, if we had to boil down the significance of this album, Black Metal, at one time and place, it would probably be in Oslo in the late 80s and early 90s. Everything about Venom was sacrosanct to the second wave of black metal, or the practitioners of true Norwegian black metal. From the lo-fi aesthetic, the satanic imagery, the desire to alienate the listener, and even the style of dress. Kronos says, I was sent early demo tapes by acts like Burzum and Mayhem. They reminded me of early Venom in that it was guys who cared more about the passion of the music than the accuracy of it. It reminded me of our first 2 albums and how I was 10 years earlier, that enthusiasm and hunger. Of all the bands who came up after Venom, not Metallica and not Exodus, they were the only ones who had that looseness, that punk rawness, the piss, the shit, the snot, the vomit that we had. I could hear it in those young Norwegian bands who were going to hell for leather. Those guys still cite Venom as a big influence, but they need to take more credit for what they did. They evolved the sound. I just think it was a shame that it was all overshadowed by that church burning bullshit. He's been keen to point out that influence can often be felt in unexpected places. I think the lasting impact of black metal for me is that it has earned us respect in areas that you wouldn't expect. When you hear someone like Dave Grohl say how important it was to him when he was in school, then that's a big deal. Also, it's further reaching than you think. It's like when you meet a lawyer in a suit and he's asking you for a black metal shirt. The secret Venom fans, those are the kind of things that last because you realize how important it was for a lot of other people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a, kind of interesting with some of that kind of stuff. Indeed. Shagrath from Dima Borger has kind of something to say here. He's the vocalist, obviously. And he says, my dad used to work in a record company and he got a lot of free vinyl. So when I was a little kid, I was looking through them and picked out From Hell to the Unknown. It made a really big impression. When I first started buying more vinyl myself, I picked up black metal Welcome to Hell and Possessed and got more and more into it. Venom has been a very important band for me and also for the Norwegian black metal scene. They were the soil where the seed of Norwegian black metal has grown from. The imagery was extremely attractive. I remember the Venom VHS, The Seventh Date of Hell, live at Hammersmith, and that was the coolest stage performance. We've taken a lot of inspiration from that, but not musically, but visually. I mean, how do you equate this? I think this is like the $1 million question, right? Is like, how much of an influence did this actually have on, some of the black metal stuff?
Well, there was, and when I was working at Relapse, 96 to 7-ish area, this record was having a huge renaissance.
Black metal.
Yeah. Exit 13 had a cover and all that kind of shit. Things were being reissued. They were doing the Cast in Stone thing had just, happened, and they're doing
setting up for Milwaukee.
Yeah, this is the classic, original lineup coming back and doing this stuff again. It was kind of a big deal. I think it was in the zeitgeist, but this guy that me and Chris knew that did a black metal fanzine, Joker Loki-san, the Cloven Joker Loki-san, Chris Bonet.
I wish I had met Joker.
Nice guy,
never met the guy.
But we'd go through we'd have these arguments all the time where he'd everything was black metal. Like, okay, Slayer's black metal. Like it just became a thing. Like, I think the intentionality of rawness, evil, Satan, blasphemous things.
Yeah,
that became the people just kept going back like, Arthur Brown, that's black metal. Like it got ridiculous at a certain point.
Slayer, I could see like Show No Mercy, Hell Awaits, Holiday Chapel for sure. Yeah,
but it was just like finding like what are those things, and I think it comes down to it's just the atmosphere of the whole thing and the rebelliousness of the whole thing is what Venom really pulled in, and just for the time that was fucking with what people thought was. Was sacrosanct, like you couldn't fuck with.
Yeah.
The teacher's pet thing was radical and pushing things in a way that was, no person in polite society would want to talk about. Mm-hmm. And then in the 90s, it became this thing with like, fuck Christianity, literally. We're going to burn down this stuff. This is just like a totally, I think it's the same kind of mindset, but just in a more modern context for that time.
Yeah. And I think too, the thing that he brought up there is that those early Norwegian bands need to take more credit for themselves too, which I thought was a pretty cool thing.
That's the first time I ever heard that, and that was interesting because they really brought a rawness and the necro production really came in a way that and Venom was rough around the edges, but
still pretty musical.
I don't think they were. Yeah, I don't think they were intentionally that way. I think it was just like a naivety and youthful enthusiasm. They didn't understand what they were doing, so it just didn't sound as good as it could have. But with Burzum and Darkthrone, and not necessarily Mayhem quite so much, but like an intentional, sounding like shit, added to the atmosphere of everything, instead of like adding keyboards and samples and things that were, allude or summon these kind of images with people. It was you just felt oppressed.
Yeah.
Listening to the stuff.
Yeah. It was very oppressive, that sort of style. In the opening chapter to Dayal Patterson's black metal book, he gets 3 testimonials from 3 people before he kind of starts writing, and I purposely didn't read those until now. The first one's from Tom G. Warrior, who we've obviously heard from. And he says, above everybody must stand Venom, who were really the first of all these bands. Hellhammer, Merciful Fate, and especially Bathory were hugely inspired by them. I have no connection to their later catalog, but those early records, especially the first album, is the prototype for all black metal albums. Necro Butcher from Mayhem. He says, I was into Motorhead in the beginning of the 80s, and a friend of mine said that he had picked up an album that he thought would be right up my alley, and that was Black Metal by Venom. And of course, it was the best thing I'd ever heard. The rawest, the toughest, the coolest, everything. The music, the lyrics was cooler than anything else at that time. And then Vorf from Samael. Venom were a big influence, probably not musically, but as a whole concept. They really went further than anyone had before. Of course, Black Sabbath were doing dark music long before Venom, but they had more knowledge about it. It was maybe not just a gimmick, but maybe a little bit more than that. Not for them, actually, but for those who received their music. It was pointing the way for something. Kind of interesting kind of approach.
Yeah, I mean, because there's always, even going back to something more kind of in your wheelhouse, like the Marilyn Manson thing in high school.
Yeah.
Like, people took that shit more seriously than it was ever led on to be. But then, I don't know. I can't think of any music necessarily that came out of Marilyn Manson that was more pushing it. But I think, like, actions of, the school shootings, that whole thing kind of came out of that nihilism of the music.
And the darker goth movement that started up, the Hot Topic kind of goth thing is really prompted by like the Marilyn Manson thing. So yeah, it became more, and I mean, black metal became almost for some people more about image than the music.
Oh, absolutely.
At a certain point, and I think the Marilyn Manson thing became that too,
well, and like what Demo and Cradle would eventually become was this kind of like more mass market thing that was about that idea, but it wasn't about the ugliness of it. It was about the the romanticism,
the stylishness of it. Yeah.
The pomposity of it.
Yes, absolutely. A book we haven't turned to yet, and really there's little bits in the very beginning that kind of talk about the origins of black metal, but of course the infamous Lords of Chaos from Michael Moynihan and Diedrich Soderlund. In chapter 2, they kind of open with this. It says, black metal is a bastard child conceived from the promiscuous intermingling of a number of evil seeds, with only the general formula of heavy metal as its fecund womb. Abaddon notes the reality of the situation when discussing how many of the metal subgenres of the 80s and 90s came in the wake of Venom's outbursts. Quote, I don't think any band sets out to become an institution. A band sets out simply to fulfill different goals at different times in their career. We were interviewed once and somebody said, Venom's obviously not a heavy metal band. You don't sound like heavy metal and you don't look particularly heavy metal. You look like punks with long hair. We said Venom is heavy metal. It's black metal. It's power metal. It's speed metal. It's death metal. And all those subgenres had never been heard of before. All of a sudden, one band is considered a speed metal band. One is considered a death metal band. And another is considered a black metal or a power metal band. What we meant is that Venom is all of those things. And all of these genres could emanate from Venom. We didn't mean for it to happen, but that's how it turned out. A band like Pantera have nothing in common with a Scandinavian band or a band from England like Cradle of Filth. They don't sound like them. But when you draw back to where all those influences came from, you find Venom.
And Pantera did have an album called Power Metal.
They did, in fact. Yeah, they did, in fact. So that's kind of an interesting sort of insight there. Our esteemed friend, Mr. Jeff Wagner, who I got to hang out with the same day I interviewed Tom G. Warrior, I got to hang out with Jeff Wagner. So it was
a day
of amazingness and good pizza and strong beer.
And who just put out Destination Onward?
He did, the new Fates Warning book, and he's working on the Voivod book, which we're going to hear from Voivod in this next set. So it's everything's.
If anybody was going to do a Voivod book, it would have to be Jeff Wagner.
I've been kind of waiting for him to put this out.
Yeah.
But he was a writer for Metal Maniacs, an editor for Metal Maniacs, and this is an issue with Entombed on the cover from 1997, August of 97. And this is kind of when the reunion of Venom was kind of happening.
Wasn't August 97 when we went to the...
July. It was my birthday, okay. July 25th. Yep. And Wagner asks him... is there a certain relevance due to the amount of black metal bands that have named Venom as an inspiration, though you may not feel aligned with those bands? They're kind of talking about how Venom has become more relevant in recent years. Mm-hmm. He says, this is Abaddon. He says, the Scandinavian thing, people call it black metal, so therefore they revert it to Venom. I don't think that's the influence we've had. I think the influence is on the young people picking up an instrument and realizing they can do it themselves. We're not stars. We just decided to pick up an instrument and play it in a certain manner. You can do exactly the same. We said this in a lot of interviews, and a lot of bands sprung up out of Germany and across Central Europe who were prepared to just get up and have a go. There's a huge void between somebody like Jimmy Page or Kiss and a guy in a denim and leather. You can do that. You can just pick up a guitar and you and your friends can get it together and you can do it. And a million bands did that, and that's the main influence. I think there's a lot of bands that aren't particularly good, as in good musicians, in Scandinavia. But whether they're a good act or not is a different story, People are going to see them. They're getting record deals. And he says Wagner kind of asks him, he says, when Bathory first appeared, did you pay any attention? Things like that. Mm-hmm. He says, He says, because there was a Bathory was very Venom, and coincidentally, they came out with songs called "Raise the Dead" and "Sacrifice." Your song titles, is what Wagner has. He says, he and that band Hellhammer, we had press conferences. They'd be there as Venom fans. It doesn't matter to me if somebody says they weren't influenced by Venom, or if they were. It doesn't make any difference. The point is that they were doing what we were doing, and that means we were influential. And then the last question he kind of asked him, he says, in the early 80s, your image and lyrics created quite a furor in certain mainstream circles. Religious groups branded Venom as dangerous Satanists, things like that. So what are your memories of this time? He says, to be honest, at the beginning, we were very influenced by the occult and by various forms of ritual. Part of what went into that fact that the band was so fresh and so invigorating, people took out of it what they could or would. Some would take out of it that we were bad musicians, some that we were crazy and over the top, some that, lock up your daughters, all the things that make a good rock and roll band. So when we were influenced by satanic stuff, we weren't doing it in a small way. The lyrics were very heavy. We never refuted that until a good while later when we got bored with the occult as a lyrical inspiration. We started looking towards other things equally as happy, I don't think we ever sat back and laughed at people for what they thought, but it started getting to a point that certain venues wouldn't let us play. Certain record companies were saying, you can't do this, you shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. I think you get caught up in the business more than anything else. When you're young, you can pick up a guitar and make a noise, but you don't necessarily become in tune with the music business straight away, which is a very fast, money-oriented business. When somebody's saying, don't mention the satanic thing because certain chain stores won't stock your record, everything about it said, fuck you. But when you're young, you think, we have to tone this down.
Fuck Hudson's.
Yeah, exactly, MC5. There's a possibility that that's the reason Kronos was saying in an interview that it was all a laugh and a joke. Now, it doesn't matter to us how many records we sell. There was a lot of truth in it. A lot of the early stuff was based on inspiration. But again, it was inspiration from books rather than personal experiences. So,
well, I like what they say about that they were more of like a DIY influence to people, like what punk did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that you can do this. Like you can be this dude in your jeans, in your garage, and come up with shit and do this yourself.
Yep.
I've never really heard that perspective before.
Yeah, that they were kind of trying to just get people off their asses and do it themselves. I mean, that's the influence Sex Pistols did. Right? Yeah. All the people that were at Sex Pistols shows started bands. Same with Velvet Underground. It's like you can almost draw like a weird line between like a Velvet Underground, Venom, Sex Pistols. Were those bands that sold like tons of records? Not necessarily. I mean, Sex Pistols probably the most out of the three, but like who they inspired almost is bigger than what they actually were.
Their cultural cachet is insane.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's interesting to put Venom in the same category as Sex Pistols and Velvet, but I think I would.
Yeah.
I think that's the interesting takeaway.
Throw Metallica in after that.
Yeah, for sure.
Like how many people do you think I think Venom's ideas of like being this underground band, kind of pushing the limits of everything and being like more energetic and more interesting than anybody else is like, when Metallica opened for Ozzy and everybody was like, Ozzy's a fucking dinosaur. This band is this is it.
Yep.
It's the same thing that kind of energy is like,
I think Van Halen did that to Black Sabbath in '78 on the Never Say Die tour.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden it was like, what the these guys are blowing you the fuck off stage, Yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of the next thing, right? That kind of happens. I mean, Alice in Chains playing that show with, not that they were blowing Megadeth and Slayer off the stage, but the Clash of the Titans.
But it was like, it
was kind of like a coming, ominous, like this is the next.
This is the next thing. It's undeniable that this is good.
Yeah.
And I think it's undeniable that it's heavy metal.
Yeah.
It's not whatever random bullshit tag. Like Nirvana's not heavy metal.
No.
Alice in Chains is heavy metal.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think. Although I would say that I think Nirvana has heavy metal influences.
Sure, but
like
I think
they weren't setting out to be a heavy metal band.
I think the Alice in Chains became their own genre.
Yeah.
Out of like this kind of like post cock rocky hard rock heavy metal thing.
Yeah.
Like, they kind of like went where Skid Row was and kind of went the other way and did something completely unique, but it was still in that.
They had the swagger of that kind of late 80s thing.
Yeah. Like that. There's not another band that really sounded like them. And as I get older, I have more and more appreciation for that band more than I ever would have thought I would.
I'm so happy. So happy.
I mean, when I looked at my like Spotify things, Dirt was one of the albums I listened to the most last year.
I listen to it in class all the time. Like in the morning, I just put Alice in Chains on when like before school starts. You know, it's like no one objects to it. You know,
out of all that entire era, that's a perfect record to me. Mm-hmm. I don't know of another one that comes close. For me personally.
Yeah.
For my aesthetic and everything.
For sure.
Like I like Soundgarden, but they never did a record that hit me like that.
Yeah. Super Unknown's pretty up there for me, but that's different. It's not Alice in Chains. That's a different record too.
Yeah.
You know? One other perspective on this is an article I came across, an author named Kieran Fisher, and it was an essay published, The Devil's Root, Satanism and Black Metal. In the second paragraph, he says, Black Metal was born as a result of Venom's eponymous sophomore album in 1982, and along with other acts, paved the way by laying the foundations of what was to come. The album is pure thrash, but it was a progenitor for the wave of black metal artists who would follow and usher in the age of corpse paint, tremolo picking, blast beats, and a tendency to be overdramatic from time to time. Venom's imagery and lyrical content would feature satanic themes in a bid to shock and appall decent folks. They've admitted countless times that it was their goal to offend, as it was all part of the fun, and garnered them some attention, which ultimately helped them sell a few albums here and there. Of course, Venom were in league with Satan before they came up with the black metal moniker and birthed the movement. Their debut is titled Welcome to Hell and considered a pivotal body of work in establishing black metal. Mayhem adopted their name from the track Mayhem with Mercy, after all, and their black metal, and that's as black metal.
No Mercy for Mayhem.
What's that?
No Mercy for Mayhem's
that's the new Midnight record. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So, and then he kind of goes on to basically say, with Venom, however, their satanic themes were nothing more than a show, a facade inspired by horror flicks for the sake of entertaining and provoking. Reflecting on their career to the Guardian, guitarist Conrad Lant, that's not guitarist, that'd be bassist Lant, liken their words.
He was guitarist at first.
I guess he was.
Other guy left.
Yeah, I guess he was. But I think Mantas is the guitarist.
Of course.
Liken their words of evil doing to the use of pentagrams on the album covers to the macabre thrills of cinematic scarefare, which at the time also bore the brunt of the satanic panic controversies for being misunderstood genre of entertainment. We use subjects like Satanism and paganism to entertain people, like horror movies. Listening to Venom album is the same thing as watching an Evil Dead movie, except for the fact that Evil Dead movies are enjoyable. He makes a valid point. But while Venom's incorporation of Satanism in their music was merely for pulp entertainment, it did inspire a generation of bands who really were in league with authentic Satan principles, such as
Evil Made Flesh.
I was going to say Merciful Fate.
Yes.
Such as that. And speaking of Merciful Fate, there's always been this kind of rivalry in some ways between the Venom and Merciful Fate. And I wanted to kind of speak to that and speak to kind of we know that Venom clearly inspired Bathory, clearly inspired Hellhammer, but there's always been was there any kind of things kind of going on there? So this comes from Black Funeral, which is Into the Coven of Merciful Fate, another Martin Popoff book. And it says, besides the likes of Madonna, Sheena Easton, Cyndi Lauper, Prince, Def Leppard, and Judas Priest, as mentioned, also on the PMRC's Filthy 15 list, was Venom, with a little something called Possessed. An important band in the history of heavy metal, Venom might be considered the first thrash metal band, the first death metal band, but crossing into Merciful's wheelhouse, also the first black metal band, notching 2 blatantly satanic albums before Melissa would emerge. Noted King back in 83, quote, "To be perfectly honest, it wasn't until relatively recently that we first heard of Venom. We've said many times they are just one big publicity stunt, a sort of Sex Pistols 83. In fact, that appears to be their main musical equivalent. Metal has built its good reputation on the enormous skill of the likes of Blackmore, Schenker, Van Halen, etc. We feel that we can contribute as much to the progress of metal as they have because we are doing something fresh, vital, and original. Sadly, Venom, through poor musicianship and a string of concert fiascos, have disillusioned a great many heavy rockers and generally give metal a bad name." So that's back in 83, King.
Yeah.
Taking a hot take. Of course, therein lies the major difference between the two. Merciful Fate and Venom being polar opposites musically. Merciful were all about bettering Sad Wings of Destiny with musicianship, complexity, and recording finesse. And Venom were unhealthy Kiss fans. Granted, Priest fans too, with a predilection for wanting to blow up everything from the music industry through to their own recordings and their own live shows. Years later, King's perspective had somewhat shifted. When Diamond seen the point of Kronos, Mantas, and Abaddon, What's a black metal band? Asked King rhetorically. We were one of the earliest with Venom. Well, what is black metal? What do you have to do to get a certain sticker? If you start explaining, I think you find all these brands you can put on us because, especially with King Diamond, there are so many styles of music in that. We even have a few ballads, you could call them. They have that quiet, sad mood in them, but that's because of the storyline. That's not written for, hey, quote, hey, let's write a ballad. No, normally I would not write a ballad. But if something fits in the storyline and we have to get it afterwards, then it's a matter of mood creating. And if it gets a stamp of being a ballad in an album, then I don't care. For me, it's not a special thing. It's part of the whole. Quote, Venom shocked people because of what they sang about, continues King. We have very different opinions. People started talking about Satanism at the time. Ooh, it's a satanic band. I didn't write about anything specific, just to shock someone. It's all being honest and part of me and what I've done. There's nothing where I'm faking it. I saw so many occult things in that haunted apartment in Denmark, and that's what brought me into that side of things. Seeing firsthand and being able to actually not go crazy, but talk to my parents because they had seen them too. But they didn't know what that until I brought it up one day. So he kind of goes on from there. But yeah, so it's interesting that he kind of comes around on the fact that, yeah, him and Venom are kind of two sides of some of this influence, but they're coming at it from completely different ways.
Totally. I think he's hits it right in the nose with what Fate was doing, and what he's doing with King Diamond is much more rooted in traditional heavy metal and Priest, and like pushing things. I mean, it's modern classical chamber music. Like it's all based on classical themes, but with the evil undertone. Like Venom was the one that was in your face, and King was the, I guess, slightly more intellectualized. Also, I think harder to penetrate.
Yeah.
It's a uniquely European.
It's more opera.
It is.
It's got a lot more complex, progressive ideas, I think.
I didn't know what the fuck to think of it. I thought it was stupid when I first heard it. I was like, this just sounds dumb. What the fuck is going on? I didn't have any context for what Merciful Fate or King Diamond was.
Yep.
And, we're in the same venue where they played multiple times and didn't pay any attention because I thought it was stupid.
Yep.
And, now in 2022, going to see them at the Masonic Temple in Detroit, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's like just a celebration. But yeah, I like how he comes at it by being, he's not dismissive of what they're doing at all. It's just different. But the only umbrella they share is that's aggressive, heavy music with some type of, satanic or occult bent to it. Really.
The only voice I didn't manage to sort of find for this, and if anybody has something, feel free to share it with us before part 3. I'm happy to read it, is Korthon. I'm sure he has things. I just didn't track down any interviews. And of course, him dying so, young, we just don't have a lot of scholarship on his viewpoints towards this stuff,
How old was he? 30?
No, I think he was older than that.
35?
35, maybe somewhere in that realm. But
it kind of blew me away how prolific he was as so young, and then, fucking dying so quickly or so young. I was like, Jesus, man.
But I think they're the one, he's the one guy in this story of the story of where black metal came from that we got Tom's perspective, we got King's perspective, we obviously have Venom's perspective. We just don't have his, in terms of what his view of how influential Venom was on him, maybe.
Or even what Bathory meant to black metal.
Well, we have that story. That's in a lot of books, I would say.
Yeah.
Right?
To some degree, but not how Bathory became Bathory, but it's about how Bathory influenced other things.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, indeed. And the last thing I want to share before we talk about the music in this set here, kind of our final full set before we sort of say our goodbyes, is this comes from a classic rock article that I read from a lot in part 1 called The True Story of Venom. And I think the author is Jeff Barton himself. Yeah. And he says, the reason why Venom remains
from Sounds?
Yeah. Okay. So Jeff Barton, who also started Kerrang. So he's the guy. The reason why Venom remains such an important band is because they invented and defined at least one and probably several all-new musical styles. They've certainly created thrash metal, the genre that spawned bands such as Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, Exodus, Death, Possess, and many more in the U.S. Venom also gave birth, in typical Rosemary style, baby style, to a host of imitators in the UK, in particular in continental Europe. Celtic Frost, Merciful Fate, Bathory, Destruction, no end of groups on the Earache label, and from the German industrial city of Bochum. Cradle of Filth, and the list just goes on and on. I get pissed off when I saw a heavy metal chart in a music magazine that had Michael Jackson on it. Jacko's 1983 hit Beat It, featuring Eddie Van Halen on guitar. Kronos oozes. That's when I said that Venom were not heavy metal. We were much more than that. I'd been playing around with various ideas. So in an interview, I said we were black metal, power metal, thrash metal, speed metal, death metal, anything in heavy metal, and these terms seem to stick. The funny thing about that quote, not to get all historical, but if he gave that quote before or right around the time of the release in 1982 of black metal, Beat It doesn't come out till the end of 83.
Well, this goes...
I think, wait, or maybe it's, hang on, maybe Thriller was 82. I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, let me take that back. I'm thinking of Van Halen, like Hot for Teacher, which is 84, but there's kind of a weird timeline thing. That's
also with Kronos, there's a certain amount of Mark Twainism about his, like, you know, pushing the, you know, this is a little exaggeration here.
Yeah.
Little, that seems
print
to be,
the legend.
And everything is
liberty,
especially
liberty
in Denim and Leather. It's all about you know, people. Kronos saying something, Abaddon saying something, and then 4 people refuting it. So
it's weird that, like, you know, if he gives that quote, again, Beat It did get released in 83. I mean, I think it was out in 82. You could buy it, hear it on Thriller, but the video didn't hit till 83, and that's when it kind of really blew up.
But also, if you, like, in your own personal history, if you say shit enough, you tend to believe it.
You believe it, yeah.
And you start...
You recreate your nostalgia.
Yeah, like, I mean, I have, like, talking, like, I've been interviewed enough to where people say, what was the pivotal, you know, part of your life? And I was like, I don't know if it was quite this cut and dry, but it was, you know, when I got Realm of Chaos and I talking to the English class, and, you know, I took it to Chris and he was like, holy shit, that's the heaviest.
Yeah.
I don't know if it exactly happened that way. We kind of agree that it kind of did, but it wasn't quite. It's not like, you know, the fucking when you watch, like, the Queen biopic where they're like they just start doing something like, oh shit, here's, like, We Will Rock You. It came out this organically.
Yeah.
But, you know, after a certain point in time, you kind of, like, what is reality? What is truth? I mean, this is philosophy.
Well, no, you're not wrong, because I think for me that similar event is like, what is my Big Bang origin story? Is it Slayer, Rain and Blood, when we bought that and took that home and it scared us and we had to make a decision of whether we were comfortable with it? Yeah. But I also remember around that same time seeing the God of Emptiness video on Headbangers Ball, and we just stared at each other the whole time, and we were like, we didn't know if we should be watching it. Like, I was like, what the fuck are we watching here? And I was like, I was
done
intrigued.
Really well too.
I was intrigued. I mean, the makeup was incredible, but it seemed like an incantation to evil, and I was like, what is happening here?
Morbid Angel's a certain kind of magic with those riffs that you just kind of feel it, but it feels like the serpentine weirdness, like
seeing this guy transform into a demon. We're like, is this like playing with a Ouija board? Like, should we be playing with this shit? You know, kind of thing. So, but yeah, so it's kind of interesting. And then just to kind of wrap up the Jeff Barton kind of part, he says, Venom albums contain songs from all these categories. He yelps. This is Kronos still. Although after we started out, bands started to emerge that would only use one. Some bands played songs like Witching Hour or Bloodlust and called themselves speed metal. Some groups played songs like Buried Alive and called themselves death metal, etc. I could go on about this, but I think you get the picture. All the acts that dabbled in the musical black arts before Venom arrived on the scene always seemed to take a sort of Hammer horror approach, or they sang about being tormented by a wizard or whatever, Kronos disgorges. No one wanted
Whoever gets tormented by a wizard.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Black Sabbath has a song called The Wizard.
Okay.
Yeah, Dio sang about wizards, I guess.
Yeah, but nobody gets tormented by a wizard.
It's just like... no one wanted to actually be the devil, so that's my job now. I am Satan. Venom were a catalyst for a whole bunch of stuff. We kickstarted loads of new trends in various directions, Kronos shrieks. The most extreme thing to come out of England before Venom was the punk era, and nothing has topped those extreme scents. Everyone now sticks to a safe image, and it's more about marketing than doing what you believe. Look at The Darkness, for example, although no, let's not. The Scandinavian scene probably wouldn't have happened if they hadn't crossed the line and committed those crimes to get the exposure. I recently read about Marilyn Manson's shit with kids killing themselves, and the reviewer said, if it wasn't for bands like Venom, then none of this dark music would be around and our kids would be safe. But didn't they say the same thing about Elvis? Music only works if it's extreme. The Rolling Stones were once an extreme, but then after a while, the extreme becomes the norm, and a new level of extreme needs to be found. I'd murder everyone on Pop Idol, even the judges. What's the matter with them? None of these acts are any good. Kill them all. So that's Cronus' kind of final words, I guess, on this. But I think it's, you're right. Like, nothing is that extreme to us anymore because we're just kind of been through it,
Well, with the internet kind of dispelling a lot of the, any kind of like folk horror or any kind of like folk tales and stuff like that kind of like oral history stuff doesn't really exist anymore. It can be easily dispelled. So like the level that you have to amp things up to be extreme is either like extreme, like anti a certain thing or super violent or, just like nihilistic or
so visceral. Like we talked about that in the Neurosis and Swans kind of stuff. Like you have to like hit people so hard that it like hurts them emotionally.
And that's like Rammstein does that in a setting of a concert. Not that the music does to a lower, like they're like the hard end of the, what's this, the shitty, I fucking hate this kind of music, but just the like electronic music where people just kind of bounce around and just get high and listen to music and,
like house music, trance music,
the
techno.
There's an acronym for it.
Huh?
Not BDSM. That's something totally different.
That's its own. It's an acronym for something.
That's beating something else. But But no, like there's like the extremity gets once it gets kind of watered down by pop culture and the internet and everything. Like what even is extremity? Like what do people? Is there anything people get nervous about?
Yeah.
Is there anything you watch on TV where you're like, whoa, that just went too far? Mm-hmm. Unless it's like now it's like political ideas or ideas that are not, I would say like the 80s, I think was all about weird ideas being thrown together. Like I think Geraldo is kind of like the ultimate, kind of like what the 80s wanted to be with like where he has like a Nazi and a far right or far left Jewish person that arguing or something like there's all these ridiculous things coming together and throwing at each other. And I don't know if we really have, I don't know if there's like especially like a common thing across like a broad swath where you can say like to all these people, this seems this way. Mm-hmm. Like how anti-Christianity seemed in the 80s.
Yeah.
I don't think we have that kind of like, we don't have that common bond to where something is just,
we don't really have like monocultures anymore because we're so like disconnected through social media or we don't all watch the same things anymore.
Yeah. Like no matter what your ideas are, there's not like, we don't all watch, Cronkite.
Yeah.
For the news anymore, Dan Rather or whatever. That
there used to be like sort of a foundation of like raw facts that everybody sort of accepted. And then you could kind of like,
and something that talked about both sides of an idea. Yeah. Everything is polarized and political at this point. So I don't know if we like what the thing is that can scare people into that anymore outside of awful like shit. Like, like nobody wants to see child endangerment or child porn, that kind of, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Like we don't have a common boogeyman anymore, really.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting for sure. But, all right. So we've got one kind of last set of music to sort of get into here after all that sort of set up on the legacy. So I guess, and when you weigh in on the legacy, like, did they have an influence on black metal? I mean, I think they did.
Absolutely.
Obviously they did.
Is it
indirect? Yeah. I mean, if it inspired black metal bands to pick up guitars, then it has an influence. I mean,
I mean, I remember hearing Soulside Journey and then hearing Blaze, and we were like appalled and also enthralled at the same time. So like that kind of like Venom, like fuck you, make it dirty, make it abrasive, make it confrontational. I think that still exists in all this stuff today.
I agree. So we've got King Fowley is going to tell some more stories, as he is known to do. Before we'll hear Don't Burn the Witch. And I love the sort of doomy, dark kind of pinch harmonics in Don't Burn the Witch. It's really one of the heaviest songs I think they ever wrote.
It's one of their most Nuwabum songs.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels almost like, oh, Jesus, why can't I think of the band?
Like Pagan Altar?
No. The more Sabbathy one.
Oh, Witchfinder General.
Witchfinder General.
Yeah,
it totally feels like Witchfinder General vibe to me.
I mean, I
said
thing. This got to be in the running for the heaviest metal song that existed in 1982. Like, prior to, thrash and all that other stuff. Like, I mean, it's right up there, I love his eerie talking to in it. That's pretty cool too. Triumph Takes the Wings and some of that stuff. So yeah, Don't Burn the Witch is fun. And that's really sort of the album closer in a way for for black metal. But then like, this is really fascinating that on this record, they gave you a tease.
They did in the last record as well, didn't they?
I don't think they did. Not on Welcome to Hell.
It's not on Welcome to Hell?
No, this was on the end of
Is it on the end of In League with Satan?
What's that?
Another preview? Or is it just black metal?
It's just black metal has that with the At War with Satan preview.
For the time, this reminded me of like seeing a movie and like, go experience the next episode of Star Wars in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, or Freddy will return in.
Yeah. And I was
Nightmare
like, I can't think of another band that did this.
It was really weird.
And it's a really weird thing. I don't know if it's... Because when I first heard it, when these things were reissued in the 90s or something, I just assumed it was something...
You thought it was like a bonus track.
I thought it was added on after the fact.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I didn't think it was like in the original recording.
And then it's just there, and you're like, they fucking really did like a preview of At War with Satan at the very end of black metal. Like,
but how if you're a young kid getting this thing, you'd be like, oh my God, this is so fucking cool. Like, I can't wait to hear the next thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a cliffhanger in a comic book.
Yeah, it's exactly it. And it's kind of a Chronos story that he had been kind of working on for years. We'll get to that in part 3, but it's kind of interesting that they sort of leave you with that little tease, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we'll hear from Away for a second time, speaking of Voivod as we did, before we transition to the songs that we recorded right after black metal, before At War with Satan, and that's the Die Hard single. And I have a lot to say about these.
Man.
What's that?
This is some of my favorite shit.
This is great. You got to love those Mantas pinch harmonics in Die Hard, fist pumping, anthemic. That chorus is like a fucking earworm, I
mean, all these songs are anthemic as shit.
Yeah, they're great. Acid Queen is cool because I don't have a lot to say about like, the music itself. I like the song, but it's got an interesting black metal connection because Dark Throne's Raised on Rock has a lyric that says, I went plastic in 94. Oh my God, you're such a bore. If you don't understand what I mean, fucking listen to Venom's Acid Queen, which is like cool. Like that's a cool like kind of connection and sort of like meta.
Dark Throne has become like the most postmodern band ever.
They're like meta. Yeah, they're just like a weird, like Fuck Off and Die and Canadian metal and all the like weird shit that they've done.
They've. I can't think of another band that's kind of like we've been on the same trajectory where you're getting old, you're still doing the same shit, you still like the same stuff, but how do you make reference to it or something?
You're like self-referential stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's just there's like a sense of humor, but the whole thing is just they've been consistently like impressing me with this. Yeah. All the stuff like The Cult is Alive after.
Yeah. That's kind of where they become like
I just love that was such like a right turn, and it's just served them so well in the last like 20 years.
But yeah, so those are both fun songs. And then originally it was recorded for the 7-inch, but it was left off. And this often happened where they would record 3 songs, but only release 2. So it doesn't see the light of day for a little bit, but I thought, let's just put it here because we had space to sort of put some songs, and that's Bursting Out. And there's a whole band name Bursting Out that kind of like took their name from it and stuff. But
I don't know what I heard this. I don't know what context this was in, but I remember hearing this like it was on something else.
Okay. I know it's been on some comps and it was on some of their collections and things like that.
It might have been, maybe that was like,
and
maybe
it's a bonus track that's on the black metal like CD. So maybe when you bought black metal when it came out, this was part of the bonus tracks.
It could have been when I was at Relapse too, that people were just playing the 7-inch.
Okay.
Because everybody's like about 6-7 years older than me.
Well, and there was also, I'm trying to look here. There also is another version. There's like a version that's called the 60-minute plus version, but it's only 2 minutes. I don't know what that is. Some of the stuff, it was hard to cross-reference. I did my best. But this was originally recorded at the same time as Die Hard and Acid Queen. It just wasn't released until
Is this
a few
on
years
the
later.
Black Metal special CD you got?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but that much.
Is that like the 30th anniversary edition?
2009. So no, not quite, but we're getting there.
Close.
Getting there. But yeah, I love the intro. It's very atmospheric to Bursting Out, and then it's just a fucking great standard kind of thing. But yeah, these are fun. These are fun songs. I mean, in some ways, the 7-inches are as essential as like everything else.
I mean, they're like I feel like at a certain point in time, like there was like these really pivotal EPs in between major albums for bands.
Haunting the Chapel, Warlord. There were some of these that were like
there's a bunch that I can't think of right now, but there was like a big, and even in death metal, there was like these one, like even with Entombed
pieces.
Like this thing that was like, okay, this is what we're
Crawl
going.
EP, fucking Stranger Eons. I mean, those are pivotal.
It was a line in the sand where like, all right, what now? Like, especially Pieces, like, holy
Catatonia
shit,
has like essential like
Absolutely.
EPs for Funerals Will Come and the Jova and things like that. So yeah, it's
like
a
I feel
lost
these
art
were
form nowadays.
Especially with the music listing the way it is, which is mostly all randomly on digital formats that you don't really know sequencing anymore, which is kind of a lost art.
Yep, for sure. But in between Acid Queen and Bursting Out, we'll hear from Mortis from Emperor another time. And then after Bursting Out, to end this set, we'll hear from Martin Popoff, who we've already heard a lot from, but we'll hear from one more time.
After Welcome to Hell, I went looking for Venom stuff, and I kept seeing in Kerrang! Black Metal, new record from Venom, along with some 12 inches, as we know went along there, Die Hard, et cetera, et cetera. And I couldn't find it anywhere. And then there was this record store at the new mall, called Skyline Mall. They supposedly had all the imports, anything you want, Jim Records imports, they're all there. So I went down there and I found it. I said, oh man, look, this is the fucking Venom. I took it home. I opened it up immediately. I'm like, look, lyric sheets in here. This is fucking cool. And a poster? Holy shit, they gave me a fucking poster. So I'm freaking out on that. It's the original first press when they had before they added the name Black Metal at the bottom. It was just embossed in there. And it was the first version where wherever you drop the needle, there was no lead in to that fucking side of the record. You couldn't drop the needle and wait. You dropped the needle and came on. The beginning of the Black Metal came on. The chainsaws fucking again, whatever. I noticed right from the start they had a little bit of a more condensed, controlled production, but I also noticed it was even catchier when I first started. I mean, the song Black Metal, what a fucking anthem. Still one of the ones, most cover song we've played live over the years that we've, had in and out of the set, but it's just a fucking absolute anthem to start the record. Then you had the totally cool as you went on, the fucking Buried Alive intro, which at the time was unique, before everybody started doing all that kind of neat shit. They had that, and then they still like Mantas's guitar was turning into a fucking like a nuclear noise, and I just thought Kronos had total control over his lyrics and his presentation. And so as a unit, a three-piece, they were so good. And I if I was to choose, because sometimes I'll juggle those two records because of that vibe I told you of the first one. But it's Black Metal. Black Metal is their masterpiece, full-length album. And I think my favorite on that one is, besides Black Metal, which again is their Paranoid from that record, I would probably go with Don't Burn the Witch. I just think it's such a haunting song. But one thing I'll always say is I wish they recorded the entire version of At War with Satan right there. Because when they get to At War with Satan, I do not like the production of that album. I wish they'd put that production and that whole 20-minute version of At War with Satan. I know what they were going for, and it's neat how they did it, but it needed to be right there because the time was set, and they were in the for me the second best era of Venom zone. If you want to know the best, I'll tell you they never top. For me, their highest moment is their Warhead EP. From the production, you got the best fast song they ever did, which is Lady Lust, my all-time favorite Venom song. You got their heaviest song, which is Warhead, and you got the epic song in Seven Gates of Hell. So that was the perfect one with the perfect production. Had that been a full length, just like speaking of that or Haunting the Chapel, look out, man, because it would have been the world in the taking. But Black Metal is a fucking absolute epic masterpiece, a must-own, one of New Wave of British Heavy Metal's highest fucking honors for me.
Calling demons back from me. perched on the corner of a cliff's edge, waits eagerly. Eyes glare patiently, red eyes filled with fire and torment gleam with a frenzied brightness across the shadowed valleys below. A crack of thunder breaks the deafening silence which once ruled the plains. The creature is unmoved by the commotion of the noise, the blinding fork of lightning which strikes only a few yards from where it lays in wait for something. Satan laughs. Wings spread in a magnificent fullness, the creature stands in full glory, inhaling deeply the ice-cold air, each tendon and muscle rippling in the almighty stance of the great dimensional deity. Lucifer smiles. From the far, far west, a chariot of fire emerges, traveling at a tremendous speed toward the creature. The creature laughs. As if in a maddened state of grin, the creature leaps above the ridge and hovers with dignity in the now cloudless sky. Its long red hair blowing freely in the wind. The chariot emerges and with a sharp, swift movement, the creature takes the reins and flies up into the night, howling out immortal cries of prediction and war. At war with Satan!
I think that even though Welcome to Hell was a landmark and very important album, black metal just gathered everything within one album where we thought that's where metal was heading. And it's a very important album for Bathory or anybody, that started the first generation of black metal, And like Welcome to Hell, we must have covered all the songs on black metal. I bought At War with Satan after, and but we didn't play that album that much. At this point, we were still writing material and even recording material for the War and Pain album, and Piggy was very faithful to Mantas, and he bought the Possessed album, which he played a lot on the 86 North American tour with Celtic Frost. He played it in the bus, and I thought it was pretty great. But at this point, many people had moved down to the new thrash metal movement. Yeah, well, all the bands influenced by Venom all of a sudden were doing demos, like Metallica with Dave Mustaine, or Sodom and Destruction. And we had a friend up north, Wayne Archibald. He was a pen pal to many people around the world. I was tape trading, and he's the one who came to the jam space we were renting with Voivod, and he taped material to us, like a compilation of Tank, Raven, and so I don't know, and just after that, Destruction, Sodom, and so things were heading into the thrash metal territory with Exodus, Testament, and so we became very interested in that new thrash metal movement. It was not called thrash metal before 85 or something, but by the time Venom released At War with Satan, we were listening to younger bands influenced by Venom, like Creator and Slayer, Yeah, I thought Venom, we felt part of something because these new bands were the same age as us, early 20s or 20 years old. And but I realized later that Kronos was my age, but he started so young that I thought that he was older than us, and so he's sort of part of my generation in a way. We were definitely following their path, and years later, I don't think I realized that Voivod couldn't be Voivod without Venom at all, and every single review of War and Pain said that we were copying Venom. We didn't mind because we liked them a lot, we were fans. We met them twice when we played with them. First at the Ritz in New York, and it's funny because it's not metal at all, but we were throwing a football with Mantas in the Ritz from the balcony to the floor, and it was pretty fun. And American football, Mm-hmm. And later in the mid-90s, we played the Dynamo Festival with them, which was a great experience. There were thousands of people, and we met them at the hotel in the lobby. And they were super nice, even though they just had a fight in the lobby with I don't know who. Mm-hmm. But they were still really polite to us and nice.
Warriors, ever be my slaves. I can reason with humans not ready to rock. Down my teeth, finger of fears. In my heart, there's no lock. Alice granted me 3 wishes, like death and mortality. I ride the wings of darkness, from your blessed trinity. 'Cause I'm bursting out. 'Cause I'm bursting. I'm bursting out. I'm a bastard brave, I'm nobody's slave, I'm telling you once and for all. Breaking the law, down to a score, waiting on nobody's call. I've granted me 3 wishes, like death and mortality. I rode the wings of darkness, but your blessed trinity. 'Cause I'm bursting out. 'Cause I'm bursting out. Let's burst right out of here. Let's go.
I would agree that black metal was quite a bit of a better record than Welcome to Hell. Almost to the extent of Anvil moving from what the heck is that first record called now? I'm forgetting here. Anyways, from Anvil, from the first record through to Metal on Metal and Forged in Fire. I mean, there's that sort of a difference. I think the production's a little bit more extreme and more powerful at the same time, and the songwriting's better. You get better hooks and better structure, and it just sticks to the ribs a little better. Even the album cover was better. So yes, definitely. I keep having to remind myself how late they are in the new wave of British heavy metal. By this point it's 1982, and then they're going to move into At War with Satan and Possessed. And I when I did the thrash or the new wave of British heavy metal trilogy of books, and the 2 of them are timeline books, I actually ended the second one at the end of 1984, I believe. Right, so. So essentially, Venom is I think everything about Venom except the formation of Venom is in the second book, is in the This Means War book, and it's not at all in the Wheels of Steel book, the first one, which ends in 81. Yeah, so yeah, I guess they're in there a little bit. So the main ingredient was the Satanism, the look. The extremity, the double bass drumming, the wall of sound. So definitely Slayer. If you think of that first Slayer album, Show No Mercy, it's basically a cleaned up version of Venom. Metallica, like I say, it's a little more abstract. I think Metallica just loved all things metal, and this was just one thing metal. But Kill 'Em All does not have a lot in common with Venom. Merciful Fate, I wrote a Merciful Fate book, and I'm not even so sure they even listened to Venom or cared. Their mandate was they had this strange satanic guy. Venom didn't have corpse paint, remember, as well. So Merciful Fate had this strange satanic guy with corpse paint and a falsetto, although he had a lot of gears. But at the musical end, as they said, in the book, as they told me, and it's a perfect description of what they were doing. They just wanted to be better than Judas Priest, and what a perfect, succinct goal that is, right? Essentially, the Judas Priest of Sin After Sin, Stained Class, Hellbent for Leather / Killing Machine, Sad Wings as well. That, you know, if you listen to those Merciful Fate albums, that's what they have a lot in common with, not anything to do with Venom. They would have looked down their noses at Venom. But you know, just to mention Judas Priest again with Venom, of course, Mantas, you know, modeled himself somewhat after KK Downing, and they loved Priest. So essentially, they wanted to be a more evil, drunken, scary, chaotic, chaos magic version of Judas Priest, right? So the legacy of this record is kind of a neat one, because the legend of it has grown. It's not something that's been forgotten over time. You know, with Venom Inc. out there, and the continuation of normal Venom and all the drama, well, that keeps them in the news as well. But basically, I think this is not something that's being forgotten. There's a lot of great records that slowly fade over time, and I think the whole legend of Venom and this record has stayed at a pretty bold hum over time, and it is just seen for what it is, which is just a super important cornerstone of black metal. Favorite songs? I don't know. I'm starting to forget the songs myself, but you know, obviously Countess Bathory stands out. It's just you know, you can just tell it just breaks through to an extra level. You know, with that great chorus and, you know, the melody in it. I mean, it's a stupid word to apply to Venom, melody, but you know, when there is melody, that's kind of what you like the most, right?
That was Martin Popoff. Then we heard Bursting Out. Then we heard Acid Queen, Die Hard from the Die Hard 7-inch, all three of those tunes. Away from Voivod. Then we heard the At War with Satan preview, Don't Burn the Witch, and of course, King Fowley to get us started with more of his intimate, amazing storytelling that's captivating stuff. So we've talked a lot about black metal, so we're good to go with that. But we're gonna say our goodbyes. We don't have a lot. I've gotten a lot of feedback, but I'll be honest with you, I don't have it organized yet as much as I thought I would. But there was one thing I did want to share that we didn't have time to share in the last episode, which is, whoops, hang on, I just had it up. It's something from our good friend Bjorn Larson, who is, if you're an old school kind of Swedish death metal guy, Bjorn Larson was in a band called God Macabre. And did you guys know about God Macabre back in the day, or was it not until Relapse did that like reissue?
No, we knew about it before.
Okay.
Chris more so than I did.
Okay.
But I was aware of them at that point, and I think we had, you know, tapes.
Sure.
And stuff. It was similar to Nirvana 2002 before Relapse. You know,
and some
put
of
that out
stuff
again.
That was on the Stain and Projection of Stained Minds.
Yeah,
kind of like,
and just that stuff that was kind of, you know, legendary. You know, House of Usher and all that kind of shit too.
But yeah, he says, you know, he's a patron. He's recently re-signed up to be a patron. He says, hey, great Niflheim show. I will get the thumb out and become a patron finally. So this is when he signed up. He says, my bandmate in God Macabre, Tobias, has been doing drums for Niflheim these last few years, and they are disbanding. Tobias will jump ship, and the others are putting it on hold. Nobody knows why, but the twins have been having a fallout for some time now. They basically hate each other at this point.
It's because one has a girlfriend.
Yeah, probably.
That's my guess.
Well, and that's the girlfriend is the one that lives in Mexico City, who is friends with the brother of the guy I met at Vegas that I sold
the
my
shirt
t-shirt
to.
So it's a really weird, and he apologized.
World's a small place.
He's the other one on the same day that Bjorn sent me this, like it was right before Christmas. He said, hey, I heard Niflheim's like breaking up, and he's like, sorry, I couldn't get the interview, but I think the reason he couldn't get the interview is because I think this shit was like unraveling, you know, so
makes sense.
And he says on another note, Shadow that did the interview for Slayer Mag that we read was John Nodvite.
No
so
shit.
He was actually writing for that. Yeah. So I was not sure if you mentioned that on the podcast. He says, anyways, thanks for a great episode. So, and I've gotten a lot of other feedback, but I'll be honest, like I haven't organized it, but I just wanted to share that because I kind of forgot to read that in the last episode. But yeah, if you want to get in touch with us, you want to give us some feedback on either of these Venom episodes or anything else that we've sort of been doing as of late, we've gotten a lot of really positive feedback. I just haven't, like I said, collected it. But you can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can check us out on Jason and Mark on Facebook and message us there. Obviously, if you want to become a patron, go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, or you can link there from our website, requiemmetal.com, where you can find links to t-shirts, bags, other cool things, and our old episodes. Any updates on that?
Soon.
Okay, gotcha. All right, soon.
Everything's there. It's just a matter of me, in the process of, I just finished a book to give to a publisher that I can't talk about quite yet. And then I got to work on another book, and then I got moving, and I got engaged. There's all these things.
Yeah.
But soon.
Yeah.
We're paying the money. We have the infrastructure. Soon we'll have everything on one RSS feed.
It's going to go all through.
So you can, you get on that, get on iTunes or whatever, and you see, here's the new episode with Venom. You can go all the way back to issue number 1, episode number 1.
Yeah. That's which is called Welcome to Hell.
Welcome to Hell.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. First song we played was Cryptopsy.
Slit Your Guts.
Slit Your Guts from None So Vile. Which actually
we've never done a Cryptopsy show.
I have been in contact with some Cryptopsy people.
Oh, cool. We're gonna Slipknot show. Okay.
Yeah, about the drummer
with Flo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So he was on tour at the time, and so definitely. But the Venom stuff kind of overtook some things. But I think
what's the David Vincent thing?
Yeah, the Vitus or
Vitimus or something like that.
But yeah, so that's definitely coming down the road.
Cool.
We've got some kind of cool stuff. But yeah, if you want to sign up and become a patron, we don't do a lot of exclusive patron stuff as of late because we've been putting most of our time and energy into this stuff. But today, after this episode is done, Mark and I are recording our best of 2022. So that'll be an exclusive episode for our patrons only.
For probably about 6 to 8 months, and then we'll put it out on the feed.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever put the 2020.
No, we don't do these. These are
we can.
I don't want to.
Fuck it. These are for patrons only.
I think that we've become something it's purely about. I think these like bigger ideas, like these types of things, are more. I think are good for the kind of like
mass
supplementary.
Public. Oh, yeah.
I don't think like a best of 2022 coming out in June of 2023. Nobody cares what shit about.
It probably doesn't mean as much to you.
And we're not really about the, like what's the newest, coolest thing.
Yeah, we're not what you call cutting edge all the time.
There's other people that do it better than we do, and that's what they do, and that's cool. But I think we're about like
we're anthropologists and archaeologists.
Exactly.
That's kind of what we're good at. But yeah, if you want to become a patron, like I said, go to patreon.com, Requiem Podcast / Requiem Podcast, or go to the website Requiem Metal and click on the Patreon link, and it'll take you directly to there. You can also check us out on Twitter. It's where I've been interacting with a lot of people lately. Even though Twitter can be a cesspool, Metal Twitter has still kind of held the line of defense against some
on
of
Facebook,
the weird shit.
We've got a pretty decent.
We got a private page for
private
that.
page.
Yep.
As well. So
and also on Instagram. Stuff gets posted on Instagram because I have it linked to the Requiem Podcast Facebook page, but I don't like use Instagram like you do as an artist, so
that's really the only social media that I'm on is Instagram. So if you want to follow me on Instagram, it's just my name.
Yeah.
And you can see pictures of drawings and random.
They can also
bullshit.
follow your G.I. Joe postings too.
If you want to go do Lonzo Wilkinson 1982. And if you want to see pictures of my G.I. Joe guys put in dioramas, they're there.
Yeah.
There's a handful of people that listen to the show that have followed me on there, which is
that's cool.
Fun.
That's really fun. So we're kind of closing out. We don't have a lot to say about it because it's Venom, and you know what Venom is at this point. But right before or right around the time that At War with Satan comes out, Warhead makes an appearance, and Warhead's a fun one. It's the only thing I'll say is the first time I heard this, and I have a distinct memory of certain songs that I heard at Milwaukee Metal Fest, and this is one that kind of earwormed. And I remember going home and
Die Hard.
Yeah, Die Hard and Warhead. It was like kind of both in my brain. And I became kind of a big fan through those songs along with like Witching Hour and some of the other stuff.
So do you think that your kind of pivotal Venom experience was informed by that performance?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Like you were aware of them, but you didn't like listen to it until you heard all that shit, like, oh, that song sounds cool. I need to figure out what that's from.
Two things happened right around the same time. I told the Witching Hour story where like Slayer covering Witching Hour was like a big deal. But I think the other things that like leveled up Venom on the playing field a little bit was going to Milwaukee, and around that same time, Cradle of Filth put out Dusk in Her Embrace. Mm-hmm. And the final song, I think it's Haunted Shores, Kronos appears in that song. And he basically is like, it's like he rises from the ashes in that song, and he's like basically like, I am the fucking godfather of all of this that you're listening to. And I thought, that's pretty cool. That's kind of like meta, right? It'd be I don't know. It's kind of like if Metallica had like Ozzy or Dio like at the end of like one of their early records or something. It was like the reason you're listening to this is because of me or something, you know? Yeah, maybe Diamond Head or something like that. But like Kronos was such a legend in a weird way at that point. Like for him to make an appearance on like a black metal record, I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool, you know?
And now that he's like the cousin of one of the royals.
Oh yeah, is he somehow weirdly related?
He's
related to the queen.
No, he's related.
Not the queen, but
he's like the cousin of the chick that's married to the bald guy that's Charles' son.
Yeah, the princess, I would say.
The chick that doesn't do the podcast and shitting on the monarchy.
Yeah. I forget her name. Kate somebody.
Yeah,
Kate Singleton.
the brunette. He's somehow related to her.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
So Conrad comes around at Thanksgiving or whatever.
It'd be much cooler if he was related to Meghan Markle, because I fucking dig her. She's the only thing about the royal family I like, because she's like, fuck the royal family, they can burn to the ground.
But she's also using the royal family to you know.
But they fucked her, so she's gonna fuck them back. I kind of like
the whole thing is
it's like a heist movie. I kind of dig the double revenge kind of thing going on.
I feel like she used it for her own.
Although
the whole thing is ridiculous.
When they talk about like the purity of the bloodline is going to get ruined by her, that's probably her like fuck you moment.
I mean, the whole thing is absurd.
Yeah, I hate the royal family. I wish it all died.
And it seems like in this day and age is a very weird thing.
Yeah.
And she's using it to her advantage.
Oh, sure, for sure. I mean, I just think she's.
I don't know her for anything about her outside of.
She's pretty cool. I would say. She's better than you'd think.
She had a terrible podcast on.
Oh, see, I don't watch. Yeah,
her and Harry are there.
Well, no, they have a show on like Netflix or something that people watch. I'm not going to watch it because I don't care. So
yeah, don't watch anything of that shit. I saw like an autoplay part of the beginning. I was like, oh my god, who the fuck is watching that?
Oh, tons of people.
It's like the Kardashian thing. It's just
people like to watch car crashes. You know, I guess so. And speaking of that,
Hollywood.
Warhead. So enjoy. We're gonna hear from Mantas one last time, and then we're gonna hear
not one last time. We'll hear him next time.
Well, I mean, one last time this episode. Yeah, we'll hear Mantas plenty in the next episode too. So if you dig this, subscribe to our podcast. Leave us, by the way, we haven't said this lately, but leave us something on iTunes or Apple Music. Leave us, rating.
Oh, we love it.
Things like that.
Yeah, we appreciate every bit of support we get. If it's either somebody saying, check this out, or somebody giving us $10, like it all
become a patron.
Man. It all goes toward making these shows bigger and better.
So, and I'm guessing there's going to be some new people joining us because of these Venom episodes. So if you made it this far because you're a fan of Venom and you found us out, and you want to support what we're doing because you're like, holy shit, these guys do this all for free and it's non-commercial. Yes, it is. So
I this is something I don't ever mention on shows. I've gotten so many in the last 4 months. I think I've gotten probably like 20 different people soliciting for us to advertise on the show. And I just send back, not interested.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we do that, we can't do what we're doing.
No, yeah, we compromise.
Well, we can
take a sponsorship. If somebody was going to sponsor us, that's like different, but like,
sure, but we can't take ads. Like people want to do like, like baked in ads. Like you listen to Mark Maron or something. And he's like, yeah, this whatever bullshit thing. Like I like to use this in my feet and blah, 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 whatever. But we're using copywritten music, so we can't. Everything we have to do is got to be all free and above board.
Yep. So it's the only way we can get paid. So we do appreciate.
We actually got an email today asking if we wanted to sponsor a music festival in Texas, and I saw the bands. I was like, nope. This is for $90. You could be a sponsor and have
what?
We could have our logo on everything.
Holy shit!
I've never heard of any of these bands.
Oh man,
it's not worth it.
Oh man, maybe we can get a whole bunch of like subpar third generation new metal bands to dig what we're doing.
Here's my 10-year plan: is that eventually, me and my fiance bought a 40-acre property in northern Michigan. Maybe we'll do a summer festival where we have some bands come and play, and people can come and camp.
That'd be sweet.
That'd be the extent of what festivals I would like to be involved in. Sweet. And we could do a live, show or something as well.
That'd be cool. I dig that. Yeah. So, awesome. All right. Well, for Mantas, for Warhead, for Tom G. Warrior, for everyone else that you've heard.
God and Country.
God and Country. Yep. For Meghan Markle and the royal family, everyone.
For Charles Ears and Conrad Lant.
Exactly. Enjoy Warhead from Venom. I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
So, and he has a little cool little tale for you. The 3 photographs on the back of Black Metal, I mean, there's that shot that I'll never get away from. On the motorbike, and oh, fuck. It was the 80s. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Right? But anyway, the photograph of Conrad, where he's like this in that room. That room is on the same level as the studio in Impulse in the Neat Records building. It was just a spare room. On the back wall of that photograph, if you look carefully, you'll see there's a black square on the back wall. That is actually a letter from Carla LaVey from the Church of Satan, congratulating us on our work and wishing to make arrangements for the future. It was delivered to the studio on black parchment paper in a black envelope with the red writing and the Sigil Baphomet stamped in wax on the back of it. And that is the letter on the wall there in his photograph. Yeah. But to think of the impact that it's had, and one thing I am proud of is that the legacy of that album, i.e. the two words, black metal, it's still around today, 40 years later, right? It's evolved, right? It's radically different from what we started, okay? There's always that debate was, does Venom start black metal? Oh, it's like, so shut the fuck up, will you? It's like, who had an album called black metal? Venom. Right. Who had a song called black metal? Venom. Who said we are black metal? Venom. Say, right, okay then. So what would the fucking genre be called if we hadn't said that? Right? For fuck's sake. It's like, I know it's radically different. Just because you put a fucking synthesizer in and say, this is an orchestra and we're all fucking symphonic and all that kind of shit, it doesn't detract from the fact that you've taken the name from Venom. It's as simple as that. Conrad said one thing which was very true in an interview. He said, maybe these bands that followed us should have called it something else. Because back in 1978, 79, when Clive Archer was singing for us, he was also a huge fan of Alice Cooper, as was I, right? And Clive was wearing all that stuff. It wasn't theatrical fucking makeup either. We couldn't afford that. It was like this emulsion paint that we used to put on his face and then dry it with a hairdryer. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we were doing that. And at one point, we all thought, Alice Cooper's done it, Kiss do it, fucking, it's not really new, is it? Arthur Brown, he did it. So it's been around for a year now. Fucking... And it was decided before Clive left the band that, don't bother with the makeup stuff, We still wanted to be this theatrical thing, but we saw the makeup as just copying something, And lo and behold, all these years later, everybody runs on stage looking like a fucking panda. It's like, I'm not dissing it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dissing it. Hey, all power to you. Do what you want to do. It's not for me. But that's the one thing that I can say that I am proud of, that it's, even though I haven't followed the scene, it's still there, And I think today, with my limited knowledge of what the black metal scene is, I think today you've got two big players in the black metal scene, and that is Behemoth and Dimmu Borgir. Dimmu Borgir have done the best fucking version of black metal I've ever heard. All these cover versions, they did a fucking cracking version of black metal. Yeah. But when you think, I've had this question loads of times, it's like you cannot get your head around it. It humbles you. Yeah. It humbles you to think that something you wrote, essentially sitting in your fucking bedroom at home with your parents, has had such a far-reaching effect. To hear, when we first came together as Venom Inc., one of the very early shows was in Beijing in China, right? Yeah, that was one of our first shows. We did Heavy Montreal, and then I think we did China. So Beijing, to hear a Chinese audience singing Countess Bathory, fucking hell. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But, it's had, I think the music that we created and the music which has followed on from it, I think it's united a lot of people. I think it's divided a lot of people. But the main thing I'm proud of is that it's given pretty well the whole music industry a good kick up the ass. That's quite an achievement for some fucking idiots from Newcastle. I mean, I have heard the same thing. Yeah, I heard not so long ago, whether this is true or not, that bass player from Guns N' Roses, Duff McKagan, is it? He was at the Paramount Theatre show for Venom in 1983. And then I speak to other people who, oh yeah, there was a couple of the Anthrax boys there. There was this there. There was that there. All these young bands were there. And yes, I've heard that Nirvana tale before. Obviously, I've heard the one where I'm sure, was it James Hetfield who said that one of the influences for the track One was Buried Alive? Obviously, fucking Whiplash's Witching Hour. Yeah, I think it was, when was it? I think we were screaming fucking Witch and Lash at them at some point. But yeah, I've heard that, there's been a lot of bands taking influence. And I remember when I was still living in Newcastle, many, many years ago, this is now, the Foo Fighters played Newcastle Arena. And there was a friend of mine who lived in the same street as me. He was a bass player and he was in a Rush tribute band. He was amazing, obviously, he was an amazing bass player to do that. But he took his son to see the Foo Fighters. And I was just sitting watching TV and my phone rang. I thought, oh, it's Steve. So I was like, oh, Steve. And I could hear the fuck. I was like, whoa, where the fuck are you? And I'm at the Foo Fighters. I was like, all right. He says, Dave Grohl's just dedicated a song to Venom. I went, no fucking way. And, I went there for Slipknot and Machine Head was supporting. And I'm sitting up in the side bits of the arena watching Machine Head. And Rob Flynn goes to the microphone. He says, have we got any headbangers in the audience? And everybody said, yeah. And he went, I know we've got headbangers because this is where fucking Venom are from. The fucking Newcastle Arena went nuts. And I'm sitting there with Gordon, the guy I was telling you about, who used to be the drummer, and he's nudging me going, hey, lad. And I'm like, I was just laughing, And he says, I want to see you. What was it? I want to see you motherfuckers headbang like this is a Venom show in 1984. Let freedom ring with a shotgun blast. And the fucking off, Sitting there going, fucking hell. There's loads. And being out with a lot of the young bands and stuff that are around now, where people... It's weird because I know I would do this to KK Downing. I would walk up and go... And I was like that when I met Rob Halford, and then I introduced myself. I said, I'm Jeff from Venom, and he gave us a big hug, and he was like, and I was like, fucking hell, it's Rob Halford, and I've had that reaction to me, and I'm just like, and I'm always just dressed like this, I'm not fucking Mr. Metal or anything like that, it's, and I'm like, yeah, right. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you later. I don't know how to take it sometimes, It's nice, it's flattering, but you cannot let it get to you. I mean, fucking hell, at the end of the day, I'm from Newcastle. It's a working class fucking town, and your feet are firmly on the ground. And I'll tell you what the good thing about Newcastle is as well. You can be as successful as you want, but as soon as you show any of that and think you're better than anybody else, one of your mates will go, fucking calm down, you. Yeah, kept right on the ground, it's good. And even Brian Johnson from AC/DC said that, he's a Geordie boy. He's from Newcastle, he's from North Shields, actually. But, he's another one. I used to see Brian Johnson at the shops at the top of the street where I used to live. And he used to go, there used to be what we call in Newcastle a wet fish shop, where these two little old women, it was a mother and daughter, I mean, the mother was about 104 and the daughter was about 90 or something like that. But they were both friends of Brian Johnson's family from way back. And Brian Johnson, when he joined AC/DC, still used to go to that shop and buy a piece of fish off these two little old... it's a Newcastle thing, you can't escape it. It doesn't matter where you go. You can't escape it. And yeah, people will keep your feet on the ground for you.
chosen wives, Sabbath's charming, out in lust, chance the warhead, win or bust.